Liebe Leute, hallo und herzlich willkommen zu einem weiteren Kriegsspiel-Stream hier bei mir, dem Jan, auf Let's Play History. Schön, dass ihr da seid, wenn ihr dann gleich da seid. Und ich werde noch mal kurz hier was umstellen. Einen Augenblick, bin gleich wieder da. So, da bin ich wieder. Ja, liebe Leute, es geht um ein Kriegsspiel mal wieder hier in der Red vs. Blue, Rot gegen Blau Kampagne, die von der International Kriegsspiel Society gehostet wird. Es geht um eine fiktive, napoleonisch inspirierte Kampagne dabei. Und ich bin auf der einen Seite der erste Konsul der Republik Vermillon. Und es hat einen Bürgerkrieg gegeben und er läuft immer noch. Und darin wurde die Republik nicht besiegt, aber wir haben sehr schwere Verluste hinnehmen müssen. Es hat sich sehr lange gezogen. Es war ein sehr blutiger Bürgerkrieg. Und wir sind jetzt am Ende des Jahres 1805 im Herbst. Oktober sind wir, glaube ich, Ende Oktober, 20. Oktober oder so. Und sind bei dem Versuch, auf die Hauptstadt zu marschieren, vom Feind gestellt worden. Leider aufgrund des Wetters ist der Fluss hier nicht überquerbar. Wir hatten erst versucht, hier eine Pontonbrücke zu bauen, die hält aber nicht stand der Strömung. Darum haben wir uns jetzt hier oben in diese Position zurückgezogen. Ich werde mal eine andere Farbe wählen. Und zwar hätte ich eigentlich ganz gerne Rot. Ist Rot nicht verfügbar? Das ist ja ulkig. Dann, oder ist es hier irgendwo versteckt? Nein, dann nehme ich Orange so lange, wenn es sein muss. Genau. Eigentlich wollten wir zwei anderen Divisionen anschließen, die auf der anderen Flussseite in Richtung Hauptstadt marschieren. Das ist jetzt leider nicht möglich. Wir sind mit einer geschwächten Anzahl an Divisionen hier in dieser Position, versuchen jetzt den Feind hier zu binden, festzuhalten. Und ja, dann mal sehen. Ich kriege gerade nochmal Mitteilung vom Spielleiter zugeschickt. Deswegen gucke ich hier gerade auf den anderen Bildschirm. Das andere Team ist nämlich ein bisschen durcheinander scheinbar. Sie sind noch nicht vollzählig da, obwohl wir jetzt schon vor 5 Minuten starten wollten. Aber das ist nicht schlimm. Wir werden sehen, wie sich das auswirkt. Wir werden wohl einen kleinen Vorteil dadurch bekommen, sehe ich gerade, was mich natürlich sehr freut. Die Idee ist also, den Feind hier so lange wie möglich zu binden, zu versuchen, der doppelten Anzahl an gegnerischen Kräften standzuhalten und damit ja unseren 2 Divisionen auf der anderen Flussseite die Zeit zu erkaufen, auf die Hauptstadt zu marschieren, sie wieder einzunehmen und der Welt zu zeigen, dass die Republik Vermillon nicht besiegt ist. Okay, Startzeit ist 13:30 Uhr. Okay, die Pioniere arbeiten. Ja, wir haben hier unsere Stellung befestigt mit Pionieren, die vorher an der Pontonbrücke gearbeitet haben. Die sind jetzt hier, haben jetzt hier Fieldworks gebaut, also Brüstungen und kleine Erdwälle und so weiter, um die Infanterie und Artillerie zu schützen. Und sind jetzt gerade dabei, hier auf dem Hang des Hügels weitere Hindernisse aufzubauen, um Kavallerieangriffe auf diese Position zu erschweren. Und danach sollen sie hier drüben eine zweite Verteidigungslinie mit Brustwehren aufbauen. Wir haben eine Zahl von Divisionen. Wir haben eine berittene Kavalleriedivision hier in Reserve, die den Gegner hier bedrohen soll, gegebenenfalls einen Flankenangriff organisiert. Wir haben eine Kavalleriedivision, die aber nur noch in Brigadestärke, eigentlich schwache Brigadestärke hier vorhanden ist und nicht mehr beritten ist, die also als Infanterie kämpfen wird, Husaren und Dragoner. Wir haben eine Gardedivision, die hat hier eine Brigade, hier eine Grenadierbrigade in Reserve, sie hat ihre Artillerie hier vorne. Und hier leichte Infanterie in den Wäldern in einer Hinterhaltposition. Dann haben wir eine weitere Infanteriedivision, die hat eine Brigade hier aufgestellt. Das sind, glaube ich, 2 schwache Brigaden. Und eine Plänklerbrigade weiter vorne. Ja, ansonsten haben wir noch einmal berittene Artillerie als Reservemobil, die wir verlegen können, wo auch immer der Gegner auftaucht. Und dann schalte ich mal rüber und wir hören uns an, was die anderen so bereden.
I mean, if we did the Battle of the Bulge, we would not do it at this scale. Would not.
Hey, we gotta cross the Rhine. Gotta cross the Rhine at some point.
Yeah.
Let's get there. Come on, let's.
I was hoping D-Day to Siegfried line. Come on, this is ridiculous.
Okay.
We've got the maps for the breakout and pretty much the Battle of France, but we no. just no. I'm not
Trying
doing
to do
that.
the unthinkable, and I mean that literally.
Yeah. D-Day to Operation Unthinkable. Come on.
The current
Why
maps
isn't it
actually
happening?
The current maps actually have all the way to the Falaise pocket, on them. So, but I just no. I also
We were
the thing
messing
is,
with you.
a whole bunch of umpires who would do other games are busy with D-Day. So I think it'll be good to have D-Day run its course for the opening hours, and then all of those umpires who learned the tricks of the trade of World War II using this game can go spread their wings and fly to do a bunch of other smaller games.
Welcome, Blazer. Apparently, one of the approaching armies is a bit delayed.
I think that we should reflect this in game. I'm gonna be honest. I think that this is
I
gonna.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Come on.
Does this mean Jan is better off for this?
It
This
does, actually.
This says that the fucking where is it? Somebody was saying where is he? Marshall was saying that it's his fault. So if anything, delay Marshall an hour.
Well, he's dead, so yes.
Obviously, the hussars are off with the redheads.
His source
there he
was
is.
that he saw it in a dream. But
See, he's here.
Something is wrong with the redheads. Oh god.
Achilles is here.
Yeah. I
Just
was
in
just
time.
informed that you guys were all here, and
And
I
you
thought
missed
that
the
this-
party.
I was told that this thing was supposed to be at 8 my
Nope.
time.
No, no,
surprise, bitch! No.
Yeah, I guess I guess Jan, your
big event
clever
that's been up
plan.
for a few weeks.
Your clever plan was to start an hour earlier and not tell me, right?
You see, the game actually is starting with you waking up inside your tent and hearing war screeches outside, and all of a sudden, this Vermilion army of the people
Liberty,
is descending on
equality,
your tent.
fraternity.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all this screaming
Sort of-
because they're defecting wholesale.
That is what it feels like. It feels like somebody just woke me up at my tent at 3 a.m. and said, "Hey, the enemy's breaking through the lines. What do we do?"
They're
But
waking
the enemy
you
was
up and,
right until first light.
Yeah,
They're
but to be
waking
fair,
up, they're
I
being
almost
like-
missed that as well. So
hey, buddy, you're awake. They caught you at the pass too, huh?
Oh
Mhm.
god, you made me spit out my dinner.
There's a old movie with Jack Webb where he plays a drill sergeant, a Marine drill sergeant at Paris Island, and there's a scene where he jumps in and into the room and wakes all these guys up, out of their bunks, and then he gets in the guy's face and he says, "You just woke up and there's 50 of the enemy. You're surrounded by 50 of the enemy. What do you do?" And they chant back, "Kill him, sir! Kill him, drill sergeant! Kill him!" That's what it feels like.
I think I would take
That's
a
what it feels
different
like.
approach. I would just
Yeah.
start. I don't know. I think I'd just if I'm surrounded by 50 guys that are on the enemy team, right? I would just go completely butt naked and go for the intimidation victory. That's the only way you can win at that point.
I like it.
It's the only sensible option left to you.
Clearly, you were not in the Marines because sensible isn't what they do.
Yeah. Well,
You wake up surrounded by 50 enemy. Just another glorious day in the course, sir.
That's right.
There were the crayons. Ah, shit. We're well
That's right.
used. This.
Those are the
'Cause
guys.
they're
that
all
use
around us.
Crayons.
Now they're screwed.
Cut to the ship. Cut to the shipmaster in Halo.
Then-
A fair fight.
That's right.
Enemy to the front of us, enemy behind us, enemy to the front, or enemy to the left and right. Man, we can't miss. They're screwed.
That's right. Attack in all directions.
Yeah.
They better duck as I turn left, or else I'll hit them with my dick.
Oh no.
I can't take credit for that. That's from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. It's a good line, though.
Golden, can I safely kidnap you to the Umpire team?
What? I don't know. Like, I haven't played as an umpire, so.
Excellent. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Well, welcome.
What's your qualification?
You're breathing. You're overqualified then.
Ja. Gut, das
Real
Spielleiterteam sammelt sich
Real
noch.
life battle. Umpires don't breathe, actually.
Und wir warten auf einige MitspielerInnen des anderen Teams.
We'll try and... Achilles, do you have a time for Kuntz, or does he probably think it's 8 o'clock too?
He thinks it's 8 a.m. too. Yeah, 8 a.m. Pacific. Yeah. He's going to be working today too, so he's doing everything from his phone.
Okay.
So it's going to be a bit of a challenge with him, but if necessary, we'll have his division commander take the core and just run the core till he's here.
Okay, I'm going to need to go into your chat and work out who has which division again, aren't I? All right.
I think it's
Okay.
me. Unless it... Oh, no. He has somebody who's in charge of a different division, right? Because I'm the fifth.
Yes, that would be in fact you.
Good thing I joined within a week. I'm highly informed.
Excellent. You've been promoted.
Your commander has taken a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we split on the
He'll
teams
surely be
then?
Where will we wake up? Everyone just laughs.
I'm just trying to see if we got enough. We might have enough to at least get things moving, although we definitely are under strength. Let me just see if we got... Yeah, actually, if you can see either blue discussion or red discussion, please join the appropriate channel.
What are we? Are we blue or red? I don't even know. Oh, we're blue. Yay!
You shouldn't be able to see one of them, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Unless you are... If you see both of them, you're a team umpire.
All right.
Alright.
Got some new reports. Where did they go? There he is. Okay, so we get some new reports. We have light cavalry sighted at Payne Farm and south of Deep Ford, and an infantry column defiling through the woods to the southeast of Coon's Farm.
What's that, sorry?
That's infantry coming along in column along the road through the woods to our southeast.
Okay.
Carter, did you hear that? We have some enemy contact sightings. Light
I
horse
did not
at
hear any of that.
Light horse at Payne, light horse south of the Deep Ford, and an infantry column marching along the road through the woods to our southeast.
Do we
So-
know at which pane?
Directly to.
That's gonna be the farm. That's okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
there's
because there are two panes nearly next to each other, but a fair
I
distance
think
apart.
the northern one, yeah.
Okay.
And the infantry
there's
column
enemy
was-
light infantry at Payne. What else?
No, there's light horse there.
Light horse. Okay.
An infantry column marching along the road through the woods in direction of Kuhn.
Okay.
Okay.
And light horse on the hill south of Deep Ford.
Okay.
South of where, sorry? Deep Foe?
Deep Ford, that's to the east at the Hazel River there.
Yeah.
It's basically just ahead of me.
South of Deep Ford. Does that mean that? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just on the hill there.
They're very close then.
Yeah.
Well, they probably pretty much advanced it to contact, is what they
Yep.
probably did.
Yeah. So the question is then, do they also come from the direction of Jameson? From the, what's that, southwest? And maybe even the west from Rixieville? Maybe we can send some... Robin, you can maybe send some horse there to Rixieville to scout that.
Can you repeat the notable? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I plan to do that anyway.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Should we maybe deploy the horse artillery somewhere based on this? Or...
Horse artillery is a reserve. We probably want to keep that just for when the attack begins to come in.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
There might be more stuff coming. And if they have a light horse that the Munford Road, then maybe there will also be some infantry coming up there. And the battery might be needed over there.
Isn't the infantry column coming up there?
True.
No, it's coming up through the woods there to the south. But I guess there's more.
Probably is.
Ja, und an die ZuschauerInnen im Chat nochmal die Erklärung, dass hier ist eine Schlacht, die im Rahmen einer fiktiven napoleonischen Kampagne stattfindet, von der International Kriegsspiel Society gehostet. Ich poste euch den Link mal in den Chat, kriegsspiel.org. Da findet ihr einen Link zum Discord-Server, wenn ihr der Community beitreten möchtet. Wir haben mittlerweile über 700 Mitglieder von der ganzen Welt und spielen regelmäßig jedes Wochenende. Jeden Samstag ist ein, wenn nicht gerade ein Event ist, so wie heute, ein offenes Spiel, in dem man einfach so mitspielen kann. Es gibt spontane Spiele, es gibt sehr viele textbasierte Spiele mittlerweile. Wenn man nicht so viel Zeit hat, sich ein paar Stunden am Wochenende hinzusetzen und live zu spielen, ist das eine sehr gute Option, das nebenbei zu tun. Macht sehr viel Spaß. Und wenn ihr irgendwelche Fragen zu Kriegsspiel und dergleichen habt, dann sagt doch sehr gerne Bescheid.
I'm gonna get some water, baby.
I am not doing well. I am constantly drifting off.
Hmm.
Yeah, I didn't sleep that well, but
Yeah, let me know if you're alright. If not, it's no problem if you need to take a break.
oh yeah, I'll try and do this. But if I can't, I will let you all know.
Sure.
Let the umpires know as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, but
So, irgendwer wollte gerade was auf dem Server. So viele Kampagnen. Es wurde eine neue Kampagne gerade, eine napoleonische Kampagne angekündigt. Aber ich kann hier noch mehr Dingern mitspielen. Oh Mann, wann geht das los? Weil die hier benutzen ein sehr cooles System, das ich gerne nochmal näher sehen wollen würde. Ein Regelwerk. Steht nicht dabei, wann es losgeht. Bis zu 40 SpielerInnen. Okay, operationelle Ebene und dann taktische Schlachten. Das klingt sehr gut. Das beschleunigt das Ganze ein bisschen. Ah, mega. Finde ich cool. Muss ich mal schauen. Steht leider nicht dabei, wann das starten soll. Wahrscheinlich, wenn es voll ist. Also, wenn ihr da mitspielen wollt, dann kommt gerne mal auf den Server und tragt euch da ein. Sieht sehr, sehr spannend aus. Und Otto und Rankine, die das beide zusammen hosten, haben auch ganz gute Erfahrung. Und wie gesagt, mit Ottos Regelwerk ein ganz cooles System. Insbesondere die Würfel daran interessieren mich. Die kenne ich zwar. Ich habe auch die Dateien dazu gelesen, aber ich habe sie noch nie in Aktion gesehen. Als Spieler schon, aber da sieht man ja nicht so richtig, wie das dann umgesetzt wird. Muss ich nochmal als Spielleiter miterleben. So, wie sieht es beim anderen Team aus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Spieler sind schon da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, das dürften dann alle sein. Jawohl, dann sind wir vollzählig, das ist doch cool. Beide Teams sind versammelt. Dann geht es jetzt darum, dass die Spielleiter sich hier zusammen berappeln und dann geht's los. Und der verschollene Außenminister lässt grüßen. Amentos, grüß dich, hallo. Schön, dass du vorbeischaust.
Is it just me or are the squares on this map pretty small?
Yeah, it was scaled down.
Yeah, the map
Okay.
was magnified by 3, so. Because it's supposed to resemble the campaign map, and Culpeper is Chemisus. If you recall the strategic map.
Yes, of course. Because my character has been demoted to an NPC, I still kept track of every strategic movement.
Yeah. When I die today, you might be back in control of your character, Roman.
I'll have to wait and see.
Sitting at the capital.
Mm.
But maybe if we lose Yen, he might just die off screen. Because.
Yeah, because Marshall.
Yeah. I mean, have you read the announcement for this game?
Yeah.
It sounded like, well, whoever wins this is in control of the capital. Never mind that half of the Republican army is probably inside or on the way to the capital.
And I mean, we even have more divisions in the west, so. Yeah, Amantis is saying, according to my information, Young was murdered 6 months ago. Yeah. Sort of.
Jan never died.
I just took some vacation in the barn somewhere.
Yeah.
Ja, tatsächlich bin ich bei einem diplomatischen Verhandlungsgespräch unter weißer Flagge vom Kaiser, der aus dem Exil zurückgekommen war, erpresst worden, ein Friedensangebot anzunehmen, einen Vertrag zu unterzeichnen oder gefangen genommen zu werden. Und ich habe mich der Gefangennahme erwehrt, weil ich ja unter weißer Flagge da war. Eigentlich unter diplomatischem Schutz sozusagen. Und es ist zu einem Handgemenge mit Pistolen und Säbeleinsatz gekommen. Und ich wurde einigermaßen schwer verletzt und bewusstlos vom Feld getragen und wurde von allen für tot gehalten. Tatsächlich hat der Spielleiter mir dann erlaubt, einen 50-50 Würfelwurf, ob ich
How
noch
did
lebe.
Marshall die, by the way?
Und ich habe es überlebt.
I don't think he died. He just went away.
Oh, okay. I mean, like, in the game.
But I mean, I don't know why everybody thinks he died.
Yeah, because that's the reality the emperor and his fellows believed in. Because I was carried away.
Oh no, I mean, oh, I thought it was about Marshall. I had no idea.
Marshall, sorry. Yeah, I don't know.
I know why everybody thinks that you died.
I don't know about Marshall. I think he just went back into exile.
Yeah. Jan, all these people, they don't even know I talked Marshall into stepping down.
Yeah. And then he tried to get control over Brandon back again and make him the new new emperor. That didn't play out as well. So
Well,
diplomatischer Schutz hat jetzt hier auch nicht viel genutzt. Ja, ich habe da ja auch sehr unterschiedliche Geschichten drüber gehört, was da passiert ist. Sehr, sehr spannend alles immer mit dem Fog of War und so. Finde ich sehr cool. Wobei das natürlich in deinem Fall irgendwie sehr unglücklich war, dass du damit aus dem Spiel genommen wurdest und dann nichts mehr machen konntest. Das tut mir ein bisschen leid. War ja einiges sehr, ich weiß nicht, wie du es verfolgt hast, aber es war ja dann einiges sehr chaotisch. Also mit diesem ganzen strategischen Militärzeug bin ich sehr unzufrieden, aber naja. Ich bin drüber hinweg, es macht trotzdem irgendwie Spaß. Ja. Jetzt warten wir nur noch auf die Umpires. Da sind einige neue dabei, deswegen dauert es vielleicht jetzt gerade noch mal einen Augenblick, dass Justin denen erzählt, wie es abläuft. Ansonsten das Briefing haben wir. Alle wissen, was sie tun sollen. Kann losgehen. Oh, let me check if my bot is working again. I think it is not. No, it is not. Very unfortunate. I don't know what's wrong with that one. And I see the umpires hopping into channels. Haha. Mögen die Spiele beginnen. Ja, genau, das sehe ich genauso, ja. Da gab es einige gravierende Schwächen. Es braucht ein viel stabileres System, an das sich auch alle der SpielleiterInnen halten. Und dann kann das in der Zukunft vielleicht ganz gut werden. Diese Welt ist ja super. Also es gibt so viel Hintergrundgeschichten und so schon und Charaktere. Das ist eigentlich richtig cool. Okay, die sind in den Umpire Channel gehüpft, beziehungsweise in Blau. Dann dürfte es jetzt gleich losgehen. We are about to start this. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. And just I did that in German previously, but just to give it in English as well, we have a number of divisions here. Only part of our army, because the other half is, or not the other half, but 2 other divisions are marching on the eastern bank of this river, which is supposed to be the Rouget River, leading to the capital Vermionville in the south. They are marching on the capital, and we were pinned down here trying to cross the river via a pontoon bridge, which didn't work out because the current of the stream was going strong due to rain, and there was a high risk of the pontoon bridge breaking, so I didn't want to risk bringing divisions across and then lose men in the effort and then have, I don't know, a few brought over to the other side and the rest in a tricky situation here cut off. So that because of that we decided to break the pontoon bridge, thus deprive us of our way out, so to say. And we redeployed to this position about the brown Wagacoon farms and started to build fieldworks, fortifications with the pioneers. We have a division which is merely a weak brigade in strength of dismounted cavalry, so cavalry without horses. We have a guard division with a brigade here, some grenadiers in reserve, some artillery in front in the fieldworks, and some light infantry chasseurs in the woods. We got another infantry division of the moderate faction with 2 small brigades in the fieldworks here, and light infantry in front screening the forts. And it appears that the enemy infantry, or part of the enemy infantry, is defiling through these woods onto our positions. We also have spotted light cavalry of the enemy at Payne Farm, and along the Munford Road they are scouting our positions. And in addition we got a horse gun battery, which is a reserve force to be relocated to wherever needed. As there are scouts here, I assume more infantry might be coming up this road, but who knows. If that's the case, we will shift the battery over there. And then we have 1 mounted division of cavalry, hussars, and dragoons, and they are supposed to threaten the enemy, who, once they crossed the Muddy Run, this is actually a map of the American Civil War, as you might already recall, of the Battle of Brandy Station. And this was chosen because it sort of resembles the area on the strategic campaign map, with Culpeper being Chemizus, and this main road leading across the Rouget River through some woody terrain. So, yeah. The idea is to delay the enemy, let them run on our defenses here, threaten them with the cavalry, or bring the cavalry around for a flanking attack. That's the basic idea. We want to survive as long as we can, and if we can, then sneak away in the cover of the night to the south and join Dubois' 2 divisions marching onto the capital right now. That's the objective. We will also scout these forts here, Bridge Fort and whatever fort this one is. There's no name. Maybe Coon Fort, who knows. And that might be, if that is crossable, then the river here, the Hazel River, might be another defensive line behind which we could fall back to, but we will see that. Ja, das schauen wir uns alles an. Weiß nicht, was das andere Team noch bereden muss.
Oh.
Okay, like, that's no problem. Take care.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
no worries. No worries. It's all fine.
thanks. Oh, good luck.
Thank you very
Thanks.
much. Take care.
See ya. Take care.
Yep.
What do we do with the guard then?
Then if Carter wants them, or otherwise, Carter, if you want to stay mobile command, I can take care of them myself. Just use them as reserves. I mean, they are deployed to be reserves anyway, so. Let's see when Carter is back, if he wants to take them. And welcome to everybody watching in the stream right now. I'm gonna be switching between English and German today. Hope that's fine for everybody. Also ich werde zwischendurch immer mal, weil ich mit den anderen natürlich auf Englisch reden muss, immer mal zwischen Englisch und Deutsch hin und her wechseln heute. Aber das kriegen wir schon hin. Und wie gesagt, wenn irgendjemand Fragen zu Kriegsspiel hat oder zu der Kampagne hier, da gibt es mittlerweile sehr viel Lore, also man kann das nicht mal eben so in ein paar Minuten erläutern. Die Grundzüge sind, wie gesagt, eine napoleonisch inspirierte Welt. Das Ganze startete mit dem sogenannten Oktoberkrieg 1804, wo wir noch unter dem damaligen noch Konsul, aber späteren Kaiser Marschall Liezen, unser Nachbarland, eingegriffen haben, weil die wiederum ein Bündnis eingegangen sind mit dem Königreich von Blaustein, die unsere Feinde waren. Wir sozusagen präventiv einmarschiert sind, um da zu verhindern, dass sie mobilisieren können, und haben tatsächlich dann diesen Krieg auch gewonnen, unter anderem, weil die blausteinischen Truppen eine wichtige Hafenstadt zerstört haben von Liezen und Liezen sich dann unserer Seite angeschlossen hat, lustigerweise, und dann angefangen hat zu mobilisieren. Und dann hat Blauenstein aufgegeben, logischerweise, weil sie deutlich weniger Truppen gehabt hätten am Ende. Und in einer vertrackten strategischen Situation waren, aus der sie so nicht wieder rausgekommen wären. Und dann hat sich Marschall halt auch offiziell zum Kaiser krönen lassen, und da mein Charakter ein überzeugter Republikaner war und es in der Lore sowieso auch einen starken Republikanismus noch gab, haben wir am 25. Dezember 1804 in unserer fiktiven Welt einen Staatsstreich ausgeführt und den Kaiser ins Exil getrieben und die Republik wiederhergestellt. Und damit ist dann die 1805-Kampagne gestartet, aus der das hier ein Teil ist. Sozusagen eins der Endkapitel dieser 1805-Kampagne, wo wir versucht haben, die Republik zu demokratisieren gegen den Widerstand des Senats, in dem die alten Eliten saßen, und darüber ist es dann zum Bürgerkrieg gekommen. Und seitdem kämpfen wir unter herben Verlusten auf beiden Seiten diesen Krieg. Und wie gesagt, ich war schon totgesagt vor einigen Monaten im Spiel und bin jetzt mit einer Armee zurückgekehrt im Versuch, die Hauptstadt zu nehmen, und wir wurden hier abgefangen. unglücklicherweise haben es nicht geschafft, den Fluss zu überqueren. Das ist das Szenario. Alright, so Peter will be my umpire today. He's been running the strategic military campaign side, or military side of the campaign. And yeah, quite a nice guy. So we are missing one of our commanders who didn't sleep very well and had to go. But that's not that much of an issue. We will just replace him. Ich dachte, es gab einen Kongress aller Bürgerkriegsfraktionen. Das ist korrekt, Amentus. In St. Praha gab es einen Friedenskongress, an dem insbesondere aber die externen Mächte beteiligt waren, also Altmark und...
Hello, gentlemen. We're getting moving. So I understand Lake's dropped out because he's exhausted.
Yes.
That's fair.
Right.
Lou, I missed who Lou's command is. Is Lou taking the moderates or?
Yes.
Okay, great. No problem. I had that down as Sergey, but I hadn't focused on the fact I was just noticing he isn't here. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if Carter is here right now.
He said he can be pinged, I think.
Okay.
Ping with a text report. He responded kind. Okay.
Yeah, I did so in the red discussion, but if he wants to stay mobile command, then I'll just take the guards. They are deployed as reserves anyway, so that's not much of an issue. If that's okay for you, Justin.
That's fine. I just pinged him to say he's being offered the guard command if he wishes in red discussion. No problem. I will unlabel Lake. And we'll be moving shortly.
So, um auf die Frage zurückzukommen, ja, es gab einen Kongress, da waren aber die Außenmächte sozusagen, die in den Krieg eingetreten sind, beteiligt, im Wesentlichen Altmark, Liezen und das Kaiserreich Zakina, das ja dann aufgetaucht ist, eigentlich zu unserer Unterstützung kommen wollte. Naja. Und dann natürlich die Senatoren der alten Republik und die moderaten Kräfte nicht mehr, weil es ja da irgendwie diesen Kampf gab zwischen Mackay und Achilles und so. Mackay ist darum geflohen, soweit ich weiß, auf dem Weg in die Kolonien irgendwo hin. Deswegen kämpft hier auch eine der moderaten Divisionen an unserer Seite, weil ich sie in Rumini getroffen habe und überreden konnte, sie wollten eigentlich bezahlt werden und dann abhauen. Ich konnte sie dazu überreden, sich uns anzuschließen. Die Senatoren sind ziemlich zu den Externen, ja, völlig richtig. Genau, und die haben eine Verfassung und es war auch, Gantelet war auch dran beteiligt, also sozusagen für uns, für die Republik. Das war ja der größte Verrat überhaupt. Die haben einen Frieden geschlossen, eine neue Verfassung erlassen dort, nach der Senat bestehen bleibt und ein König gewählt werden soll. und Robbins ist ja am Stream snipen. Genau, für uns in Anführungszeichen, so ist es. ohne Autorisierung das überhaupt zu tun, weil Robin von den Spielleitern gehindert wurde, an diesem Kongress teilzunehmen. Naja. Und dann war das Problem, dass ja irgendwie niemand auf dem Schirm hatte, dass es uns noch gibt. Und deswegen dieser Frieden ja schon geschlossen war, obwohl die militärische Kampagne noch gar nicht so weit fortgeschritten war zeitlich. Das heißt, eigentlich sozusagen zurückgespult hätte werden müssen. Also ich hatte da meine Truppen irgendwie 2 Wochen vor diesem Friedensschluss noch hin und her befohlen und Briefe geschrieben an Mackay und an Ninja, also an Altmark und auch an Sakina. Und die wurden aber jetzt einfach rausgenommen. Also für die hat man die Zeit nicht zurückgedreht. Die haben jetzt einfach diesen Frieden geschlossen und das Land verlassen. Weswegen wir ja auch ganz alleine hier stehen. Weil diese Avalonia-Kampagne ja schon gestartet ist. Und Justin und Damon und so weiter, die sind da alle beteiligt und die sollten jetzt nicht nochmal parallel deswegen zurück sozusagen kommen. Und naja, alles sehr unglücklich gelaufen. Kann man, glaube ich, so sagen. Ja, da kann man sich die Haare raufen, ganz genau. Ganz genau. Alright, so that was just some campaign discussion we had here, because Rob Shop and Amentis are and were players in the campaign. And we all agree on some issues regarding how things were resolved and lack of synchronization between the military campaign, the political campaign and such. But I hope that will be improved for the next campaign, the year 1806. And if we will live to experience that year, we shall see today. Although I don't know, Amentis, are you still in jail somewhere in Lietzen, or did they set you free after the peace? No, I mean, Robin is on the other side of the river. He's his brother or whatnot today. So, both of you will survive the day, but I might not. This time I might die for real. Who knows? And again, I'm wondering what's taking the umpires so long to get going. I mean, everything was prepared in advance. Maybe we can find out in the debriefing after the battle.
Good day, gentlemen.
Hello.
Hello. For clarity, one more time, I've got Luke's in 2 places. Is he the 2nd Division moderates, or is he 4th Division with the dismounted cavalry?
He is moderates. Crusader took the dismounted 4th cavalry.
I'll relabel that. All right, fantastic. And Carter has given a thumbs up. Has he said anything to you?
Nope.
Okay, he probably means he's taking the guard. I will operate on that assumption.
Okay.
Which means that the lights are just going to be under the guard division, I guess. Which is still under him, just more detached.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I will replace Lake with Carter on this token. Alright, when you're ready, just go into your respective channels and we will be starting shortly.
Alright.
Thank you. Sorry, briefing stuff. Did you pass on the extra information I gave you early? You had that information earlier because you were organized earlier, but just you have contact reports. You have contacts you've visible lancers to the south of the dismounted cavalry, and you've visible dragoons southeast of the light brigade, the 6th Brigade. Your 6th Brigade currently has skirmishes across the river, across the run, but ready to fall back. And you can see the head of a column emerging from the trees east of Payne, and a small body of cavalry at the Payne house itself.
Alright.
Okay. Alright. I'll ask you to step into your respective channels, and they'll be moving shortly. Thank you.
Will do, thank you.
Okay.
Well, good luck then, everybody.
Yeah, good luck.
Alright. Okay, so it seems we got, if he doesn't got that confused, we even got dragoons over here. So light cavalry, dragoons, light cavalry, and an infantry column passing through the woods, defiling through the woods, as one says. Interesting. Maybe I should put on some music again in the background, although I still haven't found any Napoleonic sort of music under Creative Commons, so we will have to go with pipe and drums, American Civil War stuff again. And now let me see where I have that playlist. It is here, I believe. Indeed it is. And I need to turn down the volume a little bit. Probably still too loud. And after the stream I will be sitting here again with that tune in my ear for the whole day. Let me know if that's alright for volume wise, or whether it's too loud or whatever. Bum, 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 bum. So let me see, Carter should be all the worst chance you got out of order, just reorder them. Oh, und da meint es, danke für den Resub. Sehe ich ja jetzt erst richtig. Danke, danke, danke. So, jetzt kann es aber auch langsam mal losgehen. Lang genug gewartet. Fast eine Stunde schon. Fast eine Stunde schon. So, what are your impressions, ideas on this scenario, on the situation we find ourselves in? Do you think the strategy we've chosen here is the right one? Would you have done things differently? I must say I was contemplating whether to play it more aggressively with like maybe a line here and then fall back to this line and then fall back to this line and fall back to this line and so on, but we decided to play it more or less static. But I can give you a little bit more of an overview of the overall situation of the map. Remember, over here is the pontoon bridge we were supposed to cross initially but decided not to do it, but relocate to this position over there. Would be interested in hearing your opinions on that. Also, auch nochmal die Frage auf Deutsch. Was haltet ihr von unserem strategischen Ansatz, dass wir wegverlegt haben von dieser nicht haltbaren Pontonbrücke hier hoch und uns entschieden haben, sehr statisch zu spielen? Ich hatte schon gerade erwähnt, man hätte auch offensiver sozusagen verteidigen können mit mehreren Rückfalllinien. Wir haben jetzt hier nur 2, 3 eigentlich im Grunde. Yeah, fighting with the river to our backs. Yeah, that's subpar, so to say. Yeah, that's true, but at least that's I mean, that's always a big problem. And historically, that would probably have been one of the worst things one could do. On the other hand, we are outnumbered 2-1. At least that's what our intel tells us. Maybe the enemy is even stronger, who knows. So we needed a position that is where we could bring the few forces we have to bear against the enemy. And that means this river is sort of protecting our flank, as are the woods, hopefully. So basically we only have to fight along this line and then the muddy run. And as long as we don't get a mass panic here with our soldiers trying to run wherever they want to go and save their lives across Hazel River, then we should be in a good position, I think. Ja, die Hügel sind schon ganz gut und dann dazu nochmal den Bach davor und so weiter, das glaube ich, ja, naja. Schauen wir mal, ich bin sehr gespannt. Ich glaube, Achilles, der Oberkommandierende auf der anderen Seite, ist ein nicht so erfahrener Kriegsspieler, aber ein Veteran nichtsdestotrotz. Nichtsdestotrotz, glaube ich, ein sehr erfahrener Tabletop-Miniaturenspieler auf jeden Fall und Wargamer insgesamt und hat auch militärischen Hintergrund. Ich habe mit ihm in der Kampagne einige Male gesprochen. Ein gefährlicher Gegner, glaube ich, ein gefährlicher Gegner. Kann mal einen Screenshot für jemanden nehmen. Was ist denn hier los? Jetzt geht's. Und da ist der erste Screenshot. Jo. Keine Überraschung, wie auch. Das Einzige, was wir sehen, sind noch zusätzliche Hindernisse, die die Pioniere gebaut haben. Um hier Kavallerieangriffe zu verhindern. Und sie sind hier noch dabei, die aufzubauen. Ansonsten können wir von da aus noch nichts weiter sehen. Ich muss die Musik noch mal ein kleines bisschen leiser machen, wenn gleich Peter reinkommt. Muss ich ihn schließlich auch hören können. And there he is. Peter, hello.
Oh yeah. How you doing?
I'm fine, how are you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Great.
Okay. So look, I've given you a little visual report and verbal report is there's no action at the moment.
Okay.
But obviously you know the enemy is close upon you, so.
Yes. Alright.
Do you give no other orders? Do you want to move to any other location?
I'm thinking about that. Let me see how far is all that away. Yeah, I will probably move down to the brown farm and try to get a view across to the south.
No worries. Right. We'll sort that out for you.
Thank you very much. Ja, als Oberbefehlshaber muss man nicht so viele, wenn man nur einen einzigen Spielstein hat, nämlich sich selbst. Wobei ich habe noch die berittene Artillerie hier zur Verfügung. So what was the game time again? 1330. 1:30 p.m. Okay, so assuming nightfall, we are in almost end of October, should be about around 5 or 6 p.m. That gives hope. That gives hope. Let me ask the umpire. Around 5 p.m. End of October. So our hope is again to hold this position until nightfall and then try to sneak away to the southeast to the capital. Although let me take a look at the campaign map. There it is. Although you cannot see it, I believe. Let me show you. There it is. Ah, come on. A little bit bigger here. So, our army was marching from. So, the Republic is still in control of this peninsula over here. The Brancha Peninsula. Sort of from this river here and then into the mountains and all that up. We have divisions deployed there. And we did march this way and then send via the fleet, sent 2 divisions to Rosier, that was Dubois' force, who then occupied Montcalm, and then was marching via Bise and is now marching via Filon-deux onto the capital Vermionville, and we were marching this sort of way. We know that the enemy forces were at Jouy. They did scout us here at Rumigny, and we decided to try and cross through the woods, defensible terrain, to join Dubois' forces over there. And that failed, and now we are about, somewhere in this area. So regarding the Brandy Station map in the background, we are probably somewhere here. And the idea would be to get around the enemy force, then take this road quickly and join Dubois at Vermionville. Also, we are, I don't know if there are more bridges here, probably yes, but otherwise we have to go via Palville or something like that. But anyways, we want to take the capital, that's our main objective. We see if that plays out. And now back to the other overlay, yep. Ich schreibe gerade nebenbei noch hier mit John. Jo, das habe ich jetzt auch gerade mal beendet. Weil er ein neues Regelsystem in einem Spiel ausprobiert, in dem ich dabei bin und eine Rückmeldung wollte, aber jetzt bin ich gerade erstmal hier in dem Livestream und das hat da Vorrang, bevor ich jetzt hier eine halbe Stunde sitze, nochmal die Regeln lese und ihm eine Rückmeldung dazu gebe. Es ist ziemlich warm, kann das sein? Es wird immer wärmer, habe ich das Gefühl. Heute sind hohe Temperaturen angesagt hier. Wie viel haben wir denn aktuell so? Das Gefühl 33 Grad. Ja, moin. Das mag ich ja. Wobei, heute geht es mir einigermaßen gut. Gestern hatte ich ziemlich Kopfschmerzen. Da bin ich ein bisschen wetterempfindlich. Alright, so. Anybody else in the chat who has an opinion on our deployment or thoughts on where the enemy might attack us? That's another thing we don't know. I mean, we have sighting of enemy units here, and an infantry column. So that's cavalry, the dots, and infantry column. attacking this fort basically. But other than that, we don't know much. There might be more coming up this road, or behind these guys this road, or maybe there's another division marching along this road. Who knows? Sure, we will find out at some point, but yeah, that's it. Not sure if Carter is back with us. If anybody else is streaming. I know that Marshall wanted to stream on the IKS YouTube later on, so he will have the umpire table view, I think, and maybe he will just also come by and do some interviews with us. Might be interesting. Let me quickly see whether he is already online. He is! IKS 1805 final battle, as he keeps calling it. This cannot be the final battle, as there are still divisions marching about the countryside, but he's that kind of guy who's if he has an idea, that's reality for him. Anyways, I know he wants to end this chapter and start next year campaign, so there's that. Which is too bad, but anyways. So if you want to see the overall situation, you should probably go to the IKS, the International Kriegsspiel Society's YouTube channel, and have a look there. I cannot take a look. I would like to drop some words in the chat there, but I obviously cannot, because I assume he has the umpire view and thus would see the enemy formations there on the stream, and I don't want to be a stream sniper. What I wanted to check is if Carter would be streaming. Carter. Oops. No, he is not, it appears. Or does he actually have several channels? Let me see his nickname. Oh yes, he has. And still he's not streaming there. If he's not streaming on Twitch, which I do not know. But anyways. Okay. Welcome to everybody who just joined the stream. There are a few people here. Nice to have you with us today. Schön, dass ihr dabei seid, dass ihr zuschaut. Einige Leute jetzt dazugekommen. Und wenn ihr irgendwelche Fragen habt, stellt sie gerne in den Chat. Ich weiß, das Kriegsspiel, also wir spielen das hier als eine Art, wie kann ich das denn mal erklären? Das ist also wir spielen das als eine Rollenspielkampagne auf einer strategisch-diplomatisch-wirtschaftlichen Ebene die militärische Ebene war sozusagen bisher rein strategisch. Und das ist jetzt eine der wenigen Schlachten, die wir in diesem Kampagnenjahr 1805 in unserer fiktiven Welt live spielen als Kriegsspiel. Und Kriegsspiel ist, auch wenn es so brachial militärisch klingt, ist mal erfunden worden als militärisches Trainingstool, aber auch gleichzeitig Unterhaltungsspiel. Und so spielen wir es auch in der International Kriegsspiel Society. Nicht um jetzt uns irgendwie militärisch auszubilden oder sowas, sondern aus Interesse an Geschichte und auch an Spielen, und weil die Besonderheit mit dem Kriegsnebel, also dadurch, dass es Double Blind gespielt wird, das heißt, alle SpielerInnen sitzen an ihrem eigenen Tisch sozusagen und bewegen die Steinchen da nach ihrem besten Wissen und Gewissen und Glauben, wo sie denn sind, und basierend auf den Berichten, die sie bekommen von den SpielleiterInnen. Nur die Umpires, die SpielleiterInnen, haben quasi einen Tisch, wo alle Spielsteine drauf sind und die alle bewegen, und von dem aus sie dann die Berichte geben. Und jede Aktion, die SpielerInnen im Spiel machen, jeder Befehl und so weiter, läuft über die Umpires, die SpielleiterInnen, die das Ganze umsetzen und bestimmte Faktoren berücksichtigen dabei. Ja, wie sind die Bodenverhältnisse oder ist da ein Offizier dabei? Gehen die Befehle irgendwie verloren? All solche Sachen. Das spielt dann eine ganz große Rolle und dadurch ist es so ein besonderes Spielerlebnis, weil man eigentlich nie wirklich weiß, wie die Gesamtsituation aussieht. Ja, wie gesagt, ich habe jetzt hier Berichte bekommen, dass hier leichte Kavallerie irgendwie uns aufklärt und dass hier eine Infanteriekolonne diese Straße entlang kommt. Aber mehr weiß ich nicht. Ich weiß aber, dass insgesamt der Gegner wohl ungefähr doppelt so viele Kräfte haben soll wie wir hier. Und basierend darauf mussten wir sozusagen entscheiden als Team dann, wo wir unsere Truppen einsetzen wollen, wie wir die einsetzen wollen und einen Plan entwickeln. Und den werden wir jetzt anpassen müssen, basierend auf den unvollständigen Informationen, die wir im Laufe des Spieles von den Spielleitern bekommen. Das macht das Ganze super, super spannend. Also selbst wenn ihr überhaupt gar keinen Bezug habt zu irgendwie militärischem Zeug, irgendwie so Krieg und Strategie und Taktik und sowas, und wenn ihr keinen Bezug zur Geschichte habt, probiert es trotzdem mal aus. Kommt gerne auf meinem Discord-Kanal mal vorbei, da machen wir ab und zu dann rein deutschsprachige Spiele. Da seid ihr sehr gerne gesehen, auch als AnfängerInnen. Wenn ihr das noch nie gespielt habt, aber sehr gerne mal ausprobieren möchtet, kommt gerne vorbei. Es würde mich super freuen. Und wenn ihr kein Problem mit Englisch habt und gleich sozusagen in die große Community wollt, seid ihr herzlich eingeladen, der International Kriegsspiel Society beizutreten. Auf kriegsspiel.org findet ihr einen Link zum Discord-Server mit mittlerweile über 700 Mitgliedern weltweit. Eine großartige Community, wie ich finde. Und ein sehr reger Austausch, und da kommen wir dann wieder zurück, wenn ihr dann doch Interesse an Militärgeschichte und dergleichen habt, gibt es da sehr regen Austausch über die verschiedenen Epochen und die Kriegsführung da und wie das hier in den Spielsystemen abgebildet werden sollte oder nicht und was zu kompliziert ist. Und darum geht es ja auch. Also wir benutzen keine original historischen Regelwerke jetzt von Reiswitz und so weiter. Das ist das 1824er Regelwerk von Reiswitz, ist sozusagen das erste richtige Kriegsspiel, auf das immer Bezug genommen wird, das aber viel zu detailreich ist und zu kleinteilig und irgendwie 2-Minuten-Züge hat und Munitionsverbrauch und einzelne Verluste und so weiter, alles wird da irgendwie nachvollzogen. Dauert natürlich Ewigkeiten, macht keinen großen Spaß, das so zu spielen. Deswegen haben wir in der International Kriegsspiel Society verschiedene Systeme, die verschiedene Perspektiven auf die jeweiligen Epochen werfen und die Kriegsführung da und andere Dinge berücksichtigen. Das ist auch eine sehr spannende Sache. Generell finde ich, wenn es um historisierende Spiele geht, in diesem Fall sage ich mal jetzt Brettspiele, auch wenn wir das ja digital spielen, übers Internet, dass man sehr schön im Kontext der Spielentwicklung, Spieldesigns, des Regeldesigns sehr schön nachvollziehen kann, wie eigentlich Geschichtsschreibung funktioniert. Ja? Also wie jeder Spieldesigner in andere Vorstellungen und Interpretationen von der Vergangenheit hatte, das in andere Regeln überführt, übersetzt, auch wenn das vielleicht sich nur in Nuancen unterscheidet. Und so funktioniert im Grunde ja Geschichtswissenschaft dann natürlich noch stärker methodisch und so weiter und alles, was dazu kommt, aber im Grunde ja auch. Das macht es wirklich sehr, sehr spannend, finde ich, und weitet die Perspektive auch, dass Spiele insgesamt immer eine Interpretation und Aussage über die Vergangenheit treffen. Das macht es eigentlich so, für mich persönlich so spannend, solche Art von Spielen zu spielen und auch sich Gedanken über die Regelwerke und so weiter zu machen. Yeah. So that was just me rambling on about why I love playing Kriegsspiel and how I think that rules development or rules designing, game designing of analog and also digital games sort of represents the thought process historians have when it comes to interpreting the past and writing history, so to say. So every game is an interpretation of the past, and it is in fact, as we as players are perceiving it in the act of play, impacting our understanding of the past. So there's that. Now I'm driving into game studies That's probably not supposed to be the topic of today's stream. It rather is the game, but we are waiting for another Umpire Report. Wir warten auf einen Bericht von den SpielleiterInnen. Der eigentlich jederzeit kommen sollte jetzt. So viel kann ja auch noch gar nicht passiert sein. Alle marschieren noch durch die Gegend. 4 Kämpfe werden wohl nicht stattfinden. Vielleicht die Plänkler hier, dass die gegen die Kavallerie hier kämpfen, aber da sie sehr anfällig für Kavallerie sind, werden sie sich vermutlich über den Bach zurückziehen und wieder ihren Bataillonen anschließen. Oder die Bataillone fallen zurück und lassen den Plänklerschirm hier vorne zurück, um den Rückzug zu decken. Im Gegensatz, vielleicht können wir da ja trotzdem so ein bisschen drüber sprechen. Das Ganze, wie gesagt, ist von napoleonischen Kriegen inspiriert. Vermillon, die Republik Vermillon ist tatsächlich, sozusagen, soll Frankreich in Anführungszeichen abbilden. Diese Bataillone, die kämpfen normalerweise in Linienformation oder als Angriffskolonnen, aber das ist vielleicht nochmal so ein anderes Detail. Und im Gegensatz dazu kämpfen die Plänkler in offenen Formationen, benutzen Deckung und so weiter, während die Infanteristen in der Linie quasi alle in einer Reihe stehen oder in mehreren Reihen hintereinander und auf den Gegner feuern, aber sich nicht großartig irgendwie hinknien und solche Späßchen oder Deckung benutzen, es sei denn mal vielleicht eine Schanze oder so, wie wir sie hier oben aufgeworfen haben. Und die Plänkler bewegen sich relativ leicht. Darum können sie sogenanntes Fire and Retire machen. Das heißt, sie stehen in versetzten Linien, die vordere Reihe schießt, lässt sich zurückfallen, lädt nach, die nächste Reihe schießt, lässt sich zurückfallen, lädt nach und so weiter. Das ist die Idee, warum die Plänkler hier so vorgeschoben sind. Aber ja, das macht sie, diese offene Formation macht sie sehr, sehr anfällig für Kavallerieangriffe. Deswegen werden diese sicherlich bald zurückziehen. So. A very short excursus on skirmishes here. And also maybe interesting when it comes to French Napoleonic skirmishes. So voltigeurs and tirailleurs, and what else do we have? In the guard they were called flankers, I believe, and then chasseurs à pied. So hunters on foot. Those actually most of the time used the standard musket, the standard infantry musket, which was a 1770 something model, I believe, throughout the entirety of the coalitionary wars, so Republican or Revolutionary Wars and Napoleonic Wars. Sometimes they used, or some of the formation, I think the légers, so the designated light infantry, they used musketoons or even carbines, I think. They were also smaller soldiers to be able to use cover more effectively. Whereas the voltigeur units, the company, so each battalion consists of several companies, and they usually had one grenadier company on the right, I think, and one light company, so voltigeurs in case of the French, on their left, I think. Yeah, I believe so. And I think they were just armed with regular muskets like the line infantry was. So. And then this brigade, though, is supposed to be a light brigade, so all of these are voltigeurs. But these battalions over here, they will have a grenadier company and a voltigeur company, and they will probably also spread out their skirmishes along the slopes of these hills at Brown Farm. Yeah, I already moved my token, although I haven't gotten any reports, so I'll be moving down here to take a look through my spying glasses in this direction and see the enemy approach. And Carter seems to be back. That's good to know. All right. VOL is with Robin, so it appears they are still taking orders, or they are given reports already for the next turn, but I haven't received mine yet. Schauen wir mal, wann mein Bericht kommt. Der Zeit nach. Wie viel Zeit ist jetzt vergangen? 20 Minuten. And Peter is back. Hello.
Alright, so as you can see, I've not sent you a screenshot. So that's because the table crashed before I one, but and it hasn't come back on yet. So I've got to just verbally tell you what you can see. So you've moved to brown. You probably go and speak to whoever is the commander there now in this next quarter of an hour section. But what you can't see any enemy movement as such, but you notice movement off into the distance to your south. So around about 6 to 7 squares, you can see things happening in that kind of area.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And when I can get a screenshot to you, I will do.
Yeah, no worries, no problem.
Who is the commander next to you? Because you can probably jump in with him right now if you wanted.
Yeah, that should be Lev. I can just jump down to him.
Yeah. You can go ahead and do that now.
Yep. Thank you, Peter. Hello.
Hello. Is Carter still commanding the lights initially, or no?
I believe he is.
Okay, because Justin gave me reports for the lights, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's, I will probably report to you anyways.
Okay. Have you
So
heard?
there appears to be some more movement to the south. I think the infantry or whatever might be engaging the skirmishers.
Yeah, last I heard the infantry was on its way.
What was that? They went to the square?
No, last I heard the enemy infantry was on their way, and the cavalry hadn't engaged.
Okay, cool.
If the lights have engaged, should we pull them back, or?
Yeah, maybe fire and retire, so slow the enemy down, move back.
Yeah, just tell them to fall back like one grid at a time or something.
Yeah. But given the situation, I could probably write down and talk to Carter directly and figure out if he's there and what he's doing right now.
Sure. If you want to check on the lights, that would be good, I think.
Yeah, I can do that next turn.
Let's see what my report is. Oh yeah, there's a unit that's like in front of our entrenchments. I'm not sure what it's doing there.
These are the engineers, the pioneers, building stuff at the slopes.
Okay, do I need to tell them to get back, or should I just leave
No,
them
they are just doing their thing.
Okay.
Setting up some obstacles on the slopes for cavalry.
Yeah, I think
And then afterwards they will move to the east to start building breastworks along this small creek there.
Okay.
Yeah, so today a pretty static command that is. Have you played many live games already?
Let me think. No, I think this might be my third, I'm not sure. Third or second.
Okay.
But I've been playing some play-by-post ones.
Yeah.
We had a small issue with the Steam update, but we are back online.
That's
Okay.
good.
So what you can see, I've Yeah, the 6th Brigade is reporting to you as well as to Carter, who believes is still currently commanding them.
Okay.
In the south and east, you can see they report, and you can vaguely see from your heights a horseman in red standing there, and also a column of, you guess from relative heights, foot marching out onto the heights to the southeast of 6th. The skirmishers there are reluctant to push forward because cavalry, but they're observing from close enough that they can fall back across the creek.
I see. The cavalry is way out of the range of our guns, right?
Not way out, but your gunners don't think they can do anything to them at that range now.
Yeah, okay. Better just save that mission. So the enemy infantry is marching onto the heights, or the ridge.
Yes. Sorry? Onto the ridge, south and southeast of you.
Yeah.
The 6th was also reporting that they can see further enemy infantry arriving at the Payne farm to your southwest.
Well, I think we pull the 6th back then, right? Yeah, if they're moving onto the ridge.
That's Carter's decision for now. Let them be there.
Okay, I'm just afraid that they might get cut off if the enemy get on the ridge, and then they have cavalry south of them and enemy infantry to their east, and they won't be able to get back here. Does Carter know that they're moving onto the ridge?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Presumably they're reporting to Carter as well. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't think the cavalry can easily cross given the weather situation and ground situation, the Muddy Creek, so should be alright.
Yeah, given the creek situation, you think it's probably unsafe for them to cross anywhere except for at known crossings.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I guess the skirmishers should just do whatever they can within reason and try and stay far away from the cavalry. And other than that, we're just going to stay here and burn.
Alright, thank you.
I got
Thank you,
it from Robin, but I have to do it in person. Not from Robin, from Carter. I have to do it in person. Because he didn't send a letter, he sent a rider.
Okay, but did he send it this turn or did he send it last turn?
Now.
Okay, well then it'll arrive next turn.
It'll arrive next. Now.
If you send it now, it'll arrive in 1 update's time.
No, he sent it last turn, so it arrives now.
Okay, go ahead.
So the rider says originally he was from the front line, from the 6th E, so right at the front with the skirmishers. He said that he rode back and he said he saw a lot of smoke and potential enemies near them. So he rode back to Carter, tell Carter that there's potential enemies, and then Carter ordered to go to you to report to you their potential enemies. That's it.
Where were the enemies?
South of, the skirmishers.
Yeah.
So the guy said that there are potential enemies near them.
Okay, we probably saw like dust clouds or something.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay, fair
That's
enough.
the message.
Thanks.
I'll go back.
Yeah. So then we have enemy infantry moving in south of the skirmishers and enemy infantry moving onto the ridge in the southeast. And we have cavalry still at Payne, I think, on the hill.
Probably, yeah.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, I'm hello. I am live streaming.
So am I.
And I already got Achilles' kind of view or vantage point of the battle.
Yeah.
Now I want to get yours. What's the situation? What's your read on the enemy? What's the plan? What do you want to share with all of the people watching the live stream right now?
Vive la Republik. So the overall situation is that the Republican forces, numbering about 9 divisions, are marching on the capital, Vermionville. And unfortunately, we are separated by the big major river that runs through it. So we have 2 divisions on the east bank, and we were cut off because the current is running strong and the pontoon wouldn't really hold up and provide a secure passage across the river. So we decided to give it up, and deploy here at Hazel River and Muddy Run, because we thought that would be a feasible defensible position against a force that is assumed to be double the size than our forces we have at hand. That is double the cavalry amount mounted and double the strength in total. So the overall plan is to survive the day and inflict as many casualties on the enemy as we can. And then in the cover of the night, which should probably be, given that we are in end October, about 5 p.m. or so, so let's say 6 or 7, try to sneak away to the south and join Dubois' divisions at the capital. Our main defensive line is here at the Brown Farm, with some field works and obstacles against cavalry attacks and such. And from there we'll see how it goes. We have one mounted cavalry division either to counter enemies crossing the Kuhn forts there and pin them in place so that our artillery can play on them, or to go along route and circle around for a flanking attack. Who knows?
Which side has Sam Miller?
Sam's on the other team.
Ah. Well.
Yep.
Well, I think we know what the outcome's gonna be, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Everyone's recovering from cold, so I have this cough. Justin, you can tell he's been sick. You hear it in his voice.
Yeah.
We've all, I mean, everybody in the IKS. You had a vacation, and now you're back, and you're having this kind of dicey week.
Yep.
We've been talking the past few days. Everybody is it's just kind of chaos. It's the start of the summer season, at least here in the United States for us, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
The kids are out of school and everything, but yeah, everything is in a state of flux, if you will, change.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
How fitting.
So, what if you don't win? What if, I mean, how much work have you put into the character of Jan Heinemann in the Republic? First Consul Heinemann. How much work have you done for the role play here?
Oh, so much. I mean, I'm still need to catch up with the book thingy, but I don't know how many pages I've written by now. More than 60, and there's a lot going on. I mean, that's what I love about the campaign. It's put all the unfortunate things aside, the chaos we had with resolving the strategic military layer and all that stuff, but the role-playing investment is high, and there's so much lore and different interesting characters and so on going on, and that's what I really appreciate.
So, how many chapters did you devote to the Emperor's dogs? Did you put both of them in one chapter, or one chapter for each dog?
They don't have a dedicated chapter, but they are of course mentioned several times. Yeah.
As appropriate. So that the people who get are watching the live stream get the joke is I was actually the Emperor. Jan rebelled against me. And deposed me as emperor and took over the Vermilion Republic. And one of the idiosyncrasies, I thought, if I'm going to have this emperor character, he has to have some really bizarre weirdness, because all very powerful people are just kind of weird in some bizarre way. So in my personal life, I've got 3 dogs. And the dogs are pretty important. And so I thought, well, what if the Emperor had this ridiculous, outsized devotion to these 2 dogs? Like, they're the most important thing in his world, to the point that when the Emperor talks about anything, he mentions the dogs first. It's a joke, but, one of those things. But yes, Jan has written a book. I've read the first few parts of it. I don't think I have access to it anymore, or at least the last time I looked, it was not updated. So It's been a while, but we're looking forward to reading it. And it remains to be seen if this is going to be the last chapter or if this is going to just be the first volume. You know, this could just be the first volume or it could be the last chapter. How does that make you feel?
A bit nervous, but on the other side, on the other hand, I was supposed to be dead before, so there's that, and only
that's true. You did experience an unfortunate accident, as I recall.
Yeah, Dave allowed me a die roll, and I was lucky enough to survive.
Yes. All right. Well, hang in there, and it's a big deal. People, we invest a lot in the role play and the character development. We write stories. It's a hobby. It's something to do. It's fun and it's entertaining and it's rewarding. And personally, I found that it's a way of learning about myself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it really has some actual practical real world value because you learn more about yourself and other people and so on. And I don't know, it's just a very insightful thing to do. So good luck, Jan, and we'll see how this battle goes, okay?
Yeah, talk to you later.
All right, talk to you soon.
We both know that if we lose, you're just going to be sent to some island with 1,000 of your most honorable guardsmen.
And then I return as the Emperor did.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they just kill me.
That would be less romantic.
But yeah, I think they have put some thoughts into how to stabilize the system and get a more detailed economic system going that's not too much bogging down gameplay and all that stuff. So the next chapter of the campaign should be interesting. Although the Republic, or now the new kingdom or whatever, will be a bit hampered by the effect of the civil war, the devastation of crops and infrastructure and so on.
I see.
Which is unfortunate because from the October War against Lietzen and Blaustein, we should have gotten a lot of reparations. So I think most of them went to the imperialist forces then during the Civil War.
Is there anyone else involved in the war?
What is
or
that?
is it just the Civil War?
Then when the Civil War broke out, the external nations of Altmark, Lietzen, and eventually also the Empire of Tsarkina sent troops into Vermilion.
I see.
And they were involved in this peace treaty at St. Praha, which just happened sort of like 2 weeks ago in this world. And they decided on giving away the colonies to Altmark and reparations to Lietzen and a new constitution which has an elected king, keeps the Senate as the decision-making council there, and sort of restores the old order.
Are we inspiring the men with the ideology of liberty?
Yes.
Just having a talk about the lore.
From where you are, you can see a column moving to your southeast, like they're heading further north across the arc of the southeast. They're still outside the range of your guns. They seem to be marching directly towards your position at Wager.
Okay, they're marching, so they're not following the road, they're just marching straight to Valkyrie.
Okay.
Yep. They're going across the ridge line. They're heading for Wager. A very wide, it's a long line of whatever it is, probably foot, given the speed they're going.
Can I like gauge how many regiments it is?
Not really, not this distance. You'd guess it's some thousands.
Okay, so it's more than one, basically.
Yeah, it's a solid column. Your guesstimate, your practice die says it's probably in divisional strength.
Okay.
Reports from the 6th indicate that there are multiple brigades advancing on them from the southwest, as well as the cavalry forming on the flat directly opposite the skirmishers.
Okay, and Carter is still in command of that, right?
Yes.
Then I trust that he will give them the orders they need.
Okay.
And, okay. And, nothing is in range of the artillery.
Not yet, no. I mean, the artillery probably won't fire at extreme range, but if they think they have a target they can solidly hit, they'll fire without orders to the contrary.
Okay. What do you think, Jan?
I think for now we are good. I believe the skirmishers will pull back on their own when they are faced by cavalry. And I will probably then move over to Wager Farm and order the horse artillery battery forward to deploy there.
Yeah. Do you maybe want to move something between Brown and Wagner, like the guards we have in the rear?
We keep them in reserve for now, but they can certainly plug this gap if needed, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And should we maybe... what about the guys we have north of... west of Kuhn in the forest?
What's that? The light guard infantry? Yeah, we keep them there for now, because I don't think there will only be one infantry division engaging us. So we should cover that area as well.
Yeah, it does seem like one division is moving to Wagner and one to Brown. Have you heard anything from Munford?
Not yet.
Okay.
So no orders at this time?
No, just give the men their rations of liquor.
No problem. Thank you.
You too.
Okay, Jan, I'm not going to give you a report now because you've already heard
Yes.
what I was going to tell you probably from Justin, but is there anywhere you want to go?
Yeah, I want to go over to the Wager Farm, whatever, and order the horse artillery battery, which is held in reserve, forward to deploy there at the farm.
Okay. Very good.
Great, thank you. Okay, liebe Leute. Amentus musste schon weiter, hat noch einen Termin. Schönen Tag ebenso, falls du noch ein Ohr hier drin hast. Wir haben Feinde gesichtet. Eine Kolonne, ich weiß nicht wie viele, ich habe jetzt einfach mal ein paar hier hingeworfen. Eine Kolonne Infanterie, außerdem stehen hier Dragoner und irgendwie Husaren. Ich weiß nicht, ob die hier sind oder hier. Vielleicht sind auch die Dragoner, die hier runtergekommen sind, bedrohen die Plänkler. Starke Infanteriekolonne, wahrscheinlich eine starke Division, marschiert hier in Richtung Wager Farm. Deswegen gehe ich jetzt selber darüber, um zu schauen, was hier los ist. Eventuell den Befehl über die Brigade zu übernehmen und die berittene Artillerie hier in Position zu bringen, damit wir das Deployment hier stören können, falls sie uns da attackieren sollten. Wobei wir ja annehmen, dass man den Bach gar nicht hier großartig überqueren kann. Wobei für Infanterie könnte das unter Umständen möglich sein. Wir haben noch keine Berichte hier drüben von Crusader bekommen. Bisher. Weiß nicht, ob da was abgeht oder nicht. Gehört haben wir jedenfalls noch nichts von Kampfhandlungen. Ist die Frage, ob wir Robin irgendwo mal hin beordern sollten oder nicht. Jetzt schon. Oder, naja, er ist ja am Aufklären hier drüben. Ja. Vielleicht reite ich selber mal zu dieser Furt hier oben und schaue, ob die passierbar ist. Als nächstes dann in der Zug danach. Das könnte vielleicht interessant sein. Einfach nur, es muss ja, die Soldaten müssen es ja nicht wissen, aber aus moraltechnischen Gründen, denn wenn es einen Ausweg gibt, dann sind sie auch wahrscheinlich eher geneigt wegzurennen. Aber um zu wissen, ob wir da sozusagen nochmal eine Verteidigungslinie hinter dem Haselfluss beziehen können, wäre ja eine Option, das zu tun. And again, a friendly hello and welcome to everybody in the chat, although not everybody is actively chatting. It's nice to have you here watching today. Schön, dass ihr alle dabei seid. Und wie immer nochmal der Hinweis, wenn ihr irgendwelche Fragen habt, immer gerne raus damit. Ja, ich werde mich auf diese Position bewegen mit der berittenen Artillerie. Wir werden mal schauen. Effektive Reichweite sind ungefähr 4 bis 5. Also wenn sie hier an den Hügel kommen oder versuchen sollten, den Bach zu überqueren, dann werden wir ihnen hier ein paar Kugeln um die Ohren schießen. Ansonsten werde ich wohl der jungen Garde hier, ja, 5. Gardebrigade, befehlen, hier mal Plänkler entlang des Baches in Stellung zu bringen. Das wäre doch recht hilfreich. Und ich habe übrigens gesehen, die haben tatsächlich auch die Namensbezeichnung automatisch. Das ist ja cool. Das sind hier so gescriptete Spielsteine, mit denen man theoretisch Munition und Verluste und sowas tracken kann, nachverfolgen kann. Und wenn man hier drauf klickt, plopp, mit Shift, dann spawnen die so Plänklersteinchen. Oder bei Ammo kommt Rauch raus, wenn sie schießen. Piu, piu. Und Moral kommt gar nichts. Okay. Und man kann theoretisch hier das Aussehen ändern. Sturmkolonne, Marschkolonne, Square, Karreeformation, Quadrat und Linienformation. Also Plänkler hier auszubringen, das wäre nochmal was Cooles, was man als nächstes machen könnte. Huch, ich habe mein Getränk gar nicht mit hergeholt. Das werde ich mal eben tun. Bin sofort wieder bei euch. Denn bei 30 Grad oder über 30 Grad im Schatten sollte man vielleicht mal ein bisschen mehr trinken als gewöhnlicherweise. Wobei ich eigentlich sagen muss, dass ich selber ziemlich viel Wasser trinke den ganzen Tag über. So folks, always stay hydrated. Oakley dokely. Oh, but why didn't the alert show up when Amentis was resubbing? I don't know. Das ist ja interessant. Da muss ich mir nochmal genauer anschauen. Naja, machen wir mal wieder ein bisschen Musik im Hintergrund an. Tralalala. Wie gesagt, ich würde sehr gerne eigentlich napoleonische Musik im Hintergrund spielen, aber ich kenne keine, die unter Creative Commons oder frei lizenziert wäre. Wenn ihr da was kennt, sagt mir gerne mal Bescheid. Das fügt ja doch so ein kleines bisschen zum Ambiente hinzu, sage ich mal. Andererseits passt die Musik auch zur Karte, denn wie gesagt, das ist aus dem amerikanischen Bürgerkrieg eine Karte, die per Photoshop bereinigt ist, glaube ich, die eigentlich die Schlacht bei Brandy Station hier zeigt. Und zwar, ja, hier sehen wir es, hier sind noch Einheiten zu sehen auf der Karte, die auch sonst überall eingezeichnet waren, aber ich meine, Damon hat sich da an Photoshop rangesetzt und die rauseditiert. Nur die beiden hat er scheinbar übersehen. Er macht einige coole Grafiksachen mit Karten und so für die International Kriegsspiel Society. Das ist ziemlich beeindruckend. Ja, so ein Amateur-GIMP-Grafikmensch. Photoshop nicht so richtig. Weil ich es nicht habe, aber weil ich nicht so die Ahnung davon habe. Man kann bestimmt auch mit GIMP so richtig coole Sachen machen, wie er das macht mit Photoshop. Aber ich kenne mich da einfach nicht so gut aus. Ja. Oh, da sind aber sehr viele Menschen im Empire Channel aktuell. Kann uns einige nur zuschauen. Naja, Marshall, der streamt einfach nur und redet über das Ganze. Wie gesagt, nochmal die Erinnerung, wenn ihr den Tisch der SpielleiterInnen sehen wollt, schaut auf International Kriegsspiel Society bei YouTube vorbei. Da werdet ihr den ganzen Tisch sehen und auch, wie Marshall schon vorhin angedeutet hat, Interviews mit anderen SpielerInnen von dem anderen Team zum Beispiel, auch von unserem Team hier. Das dürfte ziemlich cool sein. Und ich packe euch auch nochmal den Link zur International Kriegsspiel Society in den Chat, kriegsspiel.org. Wir bauen die Seite gerade neu auf, da sollen ganz viele Ressourcen noch drauf kommen, Kartenmaterial, Bücher, Buchempfehlungen, Downloads, alles mögliche, Order of Battles, was man so gebrauchen könnte für Kriegsspiel. Wir haben auch einige Shops da verlinkt, bei denen ihr Kriegsspiel-Steinchen, die Blöcke bestellen könnt, wenn ihr das analog mit Freundinnen spielen wollt. Denkt immer dran, dass ihr von jedem Team ein Set für den SpielleiterInnen-Tisch braucht und dann für jede SpielerInnen ein eigenes Set und entsprechend so viele Karten auch. Da gibt es ja einige, die das herstellen. Man kann so relativ einfach selber sich welche bauen mit Holz. Alte Domino-Steine oder Domino-Day-Steine zum Beispiel nehmen oder so und dann mit Stickern oder einfach draufzeichnen, draufmalen. Das ist alles möglich. Man muss nur darauf achten, dass die repräsentierten Einheitengrößen, also was auch immer das dann sein soll, Bataillon oder Regiment oder so, dann dem Kartenmaßstab irgendwie zuordnenbar ist. Wir spielen normalerweise, also diese Steinchen, die wir hier jetzt heute haben, sind inspiriert durch die alten von Reiswitz Spielsteine. Also eigentlich, also hier benutzen wir einen Stein als ein Bataillon. Normalerweise sind die Reiswitz-Steine Halbbataillone, was auch immer das sein soll. Und werden benutzt auf einer 1:8000 Karte. Da geht es also so um Detachement-Größen, was die Formation angeht. Das heißt also irgendwie ein Teil einer Division kämpft gegen einen anderen Teil einer Division. Oder vielleicht eine Division und ein bisschen oder so. Ja. Ist gerade hier das in dem Maßstab natürlich nicht drin, aber ich kann vielleicht später nochmal eine Karte zeigen, wo das entsprechend angepasst ist. Ja, hier müsste ein Stein ein Bataillon sein. Und ihr seht auch, wenn man den Manpower-Status verändert, dass der Stein dann kleiner wird. Der ist bei Manpower 2. Und das wird mit bei den Würfelwürfen berücksichtigt, wobei ich nicht weiß, welches Würfelsystem Justin heute hier benutzt. Wir haben nämlich mehrere in der IKS. Vielleicht hat er sich auch selber eins überlegt, wer weiß das schon so genau. Vielleicht würfelt er einfach sechsseitige Würfel oder unsere Brigade System Würfel oder vielleicht sogar Ottos Würfel, aber das glaube ich nicht. Aber jedenfalls, all das spielt eine Rolle für die Spielleiter innen. So, ich muss immer zwischendurch einen Blick auf den Discord werfen, ob irgendwelche neuen Berichte reingekommen sind. Peter wird dann sicherlich auch zu mir kommen natürlich, aber das muss ich im Blick behalten. Ach so, benutzen wir den Dispatch-Bot oder nicht? Frage ich doch mal Peter. In dem Moment, wo ich die Frage gestellt habe, habe ich eine geschriebene Nachricht von feindliche Kavallerie aus der Richtung. Die auch noch gecharged haben in den Wald rein. Also Robin hatte Scouts hier rüber geschickt. Und das ist aber jetzt hier. That's interesting. Cavalry, okay. Peter.
Hello again.
Hi.
Okay, the server keeps on crashing on us, unfortunately. I think it's because Justin's in Australia. The kangaroos just can't
Yeah, maybe.
get the internet running. But, well.
Maybe it's the size of the table because the map is so yeah.
Yeah, yes, expanded it, and
Yeah.
got it sorted that. It's a shame because I've got some really interesting stuff to tell you, but I can't tell you about it just yet. So there you go. I can't look at the map to give you any more. Oh, there we go. It's happening. Okay. Right. back in the room. Okay, so you've reached Wager. Your artillery is on the way to your position, and though you can't see it, you believe you can see the head of a column to your direct south.
Mm-hmm.
It's just out of proper visual range, but you believe you can see the head of a column there.
Okay.
Just by moving around this area, you're kind of passively aware, I don't know what the correct word is, and I speak English, of your friendly forces under Crusader to your east.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you're aware of the forces that you just left at the Brown farmstead as well. From this distance, yeah, that's all you can do. You can't hear anything, and the only thing that's any different is this kind of apparent column of force, unknown force, moving up to from your south.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, I'll leave that to you, and I'll speak to Crusader.
Yep. Okay, die Kolonne schiebt sich hier entlang jetzt dieser Straße da, oder was auch immer das ist, Weg. Wollen sie jetzt doch Crusader angreifen? Dann müssten wir die Artillerie verlegen. Ich muss noch mal fragen, ob der Bach hier überquert werden kann oder nicht. Dann würde ich vielleicht 2 Plänkler-Kompanien hier lassen und die restlichen Truppen da rüber beordern als Reserve. Vor allem aber die Artillerie, weil die von hier, also wenn der Gegner nur weiter marschiert, hat sie hier keine Reichweite und auch nicht so viel Effekt, weil sie ja so durch die Kolonne schlägt. Da wird sie nicht viel treffen. Wenn es jetzt mehrere Kolonnen parallel wären, wäre das was anderes. Oder wenn wir Enfilade Shot, wie sich das nennt, hier so links, diagonal durch. Aber das macht mir Sorgen mit der Kavallerie da. Began charging into the woods. That's really...
Sorry, Jan, was there anything more that you wanted to do? You might have actually wanted to move or something, so...
one question is the Muddy Run. Is that crossable at this position where I am?
It's only crossable via the little bridges so that you can actually identify with the roads.
Okay. So then, actually, the order for the horse artillery battery would be to move over to Crusader.
Okay.
And the 5th Guard Division, Brigade, yeah, probably also as a reserve force behind Crusaders division there.
They'll be very happy.
Yeah, and I will move with them to Crusader.
Excellent. All right.
Great. Thank you.
Catch you later.
See ya. Okay, also ich werde mich darüber bewegen. Ich kann es leider nicht einzeichnen, weil die Karte so vergrößert ist, dass ich alles anmale, wenn ich hier in der kleinsten Pinseleinstellung zeichne. Ich werde diesen ganzen Haufen hier mit rübernehmen. Immerhin haben sie hier Befestigungen, aber uff. Es müsste jetzt 14:30 sein. Generals. Enemy infantry column is marching to the east. And will Attack Crusaders. Position. I am redeploying the horse artillery and what was that? Sixth? The 5th Sankyam Guard Brigade to his position and move there myself. Beware that Northern Scouts. Was war das? Ninja ist kurz reingedroppt. Und jetzt sind wir wieder weg. Rixeyville. Will charge by enemy cavalry. Now moving through the woods from the west. You might coordinate a counterattack with guard lights and cavalry once they defile. Vive la République! Okay, Dispatch is sent. Ich habe einen Meldereiter losgeschickt. Der wird jetzt von den SpielleiterInnen quasi übernommen und weitergeleitet mit entsprechender Verzögerung an die anderen 3 Spieler auf dieser Seite. Jetzt aber hier.
Yeah, and you can jump into Crusaders channel if you want.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
Alright.
What's the situation over here?
Like, there was cavalry here more than half an hour ago.
Okay,
And it kind of just left me.
Could you figure out how many?
3 squadrons of lancers with division command. Probably just checking out my position, and then they just left and went to the east.
Yep. I have just ordered the redeployment of the Young Guard Brigade and the Horse Artillery Battery to your position, because there is a strong infantry column marching in your direction. They came through the woods to our south and then headed to the small road just leading to the east there along this hill. So they are coming.
Okay, I see.
And other than that, I think our skirmishers at the Coon Fort are pressed by enemy cavalry and infantry, but that's supposed to be that way. And then we have, interestingly enough, an enemy cavalry division at Rixeyville in the west. When scouts there were charged by those. They charged into the woods. I don't know why they did that. And I have sent a dispatch to Carter and Robin to take care of that. Maybe once they come out of the woods they can attack them or whatever. Yeah, that's the overall situation.
So most things are going according to plan.
For now, yeah. I'm still confident about your position here. I mean, you have some breastworks and you have only this little fort there in front of you where the enemy can pass, so should be easily defendable unless the enemy brings massed artillery or whatever.
Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
What I still don't understand is that the cavalry went off to the east.
To the east? That's interesting.
Yes, and I don't know what they're even trying to do. Probably, I mean, my guess would be trying to forward the river.
Mm-hmm.
But for our experience, that wouldn't need much use.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, then we should definitely check out the fort in our rear if that's possible or not.
That's probably a good idea. For like the next turn, I'll go out to. I mean, I already gave the order to go out and look around just ahead of me.
Mm-hmm.
So, if the enemy cavalry is hiding in that forest, at least I'll know. Even if I have a lance in my back.
So where do I have the lancer pieces? There they are, blue lancers. Three squadrons to the east.
They've been gone for 45 minutes and they've never seen them again.
Could it be that they circled back along the road to wherever that leads to the southwest there, behind the woods?
Yeah, they might have gone to check out the ford to the direct east and then just circled back.
Oh. Also sehr, sehr spannend. 3 Ulanen-Schwadronen waren hier, haben sich nach Osten bewegt, eventuell um diese Furt hier auszuspähen. Könnten entweder, falls es passierbar ist, hier überquert haben oder sich wieder zurückgezogen haben nach Westen. Wir haben hier diese Infanteriekolonne, die aufmarschiert. Wir haben hier wahrscheinlich noch eine weitere Infanteriekolonne, die die Plänkler angreift. Und wir haben eine Kavalleriedivision oder was auch immer, welche Stärke sie sind, die in den Wald einen Sturmangriff geritten hat. Was ich überhaupt nicht verstehen kann. Ich weiß nicht, ob das vielleicht das Sams Command? Nein, aber Sam ist eigentlich mittlerweile, hat er sehr, sehr viel dazu gelernt. Ich sage das wie immer wieder mal bei den Streams, bin sehr beeindruckt. Aber die sollten eigentlich ziemlich ungeordnet hier rauskommen. Dann kann die Kavallerie, wie gesagt, und vielleicht auch die leichte Infanterie hier Druck machen und das abwehren. Das wäre natürlich super. Sonst müssen wir die Grenadiere hier zum Schutz mal darüber beordern, aber das ist Carters Entscheidung. Ich habe sie alle informiert per Meldereiter. Und dann müssen wir, falls tatsächlich hier eine Furt passierbar sein sollte, was aber, also, wenn schon die kleinen Bäche nicht überquerbar sind, nur bei Furten und Brücken, wie soll dann diese große Furt hier passierbar sein? Das kann ich mir ja kaum vorstellen. Oder die da, also eigentlich geht es mir um die, dass wir nicht plötzlich hier Truppen in unserem Rücken haben. Vielleicht soll ich da einen Aide de Camp hinschicken. Einen Adjutanten. Um sich das mal etwas genauer anzuschauen. Da bin ich ja mal sehr gespannt, was hier auftaucht. Wie gesagt, wir haben abgesessene Husaren und Dragoner hier in den Befestigungen. Ja, die Brigadekommandeure sind jetzt mal egal. Und dann sollte hier noch ein Armeereservewagen und ein, wie sagt man das, medizinischer Nachschubwagen oder ja, Feldlazarett hier rüber verlegt werden als Rallypunkt. Da können wir dann ungeordnete Einheiten oder Einheiten, die fliehen, wieder sammeln und wieder in Ordnung bringen. Das dauert natürlich sehr lange. Sofern, also Verluste kann man da nicht wiederherstellen natürlich, aber die Ordnung wiederherstellen. Und dann kommt hier die 5. Gardebrigade als Reserve hier rüber und kann dann die Einheiten ersetzen. Eigentlich ein ziemlich guter Punkt, weil es halt nur diesen einen Übertritt hier gibt, sofern der Gegner halt nicht hier irgendwie mehrere Batterien Artillerie aufstellt. Das wäre problematisch. It would be highly problematic if the enemy would bring several artillery batteries over here. Otherwise the position is fairly well defendable, I would say. And then, as I said, we need to scout this fort there. Ein neuer Bericht, ein neuer Bericht. Achso, das zeigt mir nur die Befestigung und dass da was von Süden kommt. Ah, die Kavallerie kommt wieder. So sieht es zumindest aus. Also, wir haben das hier. Einheiten hier. Wir sehen, so sieht's aus für mich. So, da ist noch ein Brigadeoffizier dabei, aber dass die wieder zurückkommen. Das kann natürlich alles bedeuten. Die Furt war passierbar oder sie war nicht passierbar. Der Token sagt, man weiß es nicht. Was ja auch logisch ist. Nur gerade mal aufgeschrieben, dass ich das nicht vergesse mit dem.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, it appears that these might be the cavalry again, right? Yeah.
As it seems.
Okay. You'll be happy to know I've sent you exactly the same picture.
Okay.
So, but just a little bit of flavour for Crusader. So you've made your way across the little bridge there. Start to make your way towards the hill, and you've noticed that the enemy cavalry's making its way back along the road. So you quickly turn back round, and you've got across the bridge. And just as you've got back, your glorious leader Jan has arrived, telling you all about what he's been doing. So that's the current situation there. The enemy cavalry that you saw last time appears to have returned. So maybe they went to like a little lunchtime shop or something, just down the road. But they're there now. So beyond that, you can just about make out your 5E infantry moving through the forest to your west, and your dispatch to your artillery to make their way has been sent, so you can't see them, but you presume that's in process. There, and then beyond that, no, you're too far away from anything else at the moment to either see it or hear it. So that's the current situation. So any particular orders for me right now?
So I would like 1 army supply wagon and 1 medical supply wagon to be relocated to 4th Cavalry supply.
Okay.
The crossroads, just so that we have them as ready points. And for supply, then I want to send an aide to check the fort behind us, and directly north of us.
Okay, yeah.
And I wait here until he arrives back. Yeah.
Okay, so you said crossroads, so you mean the crossroads that's just down the road from you here, from between you and Coon? Is that correct?
Let's see. They are currently there at this T crossroad northwest of Wager.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and now they should just join the 4th Cavalry Division supply.
Oh, okay. Which is behind? I can't actually see the cavalry supply, but
I think that's just behind there on
Yeah,
the screen.
it's
But yeah,
close
it's just
up the
behind
road.
our position. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you want them to go west. You don't want them to come towards you. You want them to go the other direction.
No, they shall join us. Yeah. That's right.
Oh, right. Okay. Oh, right. Really now. Okay. That's fine. Oh, of course, yeah. I'm looking now. 4E cavalry is Crusader. No worries. Brain fart.
No worries.
Alright. Catch you later.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
So interesting then. We can't tell whether they found the fort crossable or not. Probably not, but anyway.
Yeah, so they probably just went and checked out the fort.
No.
It's quite rude of them to, wait for me to try to, find them and just then come back. It's so rude.
Oh, I just received a dispatch from Carter. Enemy infantry division forming a line northwest of Payne. Yeah, okay. As assumed. Let's see. 3 brigades with 3 battalions each. That's good to know. And what else? Enemy cavalry formed just out of the woods on the road southeast of Kuhn. Southeast of Ja, okay. Not sure that's the place, but I think it is. Reforming the line at Kuhn. One infantry and one cavalry division here, then probably one cavalry division at Rixeyville there, trying to sneak through the woods. Okay. Yeah, still according to plans for now.
Yeah, it seems they know their plans just as much as we do.
Yeah, so I believe their sort of surprise move was this cavalry attack from the west. But bringing the cavalry through the woods is not that feasible, and we have our cavalry division to counter them immediately once they come out of the woods, so no issue there.
And artillery on the hill.
Yeah, although that's a little bit far away to cover that. It could obviously be redeployed a little bit to the west. Yeah. Cool. Okay, sieht doch ganz gut aus soweit. Frage ist immer noch, ob der Gegner Artillerie bringt, aber wir haben unsere Feldbefestigung, die uns einigermaßen davor schützen sollten. Unsere Flanke hier sollte weit genug weg sein, um nicht effektiv Defilierfeuer zu bekommen. Ja, das ist viel zu weit weg. Außerdem gibt es hier auch Befestigungen, von daher ist das okay, denke ich. Das bedeutet im Grunde, dass wir die Kavalleriedivision hier unten, und dazu wird auch diese Brigade Ulanen, die Lanzenreiter gehören, gewissermaßen neutralisiert haben. Also ich wüsste nicht, wo sie jetzt angreifen können sollten. Ich schätze mal, Karte ist jetzt hier drüben bei der Infanterie. Wir haben diese Kavalleriedivision, die hier durchsneakt, der wir nicht wissen, woraus sie besteht, wie stark sie ist, was das überhaupt ist. Aber es ist anzunehmen, dass der Gegner 2 Kavalleriedivisionen hat. Und sie haben 2 Infanteriedivisionen, was auch schon das Doppelte eigentlich von... Ach nee, nicht das Doppelte von unserer Stärke wäre. Vielleicht haben sie noch eine. Oder vielleicht sogar im schlimmsten Fall sogar noch 2. Ja, wir werden es früher oder später gewahr werden. Frage ist jetzt, wie gesagt, wo ist die feindliche Artillerie? Wie viel haben sie davon? Wie werden sie die einsetzen? That will be very interesting to find out whether they have another infantry division, which is I assume they have, or maybe even 2 more infantry divisions. I think cavalry, we know now where the cavalry is. This brigade of lancers probably belongs to this cavalry brigade over division, sorry. And then they have probably another one coming here, which we can counter with these guys and the guard chasseur, the light infantry. So then it comes down to holding this position, The infantry, the light infantry here in front of the moderate forces is doing their job quite well. They have forced the enemy here to deploy, to somewhat engage them and push them back. That's very good. Again, remember, the enemy can only cross via these forts or bridges, so that's pretty cool. They need to reform then in line, marching column, sorry, on line and get across, and then they come under our artillery fire here. So that's pretty good. We can, I don't know, can we give these guys the smoke? No, we cannot. And let me see. Ammunition. Muskets going off. Probably even more along the creek here to cover this fort as well, I assume. So another manpower block, please. So, and that is the beauty of Kriegsspiel. I'm doing all that on assumption. I don't actually know whether they are there or not. But that is what I have in mind based on Carter's description of things. So then he has probably, the enemy has brigades here, and then maybe one in reserve, who knows. Probably even still cavalry there, cavalry here, which push these guys back. So that is my assumption. And then there should be another division commander and a division of cavalry, which I won't put down because I don't know of what they do consist. That is where we are at right now. Das ist der Stand der Dinge, liebe Leute. Hope everyone is doing well out there, getting along with the temperatures and having a nice day, having a nice weekend, not too busy, hopefully. And once again, if you are interested in trying Kriegsspiel yourself, feel free to join the International Kriegsspiel Society and or my server, Let's Play History. Although there we are playing in German only, I think. Ja, also wenn ihr deutschsprachig seid, kommt gerne auf meinen Discord-Server, wenn ihr mal Kriegsspiel ausprobieren wollt. Ich werde demnächst irgendwann ein mittelalterlich inspiriertes Kriegsspiel organisieren, haben da auch schon einige im 7-jährigen Krieg in Anführungszeichen gespielt, die immer sehr unterhaltsam waren. Und Robin ist bei... das mit den, ja, das ist... Man sieht leider die Voice-Channel, deswegen weiß ich jetzt, wer von unseren Leuten bei wem ist. Sollte man vielleicht auch nicht unbedingt wissen. Deswegen kann ich sehen, dass Robin gerade bei Lev ist, also wahrscheinlich hier oben in der Position in der Braunfarm. Oder Lev ist runter. Nee, Robin ist bei Lev. Okay. Okilidokili. Vielleicht denken sie darüber nach, die Artillerie zu replatzieren, eine der Batterien, die allerdings eigentlich unter Carters Kommando sind, weil sie Teil der Gardedivision sind. Aber gut. Wer von euch im Chat spielt denn sowas in der Art hier? Also vielleicht nicht unbedingt Kriegsspiel, das ist ja eher noch was Außergewöhnliches in Anführungszeichen, sage ich mal, was man nicht so häufig sieht, aber weiß ich nicht, Tabletop Wargames mit Miniaturen, ohne Miniaturen, Rollenspiele, sowas. So, just a question to you folks in the chat, who's playing like these kind of games? Kriegsspiel maybe is a bit special, but you know, tabletop miniature war games or board games, maybe role-playing games. What are your experiences? What do you like about them? Do you have any favorites? Let me know. And I like how Carter changed his name to Cartier by adding the I, because, as I said previously, the Republik Vermillon is supposed to be like sort of pseudo France, revolutionary France, so to say. Although in this fictitious world everything is a bit different, considering the Senate. I mean, Napoleon had a Senate installed with loyal senators to him, and I think members were nominated by him personally, so there's that, but it wasn't really a democratic council. Although it might have had some impact, democratic impact, during the early consulate. I can't quite remember. I think it had, but pretty quickly became a dictatorship sort of thing. Yay. Wann hat er denn diese Nachricht geschrieben? 1:45. Wir sind jetzt bei 14:30. Ja, ist okay. Viertelstunde von der Entfernung. Ja, gibt's Sinn. Eigentlich weniger, aber. Und jetzt ist Carter zu Lev gegangen. Wie gesagt, eigentlich wissen, dass ich nicht haben dürfte. Gut. Gerade als Robin wieder weg ist. Spannend. Unser allsehendes Auge berichtet uns das. Ich bin mal gespannt, wie weit die Gegner hier schon sind. Warte mal schauen, wann denn Nacht ist. Peter hatte mir was geschrieben. It will get darker at 6, completely dark at 7 p.m. Oh, that's later than anticipated. And what do we see? Interesting. The Lancers have deployed. Why they did, I do not know. But they do even have the division commander there with them, so no idea.
Hello, Crusader and Yan.
Hello.
Okay, so your 5e infantry is making slow progress going through the forest, but they're emerging from the forest now. You can see your artillery is moving down the road to your north west towards your location. You can see now that the enemy cavalry, which are lancers, have now kind of arrayed themselves on the hill directly south of you.
Okay.
And you get a feeling that there's more cavalry coming down that road from Munford. Road there. So beyond that, there you can hear cannon fire to your west.
Okay.
And as regards to your courier to find out if the ford, you've not heard a report back yet on that particular situation, but it's happening. But he is going there. Your staff member, sorry, is going that way. So, what would you like to do?
I will move back to Brown to see what's going on over there.
Okay.
And I will put the horse artillery battery at the Crusaders' disposal, and the guard brigade will stay in reserve for now, behind Crusaders' forces.
Okay. Crusader, is there anything you want to do more than...
Yeah, well, bring up the horse guns, I guess.
Yeah, okay. Actually, one thing to note, I didn't realise they were horse guns, so they'll probably be further down the road than what they actually are from the visual representation. They'll probably be able to get to your point and deploy for your next turn. So is there any particular place you want them to deploy?
Just on the road, basically.
Just on the road, okay.
Yes.
That's all. Very good. Alright, I'll be back shortly with the next 15-minute increment.
Great, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Interesting that the enemy infantry is still not in range.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, if I can order squadron sharpshooters to start taking pot shots at 800 bases, I guess, then. Yeah, well, 600 meters is probably just that pot shot range.
Yeah, I mean, don't know if the hussars will be allowed, but you could try to send some skirmishers forward, but keep them close to the fort so that they can evade the enemy cavalry quickly.
Yeah, I might do that. I mean, my guess would be that cavalry is probably more used to fighting in open order than linear formations.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I got another report that one of the light battalions was broken. Yeah, it will be that they start artillery fire, but we heard that already, okay.
Yeah, you can run, but solid gaze shot is always faster than you.
I'm a bit nervous about the cavalry situation there to the west. There seems to be some combat going on. Question would be what the chasseurs are doing there in the woods.
It would be a shame if they were just vibing in the forest while the cavalry action was going on.
Or cut off and surrendered again. That happened during the October War. In the first battle we had in this campaign, the chasseur brigade was surrounded, isolated, and capitulated to the enemy.
Yeah, the brigade commander is like, no, not again.
Was wohl hier oben passiert? Da ist Kavallerie jetzt durch. Und was mit denen hier ist, weiß ich auch nicht. Ich muss echt mal mich drüben mit Karte fragen. Problem ist echt, dass wir sind befestigt hier, aber von da aus keine richtige Rückzugslinie haben. Ich meine, klar, hier, wenn die Pioniere vielleicht sogar schon angefangen haben, hier zu bauen, aber das wird länger dauern. Es wird Stunden dauern, bis sie hier Brustwehren gebaut haben. Kleine Schanzen. Von daher, ich meine, da ist immerhin dieser Bach dazwischen, der den Gegner verlangsamen sollte. Aber diese Flanke, die müssen wir auf jeden Fall halten. Hier mache ich mir jetzt keine großen Sorgen mehr. Ich frage mich, wo die Infanterie jetzt geblieben ist. Baut die sich jetzt hier auf oder warum ist die noch nicht hier? Im Screenshot ist sie noch nicht in Sicht. Ich kann ungefähr bis hier so gucken. Da ist sie noch nicht angekommen. Von daher lassen wir uns mal überraschen. Surprise is key in Kriegsspiel, you know. Wondering where this infantry division is. Oh, diese Wärme. Schlimm ist das ja. Genau, das muss ich rausfinden, also mal eben markieren, das muss ich wissen, was mit denen ist. Und wie die Situation hier an der Furt aussieht. Wir sollten mit der Artillerie eigentlich in einer vorteilhaften Position sein. Also wenn die Artillerie schon Feuer eröffnet, dann muss der Gegner ja hier schon rüber sein. Aber ich warte auf den Screenshot, bevor ich da irgendetwas anpasse. So the artillery has opened fire already, so that means the light brigade is probably already behind this creek. But I don't want to change this situation before I haven't seen it myself. Next turn will be 3 p.m. and then we got like 4 more hours to go. Or like 3 hours for combat. In game time, that is. Depends how long turn resolution takes. How long real time that will be. But anyways. Time for some sweet stuff. I hope you are equipped with drinks and sweets and, I don't know, snacks. And enjoying your afternoon. Or evening, that is, by now. Early evening, late afternoon.
Jan.
Marshall is back. Hello.
Hey, you haven't had victory? I went and got a cup of coffee and ate breakfast, and you still haven't won yet? Haven't lost yet either. It's only been one turn. How's it going? What's your opinion of the battle so far?
Here in the east we have probably a cavalry division in front of us, which isn't much of a concern unless they bring several batteries. And I think an infantry division coming up, but I haven't seen them in a while, so I don't know if they stopped and turned west again. I will soon find out. But we're reinforcing this position, and next I will be moving back to Brown to assess the situation over there. I hear the artillery has opened fire, the light infantry fell back, and that there is cavalry combat going on to the west. So now I'm a bit concerned about the force chasseurs. Will they be surrounded again?
Oh no! that would be the second time in history.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah,
I don't know what's going on over there, but I think the light infantry did their job. They delayed the enemy force to deploy, and now are falling back onto our positions.
Yeah, it's a good use for them. This time their supporting elements probably are not. I don't know how many kilometers away they were in the original Red versus Blue campaign when you lost them, but that was something. Fortunately, you shouldn't have that problem now.
No.
So, all right. Well, hang in there, Jan. It's starting to get interesting from my perspective. Mm-hmm. I'm enjoying it. Both sides have some compelling challenges. And again, I'm capturing this. It's going live to YouTube. Yeah. You'll be able to see everything later today or tomorrow and see what was really happening. And yeah, all right. Well, hang in there. Good luck.
Thank you very much. So sieht's aus. Ja, also das damals mit den vierten Chasseur, der vierten Chasseurbrigade war also wirklich, die sollten eine vorgezogene Hinterhaltsstellung beziehen und waren dann, als wir quasi von der Kampagnenkarte auf die Schlachtkarte gegangen sind, waren sie irgendwie 6 Kilometer oder so vor in einem winzigen Waldstück an der Straße. Und wir wussten, dass wir gegen Kavallerie kämpfen. Also die hätten niemals so weit weg sein dürfen von Unterstützungseinheiten. Saßen die im Hinterhalt. Haben auch irgendwie 2, 3 Kavalleriebrigaden irgendwie da überrascht. Und wurden dann natürlich sofort von der ganzen Division umstellt. Mit berittener Artillerie da zerschossen im Wald und haben dann kapituliert. Das war umso ärgerlicher, weil sozusagen in der Lore, in dieser fiktiven Welt, mein Charakter, bevor diese Kampagne losging, Offizier in dieser Brigade war, die ihm sozusagen emotional einiges bedeutet. Und naja. war schon ziemlich heiß. So folks, still let me know if you enjoy the day, what you're doing, if you have played war games before, what brings you here. If you're interested in playing in a sort of role-playing, double-blind campaign sort of thing, I might be willing to host one. Not immediately though, because I'm invested in so many games right now. I need to finish some of them to get some resources free, because I'm generally a bit busy right now, but that will change, and then I'm interested in hosting maybe some little campaign games or role-playing games. I have some things in mind there. Maybe using the Legion of Honor, the board game, role-playing game, as part of it, and such things. Could be interesting. Und ich weiß nicht, kennt ihr En Garde? Das ist ein ziemlich altes, das müsste man mal aktualisieren. Wobei das so spannend, glaube ich, nicht ist. Ich habe es mir mal ein bisschen durchgelesen. Und welches gab es dann noch? Also Legion of Honor finde ich ziemlich cool. Fehlt leider den Schlachten was, aber das könnte man ja hier durch Kriegsspiel oder so ergänzen. Und irgendwas hatte ich dann noch im Kopf. Aber ich habe es vergessen. Egal. Egal, Karl. Dauert doch alles ein bisschen länger. Also wir haben 1 Stunde gebraucht, bis es losging. Das heißt dann 2 Stunden Spielzeit und wir sind im Spiel von 13:30 auf 15 Uhr jetzt. Naja, das geht aber. Das ist okay. Könnte schneller sein. Könnte ein bisschen schneller sein. Ja genau, und Marshall, der immer mal reinschaut, wie gesagt, der ist einer der Gründer der International Kriegsspiel Society, die vor etwas über einem Jahr jetzt aus der Southern California Kriegsspiel Society hervorgegangen ist, also südkalifornische. Die haben sich da vor der Pandemie in Person getroffen und live gespielt. Mit der Pandemie dann zu Discord und Tabletop Simulator gewechselt und dann gedacht, warum sollten wir es dann eigentlich so unseren kleinen Kreis behalten? Lass uns doch größer denken. Und haben dann die International Kriegsspiel Society gegründet, wo wir mittlerweile über 700 Mitglieder sind. und jeden Tag mehr werden. Sehr cool. Ich bin so gespannt, wie die Situation mit der Kavallerie da drüben aussieht. Also meiner Meinung nach dürfte der Gegner da keine Schnitte haben, wenn er aus dem Wald kommt. Aber mal sehen. Das hängt ja von dem SpielleiterInnen ab und von den Würfeln und dergleichen mehr. Wir werden sehen. Obwohl diese Einheiten hier geblieben sind, weiß ich auch nicht. Naja. Neue Nachricht von Lev. Moderate Division. Carter has arrived at Brown. 6th is falling back. Also diese Brigade hier. Die Artillerie und die 6. Brigade haben einigen Schaden angerichtet. Das ist schön zu hören. Das heißt also, wir können mal hier oben auch für die Atmosphäre Rauchschwaden niederlegen. Ich schätze mal, die haben sich jetzt hier zurückgezogen oder machen hier Fire and Retire. Warum im Westen? Im Westen soll sich Kavallerie formiert haben. Und ich habe keine Ahnung, wie das möglich ist, wenn es nicht unsere eigene ist. Das müssen wir herausfinden. Nein.
Okay, guys, I'll let you have a moment to discuss, even though, yeah, and you're trying to make your way to Brown, aren't you? So, but it's not too much of a difference. Other for Crusader, what you perceived as potentially some more cavalry coming up the road from Mumford, as indeed are known as cavalry. They're cuirassiers, and they're basically the enemy cuirassiers. They're in support of the enemy lancers directly south of your position. Your horse artillery is unlimbered on the road and is facing them, hasn't fired yet, and your guard infantry is in reserve of your position as well. And you can just about make out your supply wagons are en route, your additional supply wagons. To Yan, you can actually see the artillery firing. You can make out smoke, if not the actual artillery, to the south of you, the enemy artillery. It looks like they've actually inflicted some damage upon your own artillery in that position around Brown. Like some direct hits there. And your staff member tells you that the ford to the north, near the word Hazel, is indeed fordable.
Ooh. That's interesting.
Okay, so you're currently en route to Brown. So do you want to continue with that? Anything else? You can make out some friendly command elements up on that hill to the north of the brown farmstead.
Yeah, I will continue to Brown. Crusader, maybe send a few guys to the fort just to keep an eye on that.
Oh yeah, probably the pickets from some pickets from maybe the young guard.
Yeah.
Okay. So how many? You've got 3 elements there. Do you want to send them all back, or do you want to send one element back, or what's your?
Just pickets.
Some pickets, just pickets. Okay, no problem. Right. Well, I think that's pretty much it. I can't tell you, there's nothing else for me to tell you, so we'll leave it at that.
One question: can I see to the south? There was an enemy infantry column half an hour ago or so.
You can't. It's too far away.
Okay.
From you to. Well, the only thing you can make out in the south is the cannon smoke.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's it.
Thank you.
Okay. And you put have a little chat if you want. Sure, have a chat, but then when I come back, I'll break you up into your areas. Okay.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if we are, for now that's not an option, but if we are pressed hard in the west, because I don't know what's going on with the cavalry there, I get very confusing reports about that, then we could, as a last option, go back behind the Hazel River. Interesting.
And let's hope that ford is not crossable. The southern one.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
It would be a bit of a pain to receive a full cavalry division.
Yeah. Although I believe, I mean, can they even have more cavalry than we have already spotted? One cavalry division in front of you, one there at the Kuhn thingy, and one coming from the west.
Oh, so we already have 3 cavalry divisions?
Yeah, I think so.
Jesus. Okay, yeah, that's probably enough.
Yeah, Well, we still have the guard grenadiers, which we could bring over, but we'll wait and see.
Well, I mean, it's not like they outnumber us by that much cavalry-wise. I mean, we have 2 cavalry divisions.
Yeah. Although yours is unmounted and merely at brigade strength. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can just make, if I can borrow your engineers, I can make some wooden horses.
Yeah.
Just like it's 1812, let's go.
Alright. Okay, good. Yeah, then I'm gonna check what's going on there in the west with the cavalry.
Yep.
So
best of luck.
Yeah, good luck. Das könnte spannend werden, weil diese Furt überquerbar ist. Ich weiß nicht, ob ich das den anderen verraten möchte. Und ich habe noch einen Bericht gekriegt, steht nicht dabei von wem. That's from Robin, I think. But what is he doing with the cavalry there? I've set up ambushes to attack enemies if they try to flank our position from the north. Okay. Not sure what he's referring to, if that's the Browning fort, sorry. Dragoons. So hussars are dismounted in the woods near Stark. Yes, put hussars. Okay. Dragoons are ordered to charge enemy if they try to take the road from Stark to Wagger. So has he spotted enemies to the north? That would be very unfortunate if he wasn't charging these folks over there. I do not understand what's going on over there. That is confusing. Why would you dismount the hussars if there is no threat? Carter is with him, so I don't know what's going on there. I will meet with Lev next turn. Should probably write a dispatch anyways. 1500 to Carter and Robin. Okay, just sent a dispatch to Carter and Robin because I really cannot figure out why this sort of deployment there is necessary by any means. I mean, maybe there's enemy movement, who knows? I don't know. We know now that this fort is passable, so maybe this one is, and maybe this one is. Which I find to be really weird, given that this run is not passable if you are not using the forts. So this is a bigger river here. Not as big as the Rougette, but I'm fairly confused about that. And if this one is open as well, that's sort of weird. I don't know where the enemy artillery is that they can play on ours. Should be pretty close, somewhere here. I will probably see them once I pass over. I don't know where this infantry division went. Anyways, but how can there be a mass of cavalry deploying freely out of the woods and our hussars are sitting somewhere there in the trees? That's against all intent I explained to them in the beginning of the session. I'm even more worried about this stuff going on here right now. Oh man. Das macht mich nervös, dass unsere Kavallerie irgendwo hier im Wald sitzt und scheinbar den Gegner erlaubt, sich hier neu zu formieren, anstatt die einzelnen Einheiten da jetzt in Masse anzugreifen. Das leuchtet mir beim besten Willen nicht ein. Naja, und die Einheiten hier werden ja wahrscheinlich drüber sein, aber wie gesagt, das schaue ich mir gleich an, wenn ich dann da bin. Also, ein großes Fragezeichen, was unsere Kavallerie und die gegnerische Kavallerie aus Westen da angeht. Das verstehe ich beim besten Willen nicht. Tja, ein bisschen mehr Berichte von Carter wären schön. Mal sehen. I need to get an eye on the situation and reports, and I will probably order the Grenadiers of the Guard forward to secure this flank if actually there are... Why is he covering this road? I just don't understand. Why would he do that? And placing an ambush here at the Stark farm. Browning Fort, why? I mean, yes, put some pickets there to just be sure that we don't get attacked in the rear as we did over there, but... Was soll das? Was soll das? Robin, was hast du da gemacht? Was hast du getan? Er weiß doch, dass die aus Westen kommen und dann setzt er sich hier hinten hin, um diese Straße zu decken. Also, Ich kenne die Situation ja nicht näher, aber das ist das, was ich aus den Berichten lese und das verwirrt mich doch sehr stark. Das verwirrt mich richtig. Und ich sehe, dass die schon woanders hin beordert wurden. Vielleicht sogar hier hoch, ich weiß es nicht. Und eine von den Plänklern ist gebrochen und hier hoch. Nehmen wir an, dass die hier jetzt irgendwo sitzen. Und unsere Artillerie kriegt hier halt ordentlich auf die Mütze. Das gefällt mir auch nicht so gut. Ich verstehe es nicht. Ich verstehe es nicht. I don't get this. I really don't. I will have to talk to Carter and Robin. Because if, I mean, that threatens our whole position here. If this happens and if there is a reason for them to do this, then okay, I can see them doing that, but allowing unformed cavalry to deploy, to defile through the woods, as it appears they were not even moving along the road, but through the woods, which should disrupt them heavily, and then just moving away, allowing them to redeploy, appears strange to me, for some reason. So I'm looking forward to the next turn. Although I will be with Lev first and not with Robin and Carter. But weird. I cannot wait for the next report to find out what weird stuff is going on. Need some more sugar. Könnt ihr euch das erklären, was das hier oben soll? Ich verstehe es aber nicht. So, when is this new report coming in? Peter's... There are in fact formed Lancer squadrons to the west.
Hello again.
Hello, Peter.
Okay, I'll give you all a little briefing, and then you can actually move in with Carter and whoever else is here on this hill.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, you've ridden across from Wager. You actually, as you were moving between Wager and Brown, you saw enemy cavalry come up to the river just south of Wager, as if trying to attempt to cross.
Mm-hmm.
You've kind of been down by that river. You know it's pretty much impossible to cross there, but they seem quite intent to give it a go. So we shall see. I'm not too sure which way this river runs, but you might see a few floating forces come by at some point. So that's that. That's the funny thing. And then the other stuff is a bit more serious. You can see cavalry advancing up the hill to your north west. Obviously, it's a very steep hill, so their momentum is diminished quite a lot. But you can see enemy infantry moving towards your position at Brown Farmstead from Coombe. And they're coming up from the south as well, but your artillery is laying some smackdown on the infantry that's coming up the road from the south. Upon you, and there's still artillery firing from the southeast of you. You can just about make out the smoke there in the distance, but it seems to be counter battery in your one of your other elements there that you're close to. But above and beyond that, you're getting reports of more cavalry movement to your direct west. Beyond that,
I'm honestly a bit baffled about that situation because, but that has to do with why the hell Robin decided to put his cavalry there in the north.
Yeah, you actually you do notice there are cavalry to the north, and you believe that is Robin's cavalry there as well. So just to the northeast of the What you think about what he's doing is entirely up to you. But beyond that, the enemy infantry that's moving up from the south, you can just about make out the forms of other forces moving in reserve of that infantry. You can't quite make out the detail of it, but there seems to be more troops coming that way. So A lot of things happening in your south and in your west.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So I'll be back to you if you want to give me any orders, unless you want to give me any specific orders about your movement now. It's up to you.
I want to talk to Carter, I think. Is he here on the hill, or where is he?
Just gonna confirm. He's actually on the high hill. I'm trying to look to see if there's anybody. No, I don't think whoever's in charge of the guard division. I don't think he's actually a player.
Yeah, that was Lake. He dropped out, but
he dropped out, so he's not here. So Carter is actually on the hill.
Okay, then I want to
north.
move over to meet Carter.
Okay, I would say you could just go across to him now and start having a chat with him. You're close enough.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Hi there.
Hello.
To what do I owe the pleasure, Herr Consul?
Confused about why the enemy cavalry is allowed to reform in this position.
Sir, that is beyond my purview. I have just been ordered to hold this line, and all I have is, at this moment, a single brigade of grenadiers. That is all that I have to my name. The 4th Brigade of Chasseurs is behind the enemy lines. I've told them to try and exploit.
Again.
I've told. What?
Again, those are the guys that were isolated and surrendered in the very first battle of the October War.
Ah. Interesting. They're behind enemy lines with good reason. They've been told to exploit the enemy rear area. So that's their order. It's not that they've been accidentally left there. That's on purpose. The friendly cavalry is trying to lure the enemy cavalry north of here, so that's why I've got my men in square here to try and make this hill not look appealing to the enemy cavalry. And if they move north, then they're going to get slammed on two sides by friendly cavalry. And if they move south, then, well, they run into our infantry, so...
Okay.
We really don't have enough men on our line.
That's true. Yeah, just for you, we found out that the fort north of Crusaders' position is actually fordable.
Crusaders' position, that's going to be... near where? Near the other Coon, or
yeah, near the other Coon, east of that.
Okay. So, cool.
We know that the enemy cavalry division, which is coming up the Munford Road there, did go to scout the fort further to the east, in direction of Majors there. But the brigade immediately returned, so we don't know if they just, if it wasn't fordable or if it is fordable, and we have to think about. We placed some pickets at the fort there at the other Coon. But, yeah.
Okay. So the question is, I think we've got 3 hours or 4 hours until darkness arrives.
No.
Do we prepare to evacuate across the Hazel River at that ford, or do we try to keep holding?
From the campaign perspective, we would have to go south, and if we cross the Hazel River, I think we cannot.
But do you think it's really advisable to go south at this point? Do you think that that's going to work out for you? Like,
probably not. Yeah, it's an option to think about, definitely.
Because like if you lose your army, it's game over. But you can keep your army, right? Like,
Yeah.
And still be annoying.
Yeah, we will see. What for now we will try to hold our positions. I think we are still in good enough shape.
Yeah, so that the 5th Brigade, then, that's over in the far east, or is that in the northwest?
The 5th Brigade. They
Of my
are in the
division, the
east,
Guards.
yeah. Reserve in the east.
Okay.
But so far, the opposing forces there were only cavalry, so we might be able to pull them back.
Yeah, I think the main fight's going to happen over here, but...
Yeah, the horse battery is placed there on the road, so every crossing attempt by the enemy cavalry will be stopped by canister.
Alright. Yeah, I think if that's the case, then we should probably get that 5th Brigade stepping quick over here.
There was an infantry column between Kuhn and the Manford Road there on this small path, but I haven't seen them.
Were they moving east or west?
They were moving east, but then disappeared. So either they stopped there, or they moved back west, or it was, I don't know, artillery or whatever.
Okay.
But from the report I had, that was a big infantry column. Anyways.
So then, what would you have me do? Would you like me to keep masterminding the defense here, or would you like me to go do other stuff while you take this over personally?
I think you can take care of this situation here. I'm just wondering if we should get our cavalry mobilized again and then fall upon the enemy's flank.
Yeah, so the cavalry should be those dragoons. They're hiding behind the hill.
Yeah.
And then there should be a few squadrons of friendly hussars in the woods just north of us, in waiting to ambush. So if you want to spring the trap now, I can send a letter to Robin, or you can, or run down there myself and order him to start going.
And I mean, I can't see that on my screenshot. The enemy cavalry to the west is facing your grenadiers directly.
That's right. So there's 3 squadrons of lancers, 3 squadrons of hussars at the base of this hill, just basically northwest and then west. And then there's a brigade of 3 squadrons of dragoons to the southwest, coming up to reinforce them.
Okay. Well, then I'm not so sure we can wait any longer. I mean, 2 battalion squares won't stop a division of cavalry.
Well, the encouraging sign was that the enemy cavalry started moving up the hill, saw that we formed into square, and then stopped. So they don't seem to want to charge up a 300-foot slope into a square.
Understandable. Okay, anyways, I will order the 5th Brigade to come over.
Okay. Yeah, they could be helpful. They could act as either a reserve or fill in the gap between this hill and the rest of the line, depending on the circumstances. So.
Okay. Yeah, it seems the enemy cavalry is trying to cross at Wager, but we know that's not possible.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay. It's getting serious then.
Indeed, it is. Yeah, thankfully the lights of the moderates division managed to force the enemy to deploy and all that by the muddy run, and that took them 2 hours. That took them till 1400.
Or
Okay.
no. So it took them a couple hours, like 1400, 1430. And now at 15:15 is when they're finally starting to get ready for an attack. So
Yeah.
it's taken them nearly 3.5 hours to actually form up for their attack. So far so good in terms of delaying.
All right, Jan.
Yeah.
How's it going? So, how did it feel when the ninjas attacked?
Well, I nearly got hit in the face right between the eyes by a ninja star.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
in the end, I was able to whip out my revolver and put a hole right between his eyes.
Oh, that's cheating, That's cheating. That's
Ninja and cowboys are contemporary. You know that.
yeah, but oh man, I don't know. And it looks like Jan hasn't. It looks like the attack hasn't hit Jan yet. Maybe that's for next turn. So, Jan, you can't react because you wouldn't know about it until after it happens.
Okay.
So.
I see.
Yeah. So far, I'm happy that it took them nearly 3.5 hours to get into a position to attack the line. So.
No.
Yeah. No, I've been talking to Justin and the umpires. I can't tell you about what, but yeah, it's interesting. It is very interesting to see how this is actually unfolding in real time. So.
Yeah. The hope is to keep this hill. The hope is to have this hill basically be a no-go zone for the enemy cavalry, and force them to work around it on either side. Hopefully, they choose the northern side where our cavalry will be ready to meet them. But presumably our cavalry is ready to meet them. I mean, that's the impression I've gotten from our cavalry commander. But. Yeah.
Yeah, I must say I was really confused when I got the reports that our hussars were sitting somewhere in the trees and an enemy cavalry division was allowed to defile through the woods and redeploy there instead of being immediately attacked. But,
yeah. Well, I know a few things that you don't because I'm looking at the Empire table. So
dude, please enlighten us. No, I'm kidding.
No, I'm not going to say a darn word. But it is interesting to hear your views, your opinions on these reports when the rest of the world now knows what the outcome of these decisions, or alleged decisions, I should say, are. Yeah, it's pretty cool to hear. That's the one thing about Kriegsspiel that makes it so distinctive, is that emphasis on the fog of war and how while the audience is seeing the whole map, as a player, you're only seeing a little segment of it, and that plays tricks on your mind, and it has you wondering and thinking and so on. So it's pretty interesting. I do see, Jan, that you're at the top of the hill with Carter. So how's the picnic up there?
Yeah, I've just arrived, so I don't really have an overview here, but that's where the generals are on the hill, right?
Yeah. Of course, I say picnic amusingly because the Republican forces have been cut off. Dark humor. Dark humor is like food. Not everyone gets it. So.
But I hear we have options to evade in the worst case.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, we've got that ford. So if we need to, we can.
What about the
rear
Browning Fort or Stark Fort, whatever? Carter, do you know if that's crossable? Because there's.
I was never able to get to either of those.
Okay.
Just because I've been busy organizing the screen and now the defensive line might be a generous word to use here. Just an attempted block. I think on the map we've got the you tried or there was an attempt little trophies there next to it, and I think those are applicable here.
Yeah.
But yeah, and this is a subtle nod to maybe we can nudge, nudge, wink, wink, umpires, hello. The standing orders for the chasseurs, which are presumably still in the woods now behind enemy lines, was to exploit the enemy flanks or anything targets of opportunity. And so I'm hoping that chasseur commander remembers his orders, because if the infantry attacks, and I think there's enemy artillery behind that infantry, then that artillery is wide open for the chasseurs to sneak up and, speaking of ninjas, do their work.
I'm illustrating on the map to the audience those units that are mentioned. Yeah, it's interesting because I have sort of the God's eye view. So I see everything and I see what's happened. And again, I'm hearing your anxieties and your opinions on these things. And it's pretty cool to compare those, because what that's illustrating is how the fog of war plays into how it creates uncertainty and doubt. And there's expectations. And sometimes the expectations are met, other times they're not. Sometimes they're exceeded. And how fun is that to see that?
No.
And that just means that my chasseurs are either doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing or have been discovered and completely annihilated. So we'll see.
It could be anything from that extreme to the other or in between. Absolutely. Yep.
Oh, I've gotten my next screenshot.
Have we any idea where the enemy army command is?
I've not seen a single army command token or even a corps command token. Only divisions.
No,
we know exactly where it is, right down to the grid square. But here, if nobody will tell, I'll tell you where it is.
Yeah.
He's in grid. Okay, you got that?
I think it was garbled in transmission, but
Oh, Joel, what are you doing? You're being naughty.
No. Not at all.
Oh, it seems our cavalry has gone for an attacking blow. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, let's do the reports. What were the reports? I forgot. Give me a second. Yeah, basically.
Don't forget the ninjas.
Just shut up. Don't spoil it.
Oh, all
I've got
right.
nunchucks at the ready. Oh, I just struck myself.
The enemy cavalry a little bit retreated more. As you can see, you are witness of a massive cavalry charge from the forest, charging the enemy cavalry who was moving there, and then the dragoons come with Robin and completely crush them, and currently are chasing them. But That's it. Bunch of artillery fire in the south. And yeah.
Okay. Basically, I mean, I don't have any new orders for my guys in particular. And I'm not sure whether or not you're going to roll for this or whatever, how you're going to factor it in, but I'm going to order all of the drummers to start a drum roll. And all of the buglers to start bugling revolutionary hymns. Little revolutionary beat. And basically, we're just going to cheer on our cavalry as they do the Lord's work.
Okay. Gotcha.
But we're going to make a lot of noise. You know, at those hockey games, you know, it's the playoffs and everybody's ringing those cowbells and you know, the blowing their horns and all that. We're doing that, right? We're going to walk around the walls of Jericho and blow our horns 7 times and the walls will come tumbling down. Or in this case, the enemy cavalry.
Sounds good. I'm gonna talk to Robin. See what he thinks about it.
All right, and for our audience, we have some exclusive audio. If we tune the mic just right, we can hear it. It goes, "We will rock you, rock you." Anyway. There you go. There you go.
I'm just imagining that scene from A Knight's Tale. You know, like...
Oh, that's right. They actually do that in The Knight's Tale, don't they? Oh, God, that's a blast from the past. I haven't seen that since, like, 1990-something. I forgot that movie even existed. That's great. That was great. Yeah, I like the Samuel Beckett character.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, no, that was great. Anyway, okay, well, I'll leave you guys to your devices. It looks like things are going swimmingly for you, at least in one little corner of the map. And,
well, we might need to swim in a little bit. We'll see.
Oh, sorry. Yes. I hope you have your Speedos.
Yeah.
All right, folks. All right, good luck out there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I think I'm gonna move down to left and bolster his morale a little bit.
Yeah, boost the morale of the moderates. They need it.
Yeah. I'm wondering how Crusader feels about the 5th Brigade being ordered to countermarch.
Yeah, the 5th Brigade commander is probably not too pleased, but he'll realize why when he gets here. If he gets here.
Where actually are the pioneers? Maybe these guys there.
The pioneers are going to be that small unit,
no,
just south of you.
No, probably.
That small block.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So far, I've avoided ordering them into the line, you know, because they're the pioneers. That's kind of our ticket out of here. So.
No.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Okay, have you had any report yet? So,
Yes,
Carter's had a report, so...
Yeah, I got a report on the cavalry engagement there in the north.
There's been a good cavalry engagement. The cavalry to your west is kind of holding off. You're still holding the infantry to your south and southwest of Bay, but it looks like they're preparing something. And then there's not much else. You can hear cannon fire off to the east. And that's about it, really. Yeah, you would have got a decent report through Carter's report. You just had an acknowledgement that the 5E Guard, 3rd Battalion, has received your dispatch, and they're en route to your, they're en route west to your location.
Okay.
So what do you want to do? Are you going to stay on this hill with Carter, or?
No, I'm gonna move down to left to the orange 2nd Division there.
Okay. Yeah, very good. Back to you soon.
Thank you. Okay, ich bin mal eine Minute weg, sofort wieder da. And back on track. So, wie sieht's denn hier aus? Immer noch ein paar Leute hier, die zuschauen, die sich das finde ich immer sehr spannend. Ich würde gerne mal von euch im Chat hören. Einige schreiben mir leider, also das ist ja völlig okay, ihr müsst ja nicht mit chatten, schaut das vielleicht nebenbei oder so. Aber ich würde es gerne mal interessieren, was ihr hieran spannend findet und ob ihr das ja, wie gesagt, so nebenbei schaut oder... Weil es ja doch sich einige Stunden zieht. Wir sind jetzt 4 Stunden drin. Von daher würde mich das einfach mal interessieren. Alright. Ach ja. Knack. Die rostigen Gelenke wieder einrenken. Also diese Position hier hat scheinbar echt großen Erfolg gehabt. Ich meine, die leichte Brigade sammelt sich da immer noch so ein bisschen, wie es aussieht. Ja, die haben auch einige Verluste genommen. Aber die Artillerie, auch wenn diese Batterie hier eigentlich, diese Batterie eigentlich reduziert ist durch 3 feindliche Batterien hier, die scheinen sich hier ein Duell zu liefern, haben die einigen Effekt gegen die feindliche Infanterie gehabt und scheinbar eine ganze Brigade hier aufgeräumt, sage ich schon. Was wollte ich jetzt sagen? Gebrochen, geroutet und eine weitere ebenfalls schwer getroffen. Das ist ziemlich gut. Ja, müssen schauen, wie es aussieht. Ich meine, wir haben hier diese Hindernisse am Hang, aber wie es aussieht, falls da ein massierter Infanterieangriff gestartet wird. Genau. Naja, endlich kämpft die Kavallerie hier oben. Wir haben hier ja in dem Duell mit den Husaren immerhin mal die Überlegenheit, auch wenn, glaube ich, hier einige spent sind. Also die können jetzt gerade nicht weiterkämpfen, aber wir haben ja noch die Dragoner in der Reserve. Jetzt ist die Frage, ob die Lanzenreiter jetzt hier auf dem Gelände irgendwie sich da einmischen können oder nicht. Oder ob die nicht zu sehr durch die Karrees hier gebunden sind. Ich würde fast sagen ja, aber wer weiß. Tja, und ich bin gespannt, was Crusader davon hält, dass ich diese Garde-Brigade jetzt wieder nach Westen gezogen habe. Ich schätze mal, die Kavalleriedivision wird schon auch Artillerie dabei haben, von daher ist das vielleicht etwas riskant. Naja, mal sehen. We will see how that plays out. Pulling the Guard Brigade back to the west, but it is needed here to secure the line against the enemy cavalry. I mean, they have dragoons here, not as heavy as the cuirassiers over there, but nonetheless heavy, medium to heavy cavalry. Or as the French more correctly call them, cavalry de bataille, so battle cavalry. As is the same with the cuirassiers. Sorry. That's the Coke. Okay. Let's go. Also das mit der Kavallerie, das ist wirklich die spannendste Situation. Hier natürlich auch, weil die Dragoner können natürlich in diese Lücke reinpreschen, aber ich habe hier Nachricht von Lev, dass er da schon drauf reagiert. Das ist sehr gut. Und wir haben halt diesen Höhenunterschied, ne, auf unserer Seite. Okay, there was someone asking how the battle was going, and I said you can just watch the IKS YouTube or my Twitch channel. Apparently it's on the play. Okay. And just checking by why I'm always that white-faced brown, white-faced brown. But I wanted to say I'm wondering why the webcam is not as it should be changing the auto brightness. But I guess I cannot configure well. Oh, I can. Okay. Let's see. Because actually I've been in the sun in the last weeks for quite some time. Yeah, it's set on auto, and I don't know why the hell it would not change the setting. Why? Bit darker. Kleines bisschen dunkler hier. Gamma runter, Weißabgleich. Auch. Aber das ändert noch nicht so richtig Helligkeit. Ist schon so weit runtergesetzt. Das ist ja komisch. Sieht einfach so aus, als würde ich auf einer Seite ein Fenster haben. Ja, das habe ich ja auch. Aber... Die Hintergrundeinstellung ändert hier auch irgendwas. Ja, komisch. Jetzt werde ich gelbstichig. Den Farbton könnte ich jetzt noch hier... Hallo, ich bin vom Mars. Gelbstichig, ne? 20. Und so. Gucken, wenn ich den Wassergleich jetzt wieder automatisch mache. Na, jetzt sieht es irgendwie vom Farbton her so kalt aus. Warum das? Oder ist das jetzt die Sättigung? Warte mal, vielleicht muss ich die Sättigung hochdrehen.
Good day.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. We're back together.
Oh, myself and Robin?
Hello.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, I needed to get a better overview. I can't see anything from down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a massive hill blocking your way, huh?
Oh! I just saw it! The chasseurs! Let's go!
No, it could have been your brilliant strategy. It could be the brilliant strategy of the commander there. Or it could be your music that inspired us men to engage.
I'm gonna fully credit the commander in charge of the chasseurs. Anyway, go
What
on.
happened? The great cavalry charged in, pursuing the enemy. And again, the enemy charged back with the reserve units they had here. But the charge failed, and the hussars yet again won. But in front of you, you see dragoons, who are ready and to charge your hussars, Robin. What do you do?
Okay.
From the forest, you see random fire for some random units. That completely broke those units away that were fleeing.
I think my dragoons will have to charge downhill now, right?
Yeah, well, from the south, you also see 3 units of hussars.
I'll move my guards down off the hill, towards where the enemy dragoons are currently, to run interference.
You wanna push in and shoot the dragoons?
I'll push down and try to get in between the hussars and the melee that's about to start between our friendly cavalry and the enemy.
So you want to stop the enemy hussars?
I want to stop the enemy hussars from reaching the dragoons.
Both units? So go on the road, basically.
Yeah. So we're kind of forming a battle line and then move down the hill towards the hussars, the enemy hussars.
You wanna, once you reach the downhill, form square again?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay, meanwhile, Robin, you wanna all charge in.
I want the dragoons to charge. If possible, the hussars are to delay a bit.
Can I have my the unit I placed on my right flank in the case of lancers getting too close?
Yep.
Can I have them come down to the right side of the entrenchments, just so they're in a position to fire if the enemies actually get closer?
Yep, if you wish. Your other unit has reorganized and is heading for the same area.
Okay, can that unit actually take the other unit's old position then?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And I'll write a paid dispatch.
Okay. You see Marshal Jan has just ridden up.
Okay. I don't need to write a dispatch then.
No problem. I'll leave you be.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
And thank you, Beto, just
No problem.
Yeah, hi, yeah. I'm already going back into your channel now, so I can give you a report because you're no longer with Carter on that hill. So.
Yeah, I think I'm now here with Left.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's all right. What can I tell you? Yeah, it's been bloody murder on the enemy, basically. But you've probably been told that already by Justin. Trying to clamber over these these obstacles in the face of canister fire. So I take it you've got your report from Justin, so there's nothing more I can tell you. You know, there's a cavalry skirmish going off to the northwest of you. You know that the enemy's trying to push its infantry up against you from the south. So yeah, things are happening. But do you want to go anywhere?
No, I think I will stay here for now.
Okay. Excellent.
The young guard hasn't arrived yet, right?
No, they're en route.
Yeah, fine. Great, thank you.
What's the situation over by Crusaders?
I haven't gotten any new reports. When I was there about half an hour ago or so, he was facing a cavalry division. But I've sent over the horse guns there to defend the river crossing, and he has fieldworks there. And
so no infantry, just cavalry.
So far we had only seen cavalry there, yes.
And what about Wagner? Did the enemies actually attack Wagner?
They tried to cross there with hussars, but we know that is impossible. So.
Oh, they can't actually cross?
Yeah, they cannot cross there, right?
Because of us or the terrain?
Because of the terrain.
Oh, okay.
And then I was ordering the young guard, which was there, the Wagner, to the east to support Crusader. But it appears that over here seems to be the decisive part of the battle. And we need to secure your flank, although the cavalry engagement in the north appears to go in our favor. And you're in a pretty strong position here, as it appears, so maybe we can use them for a counterattack or something.
I assigned a unit to my west to just watch in case of cavalry. But the cavalry seems to move further away now, so I'm moving them into the line and replacing them with another unit that just rally.
Yeah, they are pressed by our cavalry division. They're from the north. I think their hussar brigade was pushed back, and now they are fighting the lancers. And the chasseurs are still in the woods there. They are now springing their ambush trap on the enemy.
Yeah, I think I heard from Justin that there was fire from the woods or near the woods, so the chasseurs must have engaged.
Yeah. And Carter is moving down the guard grenadiers to engage the enemy, so
nice.
Looks good.
Other than losing, I guess the enemies just got very lucky with their initial bombardment and they took out half a battery. But I think after that, we did some damage to their batteries because we have such a height advantage and we have fieldworks. So it seems like with that advantage we managed to silence their guns, I guess, maybe, somewhat.
Okay.
Or they just silenced them for this offensive. This is the biggest offensive so far. Earlier they moved up a brigade. It was kind of like an advanced unit, I guess. They probably weren't watching that unit. They probably just gave it orders to march up the road and it got obliterated. Yeah. Then a second brigade came, and now there's, I don't know how many brigades this is, but this is the biggest offensive so far. But they're getting completely destroyed. And I think by the next turn, if the entire force attacking now hasn't been routed, they won't be far from routing, because they're probably going to get shot by several volleys of musket fire, very close range, if they even get up the hill.
That's great. Okay. Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm missing one enemy infantry division, that one that was, which we initially saw, which marched there through the woods and then to the northeast. I haven't seen that anymore. Don't know where that went.
Yeah, last I heard it was marching towards the Wagner hill with the artillery, but I'm not sure if it's, they might have turned back or they're marching towards Crusader. They might have arrived there now.
Yeah, maybe. If so, we might have to shift the young guard back again.
Yeah, to be honest though, if they have an entire division over there, if we manage to blunt this attack, I'm not sure what they have to defend. We could actually maybe push their batteries from here, but it's kind of risky.
Yeah.
And then we would need cavalry support because they have cavalry here. They have 2 dragoons. I'm not sure we can see them.
Right.
But yeah, I feel like if we punish them badly enough here, and there is an entire fresh division attacking Crusader, it might be better for us to push here and try and get a victory here that will allow the majority of the army to get away.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
So did you ever see the enemy army commander by any chance?
I don't think so. Or right now, I guess we're seeing 2 divisional commanders, I believe.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've seen a like marshal or anything.
And maybe these guys that are currently getting across the bridge might be the other division. Maybe they actually turned back to the west. They're trying to assault en masse right now.
Yeah, maybe they realized that they couldn't. Maybe they figured that Valgur was too difficult to attack, and so they went with this instead.
Yeah.
Because either way, they're attacking a hill, but now they have a road that it's they're kind of funneling all their men into certain death.
Juicy artillery target there.
Yeah, the artillery is doing really good. I'm surprised by how brutalized the enemies are being. Earlier as well, you could have like 3 enemy battalions marching up here, and by the time they came into range of the artillery, they had almost completely broken. So it's looking very good in this particular sector. Also, I wasn't sure if they were gonna actually do like a charge and get into melee, so I moved the engineers to one of the batteries in case a melee broke out.
No.
Do we need those engineers anywhere, or can they just stay there?
I mean, the idea was for them to start building a second line of breastworks west of Weger, but I don't think that is necessary anymore, so you can use them as combat units. That's just fine.
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
One thing we know, and we have put some pickets there just to keep an eye, is that the fort north of Crusader's position, which is east of that Kuhn thing there, is actually fordable. So in the worst case, I mean, everything right now speaks in our favor, but in the worst case we could try to cross the Hazel River there and deploy a defensive line behind that one.
Okay. Yeah. I'm thinking that based on the next report I get, a counterattack might be a good idea, but if these guys have already broken by the next report, and they're already like streaming across the river, I don't think there's a point in counterattacking. But if they actually get to the entrenchments before completely breaking, we might just be able to march down the hill while they're retreating to their batteries, and then just use them as human shields while we march on their batteries.
So what is game time now? Closing in on 4 p.m. and so 2 more hours of combat probably.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more as well, but let's hope.
Yeah, so far I'm pretty pleased how things go.
Yeah, it's like I thought it was going to be a lot tougher than this, but for all I know, there's like 1,000 grenadiers coming up from where Crusader is right now to kill me.
Tja, sieht ganz gut aus bisher. Die Kavalleriesituation im Norden hat sich aufgelöst. Wir scheinen da aktuell im Vorteil zu sein. Die Grenadiere greifen an, die Chasseure greifen an, Kavallerie greift an. Wenn wir das hier aufgerieben kriegen oder neutralisiert für den Moment und die junge Garde hier zurückkommt und einen Gegenangriff vielleicht gehen kann, das wäre echt großartig. Hoffen wir, dass Crusaders Position da drüben hält.
Do we know how much infantry came from Rixiville, by the way? Was it another division? Or?
I don't know. I only know about cavalry from there, I think.
I think Robin said earlier that there was cavalry and infantry there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Okada was talking about some batteries there in the rear. I don't know. So
I guess that's another division or like a smaller segment of the army. It feels like there are a lot of enemies we don't know where are.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully with this, with winning the cavalry engagement there, they can overrun those batteries and neutralize them before they threaten your position.
Yeah. Is the Young Guard on their way here or to Crusader? Okay.
They are on the way to the west.
Is Robin up there with Carter? Are you able to tell?
Yes, he just came up when I left. And we did quickly talk, yeah.
Okay, I see.
He needed to get an overview because from behind the cavalry he couldn't see anything.
Yeah, I get that. Justin said, I'm not sure, you probably heard it, but he said that the men were in good spirits, I think, which isn't surprising since they're absolutely shredding everything.
Yeah, after the next report, I think I go back to join Carter. Or maybe I go and see what the situation at Crusader's position is. Yeah, that's maybe more important.
I think that's very important, yeah. we need to know if they've actually sent any infantry over there.
Yeah.
Because if not, then it's just useful to know.
Mhm. Also bisher scheint die Strategie hier die richtige gewesen zu sein, diese Straße zu blockieren, diese Straße zu blockieren. Ja, und das müssen wir sehen. Also ich bin ein guter Dinge, aber das kann sich natürlich, gemessen daran, dass hier Dragoner und Lanzenreiter dabei sind, auch noch gegen uns entwickeln. Aber wir haben den Gegner umzingelt, also naja. Ja, sehr, sehr spannend, sehr, sehr spannend. Hoffentlich kommt nicht hier plötzlich eine Kavalleriedivision in unseren Rücken. Das wäre sehr ärgerlich. Und wenn wir hier die Flanke aufrollen können, das wäre echt super. Ich meine, wenn die gegnerische Kavallerie hier bricht, sie kann ja auch nirgendwo so richtig hin, nur durch hier. Und da sind wahrscheinlich hier noch feindliche Infanterieeinheiten, wenn das nicht die sind, die hierhin marschiert sind. Ich weiß nicht, hier war eine ganze Division. Entweder stehen die hier, oder die sind hier rumgelaufen, oder die sind jetzt da hinmarschiert, verzögert. Keine Ahnung. Wir werden es gewahr werden, sobald ich mal rüberlaufe zu Crusader und gucke, was da los ist. Ich krieg langsam wieder Hunger. Wann war denn das? Halb um 2 Pizza gegessen? Ist auch schon wieder ein paar Stündchen her. Wie lange streamen wir denn heute schon? Fast 5 Stunden. 4:40. Und wir hatten noch eine halbe Stunde Vorbesprechung schon im Vorfeld mit unserem Team. Ja, natürlich nicht so viel zu besprechen war in so einer statischen Situation hier. Tja, zu welcher Division gehören wohl diese Husaren? Ich glaube, die Dragoner, die hier unten waren, sind da dazu gegangen. Aber ist alles, ja, man weiß halt nicht so genau, ne? Wer zu wem gehört. Der Kriegsnebel. Der Nebel des Krieges, ich kann nichts sehen. I cannot see a thing.
Do you know if the creek in front of Brown is crossable? Because the enemy seem to be using the road, but is that because they have to, or are they choosing to?
I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. Would be
Imagine
weird if they chose to only use the road if the creek was crossable.
Yeah. If the only way to cross is by the road, then doing a counterattack can still be good, but not going past the creek.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This time we're just gonna do to ourselves what they're doing to themselves.
And there's the next report.
Ooh, let's see.
Good day, sir.
Hello.
Musket range.
That's a lot of infantry.
And yeah, your entire ridge line erupts in powder smoke going both directions. It looks like the enemy didn't manage to do any noticeable damage over the breastworks. Like some of your men died, but no significant number. While you managed to kill hundreds of them and break their entire front line. They have more brigades spilling across the river to try and quick press the attack, but basically their whole centre is broken. Some elements are reorganising. There's some cavalry trying to pick their way around your flank.
Yeah. Yeah, and what do we do about that cavalry?
You can see more infantry coming up to your south, coming up the road.
Also, did the 6E break, or?
The 6E, yes, sorry, the 6E took long distance artillery. It's getting bombarded from the south.
Okay. What's that unit all the way to the left of my line? That's the 10E, right?
Where, sorry? On your right?
All the way on my left.
On your left is the 10E, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the advance got held up on the spiky, sticky logs on the way up. That's why they took it. You broke up their first wave 15 minutes ago with canister, and now they pushed close enough. The other ones weren't broken yet. Managed to push close enough to get broken by canister and musket fire. But they are dying, dying, and dying on Brown's heights.
Great news.
Okay. I'm worried about that artillery, that cavalry.
To your west, you can see it looks like the Grenadier Guards are spilling down the hill, pressing east.
Okay. Can the 10E start? How quickly can those dragoons get up the hill?
They would probably not go directly up the hill just because there's obstacle things they're probably trying to swing around. And they can probably do it, if they're not obstructed, they can do it pretty quickly.
Is the young guard already in range?
No, the young guard, you don't know where they are exactly.
Okay.
They're en route.
Okay, well I want the 10E to move, what's it, further southeast to where like the slope begins, and then get ready to form a square. Is that possible?
Okay, yep, well you're moving them southeast and then form a square, got it.
Yeah, I just want them to quickly move so as to,
All of them? All the 10E, or
no,
just one at the very end?
Just the one on the very end.
Okay.
I want them to move southeast and form a square immediately.
Okay. To try and obstruct the movement. Okay.
And then I want the infantry. I want the infantry in my center and on my right. So those 4 battalions. I want them to start pushing down the hill, pushing the enemies towards the creek.
Okay.
So I want them to advance, and if the enemy's close enough, charge them.
Alright.
And try to not get in the way of the artillery. If the artillery can't shoot at any infantry, I want them to target whatever is visible, I guess.
Basically, if you advance down the slope, you'll obstruct your guns. That's just gonna happen.
Okay.
But
so my guns can't target the road, right? Or anything at all?
Sorry?
Can my guns target the units that are further down the road? Or just nothing at all, if I advance?
I mean, if you specifically order them to, they will try and fire over the heads of your guys. But unless you specifically order them to, they will not risk shooting their own men in the back.
What do you think, Jan? Do you think I should stay put, or do you think I should try and push them down the hill while they're like clogged up on the road?
Yeah, pretty good opportunity, I think. So maybe do that and.
Because it doesn't seem like they can cross the creek.
Now, or redirect the artillery fire to the enemy cavalry to the west or whatever.
Can the artillery shoot at the cavalry?
One of your battery, not easily. Yeah, if you pull back some of your light troops out of the way, then they could shoot west at the cavalry. But most of the enemy cavalry looks to have fled south of the river by now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so they're actually moving away from the hill.
That's good to know.
The dragoons are moving away from the hill?
The dragoons seem to have shattered. They're fleeing south towards the creek.
Okay. Can I don't want the 10E to move southeast then, if that's fine.
Sorry, the dragoons to your southeast?
Yeah,
no, sorry, dragoons to your southeast are in good order. They're fine.
Okay, yeah. Then
there's so much cavalry on the field, I got you mixed up with a different formation.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So
the guns over there, yes, could fire into the dragoons as long as they're not masked by troops moving past.
Okay. If I only move the troops west of those guns, they wouldn't be blocked, right, from shooting the cavalry?
Correct.
Okay, I want that artillery battery to target the cavalry. I want the 10E all the way on the left to move so as to form a square near where the barricades end. And I want all my units west of the damaged battery to advance down the hill and try and push the enemies down towards the creek very aggressively.
No problem.
And yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
And I'll send a dispatch, but I'll write that and you can send it. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Peter. Are you there? You're muted. So if our cavalry is chasing theirs, they should also be able to attack the flank of those infantry formations attacking you here. So that would be a pretty good situation.
Should I send a dispatch to Robin as well as Carter?
Yeah, probably do that.
Okay.
And I move over to Crusader and give orders to the Young Guard Brigade to to march behind you and then renew your attack. Once you guys are spent from charging in, then they can go.
Sorry, Anna, I was away from the keyboard. Do you want to do anything specifically yourself?
So I myself want to go to the east to Crusader to check his situation, and orders to the 5th, the Young Guard Brigade there.
Yeah.
To come up here behind Lev's position, and as he is now ordering an assault down the hill, to renew that assault once his guys are falling back to reform.
Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Catch you later.
Yep. Oh, by the way, do you need any more supplies or anything?
I think we're good on supplies, but is the old guard on their way?
Great, because we have still 3 wagons in reserve.
Okay. We do need the old guard here though, because this cavalry is pretty scary.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think, I mean, if you're now pushing down the hill and with the enemy cavalry retiring in the west, there's probably no way for them to hold this position. I think at some point they have to fall back. Okay, das sind ja sehr gute Neuigkeiten, dass die feindliche Kavallerie hier komplett im Rückzug begriffen ist.
Should I say that there may be an opportunity for cavalry to come down on Kuhn?
Yes, I believe they are chasing the enemy cavalry anyway, but maybe they can at least threaten the enemy formation, the infantry that is... I mean, I guess there is more behind those we are facing right now coming up, so if they can threaten or even flank attack those, that would be perfect. And then, yeah, I don't know if we want to chase the enemy cavalry to the end of the world, but probably to Kuhn, that's enough then, because when our cavalry has to cross the river there, or the creek, that's not so optimal anyway, and they will have reserves somewhere, so better reform and solidify our position and try to destroy this division in front of us. I don't think that the enemy cavalry will have enough time to reorganize and have any effect on the battle anymore. Also die feindliche Kavallerie-Division scheint sich hier zurückzuziehen. Ich weiß nicht, was hier mit der... ist wohl noch Infanterie und Artillerie, was mit
I
denen
said in the end, if our cavalry can move on Kuhn, this entire enemy division may be traveling off the terrain.
Mhm. Die verfolgen hier. Wie gesagt, ich weiß nicht, was hier noch mit Infanterie und Artillerie ist. Die Chasseure sollten da ja auch angreifen. Und wenn wir dann noch hier in die Flanke fallen könnten, ich weiß nicht genau, wie viel dahinter ist, das ist nur eine Annahme hier, das wäre perfekt, wenn wir diese ganze Division hier gefangen nehmen oder aufreiben könnten. Ich meine, historisch gesehen ist es ja meist so, dass die meisten dann gefangen genommen werden. Die meisten werden nicht tatsächlich getötet in den Kampfhandlungen, weil Moral eine viel zu große Rolle spielt. Also die stehen ja nicht bis zum letzten Mann sich gegenüber und beschießen sich, sondern falls ihr euch mal gewundert habt, warum man sich überhaupt in so Liniengefechten Leute sich gegenüberstellen und bekämpfen. In den meisten Fällen, wenn sie nicht auf sehr lange Distanzen gekämpft haben, außerhalb der effektiven Reichweite von Musketen, das konnte schon mal passieren, dass sie dann sehr lange aufeinander geschossen haben, wenn sie genug Munition hatten oder halt nachversorgt wurden, dann ist eine Seite eigentlich sofort gerannt innerhalb kürzester Zeit. Von daher.
What I'm imagining might happen if this was a real battle is that so many broken enemy units will be running down the hill, like towards the river and the road, and they'll be crashing into fresh reinforcements.
Yeah.
And then all the fresh reinforcements and the shattered units will be mingled and pushed down towards the river, where they can't fall any further back. They have to concentrate on the road, which kind of becomes impossible when you have units moving up the road and down the road.
Absolutely.
So I'm hoping maybe a lot of units will surrender.
Yeah, that would probably realistically happen.
Yeah.
I mean, there is this famous situation there at Marengo, which of course is exaggerated, but which goes that like Kellerman with 200 cuirassiers or whatnot made 6,000 Austrians surrender by simply showing up on their flank. So
yeah, I think have you listened to this podcast, The Age of Napoleon?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, when they mentioned Marengo, and that was very cool. I think it was something like Kellerman's cavalry charged and formed up again like 2 or 3 times. Did like 3 charges here.
Oh.
And rest in peace, Louis the Sire.
Yeah, that's a very interesting phenomenon, this battle in the rise of Napoleon and the legend and all the propaganda around it.
It's very strange, silly battle kind of, the way the Austrians behave. I guess maybe it had been so long since they had won a battle that they didn't really know how to act.
This looks so promising over here. Oh, very good, very good. Hopefully there isn't a weird die roll preventing us from routing or even capturing this division. And I'm wondering about the Young Guard, why they haven't arrived yet.
I'm thinking, even if this cavalry manages to come around the moderate division now, if they manage to like go past the 10E and so on, if the rest of if the majority of my division is already pushed down the hill, the cavalry won't be able to do anything really, because the hill is covered with lugs and cavalry traps.
Yeah, I think so, and as Justin said, the battery can probably play on them. So.
Yeah.
I don't know if they even come up the hill.
I'm banking on the 10E being able to form square when I when I mentioned in my orders that I wanted them to move east and form square.
Yeah. And this whole cavalry division there in the west was pretty intimidated by 2 grenadier battalion squares on this hill there, so they just sat there at the bottom of the slope and stared up the hill.
It is pretty scary though.
Yeah, that's true.
That's like the biggest hill on the map, and you have the best units on it.
Yeah. I was actually thinking about trying to do down in the south, in the center of the map, there's this Hansborough mountain, which might even be a little bit higher. Was thinking about a sort of Waterloo reverse slope strategy there, but it's just too open. The enemy has just too many troops compared to our numbers.
Yeah, I feel like they could just set up artillery and shoot at us all day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, did you check on Crusader?
Sorry, what was it?
Did you go to check on Crusader, or?
I've not yet been moved. Should be.
Okay. Yeah, just remember that, like, I thought you were supposed to do that.
Yeah. As soon as the next report arrives, I should be on my way. But he hasn't sent any dispatches, so I assume his position is in good shape then. Hopefully. Yeah. So it goes. Let's find out about this situation, and then I'll immediately move back to the west to see this glorious charge here, to witness how the young guard engages. I was coming back to that. I'm a little bit worried why they haven't shown up yet. So maybe they are. I mean, there's always the risk
Achilles the Emperor?
Something is coming down here.
Yeah, are you
there? Yeah, I'm here.
Is Achilles the Emperor? Like, according to the other side?
No, Marshall was the emperor, and he... So back in this Christmas coup thing, we drove him into exile, and he then sort of from exile impacted the imperial faction in the Civil War, and then returned at some point to take command, and we had this major battle there at Saint, I believe, and where he sort of ambushed me in this diplomatic meeting there on the flag of truce, where I was so severely wounded. And afterwards, as he couldn't get the other factions to agree to any compromise, he then retired again. And right now Achilles is sort of the head of the new government. He's not elected king yet, but sort of the military overall commander of the United Vermilion, or however it's called.
Okay. United States of Vermilion.
Regardless on how this campaign will resolve, it will be interesting to see which role Vermilion will play in the further campaigns. Because economically the Civil War did hurt, but if we think about like France after the revolution, like with a sort of a single, very effective.
Hello, guys. Right, Jan, can I move you into red 1?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, an interesting situation. So you've taken the route back to Crusader, and you kind of intercept your guard, everything moving up the road. They seem to have a captive with them, a one Sam Miller, under their control. Do you wish to continue on to Crusader, or do you wish to speak to Sam Miller, basically?
So if he's captured, that probably means the situation with Crusader's position is good. I would talk to Sam.
Yeah, okay, I'll let the umpires know. We might just get you to speak to him. Might be cursing how shit the umpires are or something like that. But anyway.
Great. Did you hear that? We captured Sam again. This is so hilarious. So he was probably the cavalry commander down here and tried to charge this position, I assume. Sorry, for all of you who don't know, Sam is known to be sort of a meme. His name is a meme for being a very aggressive commander. Charging nevertheless the situation. I mean, as I said earlier in the stream, he learned a lot, and he really developed skills of very mobile delaying action and stuff. Very impressive. I've seen that, umpired that. But sometimes he sort of resorts back to charging as the only option, and charging this position here is sort of suicidal, and now it appears he is our captive. This is so hilarious. We captured Sam Miller once again. We didn't. I mean, in the October War, he was the commander who was in command of the forces who burned down St. Querin, the Lietzen harbor, which then made Lietzen switch sides, and join the Vermilion in the war against Blaustein. And he, at some point after an odyssey through Lietzen, then surrendered and was shot. But like his descendants are, he's now his descendants and having a command in Blaustein, I believe. I think he's might even be admiral or naval commander or whatever. Anyways, today he's here and yeah, playing as one of the reactionary faction commanders. Let me check, did I spell that correctly? This is so hilarious. No, not hilarious, it's just so funny. It's so great. I'm wondering whether he was infantry or cavalry commander and how he got captured. Probably trying to break the artillery, overrun the artillery battery there or something like that. Alright, I'll be AFK for another second. Okay, I'm back. Und zur Feier des Tages werde ich mir jetzt einen Schluck Rum nehmen. Anlässlich der Gefangennahme von One Sam Miller. Gibt es jetzt einen Schluck Rum. Zum Wohl. Der erste Schluck ist immer ein bisschen, muss ja immer daran gewöhnen. Aber dann geht's. Alright, alright. This is so great. This is so great. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun to play with Sam. It is by no way meant derogatory. I said he sort of became a meme for initially being such an aggressive commander, but honestly, it's all in good faith, and as I said, I'm very impressed by how he did learn and develop over the last few months. Very impressive, and it shows how much of a learning tool, sort of teaching and learning tool, Kriegsspiel can be. How much you can improve and learn about yourself, learn about reading the situations based on incomplete knowledge and how to deal with the complexity and contingencies and all that. That's pretty cool. And by that, I'm by no way saying that I'm a perfect commander or anything. I'm making lots of mistakes and I'm learning with every game as well. It's just that, yeah, I recognize that Sam did really improve.
Jan.
Marshall.
How's it going?
I feel it's going pretty good.
Yeah?
I hear from Crusader that he is pressed hard by infantry, so the young guard will be ordered to countermarch once again for the third time this game. And in the west, the situation appears right now to be pretty much in our favor. From what I know, the enemy cavalry division is routed and falling back, and these infantry guys here attacking the Brown Hill are pretty much in a bad spot with the creek behind them and mostly shattered. There should be an assault going down the hill right now, and maybe with support of the cavalry we can capture this division there, who knows. So I'm...
Did you did you meet a mysterious stranger on the road?
Yeah, I was told by Peter that I came across the guard brigade there, and the commander stopped me and told me, hey, we got one Sam Miller captured here, do you know this guy? Yeah, so I haven't talked to him yet, but that's just great. I had a good laugh about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of amusement there.
Yeah.
You'll enjoy watching the live stream, I think, for sure.
Yeah, I believe so. And I already told the viewers on my stream that even though that Sam sort of has become a meme for being such an aggressive commander early on when he joined, that I'm very impressed by how he has developed over the last month. I think, I mean, there are always these situations where he falls back into this and charges in no matter what. But I think he has become quite a good commander. I've seen very impressive fallback and sort of evade actions and all that, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And
wonderful.
There he is.
There is Sam. Yep.
There is Sam.
Okay. Well, good luck.
Thank you. Okay, Peter, do you have any reports for me?
No, not yet. Literally, I was requested to move Sam into your channel for a debrief, I guess.
Yeah, alright. So anyway, I want probably you already read that, the Young Guard Brigade to countermarch once again to the east. It appears that Crusader needs support and...
Yeah, no, you'll see it. They're still in the process of completing the previous round, so you'll get your report. You'll get your report soon.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Ja, Sam, was ist da passiert? Warst du der Kavallerie-Commander da drüben, oder?
Ja. Also, sie haben mich verraten, so gesehen.
Okay.
Ich glaube, und ich habe sehr wichtige Informationen.
Also so.
Ja, weil ich bin extra über den Fluss geschwommen.
Okay.
Also auf der rechten Seite ist momentan der Hauptangriff. Ja, und ich glaube, dort ist es sehr wichtig, weil wenn die Flanke fällt, dann könnten die einfach von hinten angreifen, und ich glaube, das würde dich sehr interessieren, weil gerade wo ich weggegangen bin, glaube ich, hat der Angriff begonnen. Und es sind sehr viele Infanterieeinheiten. Und der Achilles wollte meine Kavallerie benutzen als Reserve, damit so, wenn die durchgebrochen sind, dass sie dann die Kavallerie benutzen, um mich dann einzukesseln.
Ja.
Ja, und ich glaube, die Republik ist besser als die Regierung. Also deswegen wollte ich auch die Seiten wechseln.
Okay. Ja, cool. Super spannend, die Schlacht bisher. Bin sehr gespannt, hinterher den Empire-Stream zu sehen. Da im Westen ist auch einiges passiert, war zum Teil sehr verwirrt, was Robin und Carter da so angestellt haben, aber aktuell sieht es so aus, als wenn das zu unseren Gunsten sich alles entwickelt. Mal schauen. Ich bin jetzt auf dem Weg wieder rüber in den Osten. Muss mal angucken, was da los ist.
Ja, im Osten ist es sehr brenzlig.
Ja, ich hatte irgendwie da am Anfang von dem Hügel da bei der Brown Farm eine Infanteriekolonne gesehen, die ich dann aber die ganze Zeit nicht mehr sehen konnte. Und ich habe mich schon gefragt, wo die wohl geblieben ist. Ja, und jetzt scheint sie ja wohl da anzugreifen im Osten. Sehr, sehr spannend. Haben der Gegner denn da viel Artillerie? Weißt du das? Wie viel Artillerie da im Osten ist? Ja, großartig, großartig. Mal sehen, mal sehen. Sieht so aus, als wenn wir da Unterstützung brauchen. Wir warten jetzt noch auf die Berichte. Sieht so aus, als wenn der Gegner nur noch 3 Kommandanten hat. Aber das kann daran liegen, dass Kuhns unterwegs ist und immer übers Handy zwischendurch mal reinschaut. Ich komme nicht drauf klar. Sie haben sich den Fluss geschwommen. Sehr gut, sehr gut. Sam, kannst du mir sagen, wie viele Divisionen insgesamt am Start dabei waren auf der anderen Seite?
Es waren 2 Infanteriedivisionen, eine Marine und eine Elite. Und. Ah nein, das waren 3.
Okay.
Das waren eine Elite, eine Marine und die 2 sind auf der im Osten und eine normale, die gerade Brown angreift und 2 Kavalleriedivisionen.
Okay.
Und meine ist auch im Osten. Also ich hatte eine Einheit von Lancers und Cuirassiers.
Ja, okay. Genau, die haben wir gesehen. Du bist da zu dieser Fort geritten, wie schreibe ich das? Östlich von der Deep Fort. War die passierbar oder nicht?
Nein, aber ich konnte dennoch rüberkommen. Aber mein Pferd ist dann ertrunken, leider.
Okay. Alright, so it appears that if we can hold the fort in the east, Crusaders' position, I mean it's now what, 1600? 1615. For 1.5 hour longer, we should have won this thing. If we block them out here, capture this, hopefully, then we should be able to get away and call this a victory. Wir sollten mal Scouts schicken. Wenn eine dieser Furten tatsächlich passierbar wäre. Ich meine, die Rückseite sagt, dass sie es nicht sind, aber ob das stimmt, weiß ich nicht. Wenn das möglich wäre, könnten wir auch darüber passieren. Während der Nacht. Dann hätten wir den Gegner hier auf der Westseite des Flusses und könnten zusammen mit Dubois 2 Divisionen auf die Hauptstadt marschieren. Das wäre ziemlich cool. Ja, ich weiß nicht, wie die Situation hier drin genau aussieht. Ich werde mir das dann gleich anschauen, wenn ich da bin. Ach ja. Jol, jol, jol. Alright. I need reports, I need new reports. Why does the report take so long? Are they calling it now? Marshall, hello. Why is the report taking so long?
Because we're resolving a number of things.
Oh.
Greetings. So, Sam, would you like to narrate?
Is Sam here? Did he step away? Oh, there he is.
Oh?
So, Sam, narrate how you would do this.
Do what?
You know.
Your thing.
Do the thing.
Like, did I already did it, or?
No, just do it.
No, you're in the process.
Do it now. Go.
What's going on?
Like,
Okay, Jan.
since we talked, I think I would just...
Jan and Sam, you're facing across from each other. You've had your conversations, such as they were. Sam kind of bends over to maybe make a cough. He reaches into his jacket and pulls forth a knife, lunging at you, Jan. The blade is mere inches from you, but one of your guardsmen managed to knock it away, and you stumble backwards. And then two of your guards managed to grab Sam. He knock him to the ground. He's at your mercy. What do you want to do with him?
As a good Republican, I will arrest him and he will see a trial.
Okay.
Did Jen get his 1630 report?
1630? No, not yet.
Yeah, you might get it. Let's see.
Oh well, nice try.
It wasn't even close.
Sam, you failed to account for, like, even if it was a pistol, you did go through that thing with, you know, how you got there.
Through the river, yeah.
Like, my cavalry did leave me, so I couldn't get across another time since I lost my horse.
No.
So I came up with that plan.
Oh yeah, there was a funny story with his horse floating down. Sadly, Crusader didn't do anything about it, but
Yeah, I'm eager to see the Empire stream. Must be pretty funny.
all right. Well,
And the legend of the invincible Heinemann just grows. Okay, there's my report. So then, Sam, the question is, did you tell the truth about 2 divisions attacking Crusader?
Maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah. Maybe I should ask a guardman to beat you up and find out.
But maybe I told the truth and you don't know it.
Yeah. It's like game theory now. You can't know anything.
Yeah. But where were you going?
So initially, I mean, doesn't make doesn't change anything. Initially, I was going to check the Crusaders' position, and I was wondering about where the Guard Brigade was, because that one was ordered to the west a considerable time earlier, oder schon einige Zeit früher, wenn Marshall jetzt weg ist. Und habe mich gewundert, warum die nicht kommen, weil sie eigentlich den Gegenangriff im Westen unterstützen sollten. Und dann habe ich eine Nachricht bekommen, als ich hier an der Kreuzung ungefähr die Gardebrigade getroffen habe. Haben sie mir einerseits gesagt, dass sie dich gefangen genommen haben. Und dann habe ich eine Nachricht von Crusader bekommen, dass er unter schwerem Infanterieangriff ist. Und jetzt werde ich wohl gleich in den Osten gehen und nachschauen.
Interessant. Weil eigentlich mein Plan war, den Modi Run zu überqueren bei Vaga.
Ja.
Aber das Ding war, mein Pferd ist ertrunken. Aber ich konnte dann meine Soldaten dann inspirieren, auch den Fluss zu überqueren, aber dann in dem Moment hat Achilles eine Nachricht geschickt, dass ich zurückkommen soll, und die haben das dann nicht gemacht.
Ja.
Weil sonst wäre ich höchstwahrscheinlich jetzt mit meiner Kavallerie über den Fluss, und dann hätte ich das, was ich immer mache, da hätte ich einfach Leute angegriffen von hinten.
Ja. Ja, wir waren ein bisschen besorgt. Also ich hatte erst vermutet, dass du die Kavallerie im Westen kontrollierst, weil da so ein sehr aggressiver Angriff da durch den Wald plötzlich stattfand. Und dann hatten wir ein bisschen Angst, als du die Furt gescoutet hast, weiter noch im Osten, dass du da womöglich rüberkommst und dann diese Furt nördlich von Crusader da benutzt, weil die passierbar ist halt. Und dann plötzlich hinter uns stehst.
Oh, das habe ich sogar versucht. Aber die Furt konnte ich nicht überqueren.
Ja.
Also da hat die Glück gehabt.
Ja. And Marshall is back.
Yeah, I'm muted. I'm just standing by to hear what reports they give you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm wondering as well. Message from Crusader. I expect to be completely overrun in probably less than 15 minutes. Okay.
Hello, Jan.
Hello.
Okay. No dispatch comes in from Crusader. He's expected to be completely overrun. And looking back, you can see elements of your force are also apparently breaking as well. You can see the baggage train starting to limber up, or starting to move back along the road towards you.
Okay.
So something potentially not so good has happened there. Unless the ice cream fan has turned up at Coon and everyone's trying to get himself a Flake 69 or something. So, what would you like to do at this present moment in time?
I will move to the east nonetheless to check the situation, order the 5th Guard Brigade into the woods there, deploy skirmishers, and if the enemy is actually breaking through, trying to engage and delay them.
Okay. So you're going to go into that woods just east of Wager?
Yeah, exactly.
Are you going in with them, or are you going to carry on down the road?
I'm trying to meet a Crusader.
Okay, alright, so the road is the best option for you.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Also, can you let me free?
No, that's not an option anymore.
You might as well stick around. It's more interesting.
Ah, großartig. Großartig, großartig. Oh Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann. Naja. Ja, 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 ja. Badam, bam, badada. Jetzt kommt es darauf an, den Osten irgendwie abzufangen. Ich meine, die Zeit ist auf unserer Seite. 16:30 ist es schon. Ich frage Robin mal, ob er seine Dragoner rüberbringen kann. Ja, vielleicht sind die Berichte, also meiner Meinung nach sind die Berichte von Crusader zu spät gekommen. Hätte früher sagen müssen, dass da so viel los ist. – 16 Uhr kam die erste. Hm. Mal schauen, mal kicken. Kick mal, wer da in. Wie warm ist es denn eigentlich mittlerweile noch? 24 Grad. Ja. Sehr wenig Wind hier in der Stadt. Eigentlich gar kein Wind mehr. Überhaupt nicht mehr. Wir hatten wenigstens naja, unter 1, aber ein bisschen war da. Wenn wir sie hier halten könnten und die Furt frei ist. Das wäre vielleicht noch zu. And Stefan's strategy, this has been a tough fight since more support didn't arrive. Yeah, that was the main issue from the beginning. I mean, there was nobody around who could have supported us. The 2 divisions on the other side of the river could not cross. We couldn't cross to their side. And regarding all the confusion in the resolution of the military strategic level in the campaign, neither Altmark nor the main conservative cavalry body nor Sarkina were allowed, so to say, or able to come to our aid. So yeah, we were pretty much limited to what we got in this situation. And I mean, anyways, it's sort of meant to be the final fight. We'll see how it plays out. As I said, by now it is 1630, and what did we say when was nightfall? Was getting dark at 1800, I believe. So 1.5 hours to go, and then darkness at 1900. So I hope that even if there's actually a breakthrough happening here, that we can delay the enemy in this position, maybe get some of the cavalry to support us. I mean, we have the inner lines, you know. I don't know though what's the situation over here is what the cavalry and left's infantry division are doing here, and from judgment I would say probably far less infantry battalions over here. But anyways, I hope this plays out and that we might even be able to capture this division. I don't know. Maybe this is just wishful thinking. I'm happy though that we captured Sam, or that, I mean, he tried to assassinate me because he wasn't able to cross back across the muddy creek because his horse drowned there. And then it seems he was walking around here and then got captured by the guard and tried to assassinate me. Once again, I mean, this time, the time before it wasn't him, but funny story about the first consul of the Vermilion Republic being assassinated several times. Nevertheless, coming back. So yes, my hopes are with this situation in the west, that we really can mop this situation up, get the cavalry across, and yeah, I'm ready to keep from the battle. Exactly. And I mean that these are the cool little things. I've been moved.
Describe
Dogs and cats living together. It's madness.
It's called. It's been called
the most organized battle I've ever conducted.
Ooh, what's going on?
Yeah, really.
Oh
It was
god.
such a fun battle. Damn, I love it.
I was just.
Okay, who has the best signal? Who can stream? Is Damon here? Can I get you to stream, Damon?
Yeah. Let me.
Just noting, you had the least ping of everyone on the list.
Oh, Marshall's streaming.
True.
Oh yeah.
Oh, now both of them are.
Can we join the table, or is it too stable?
Oh, you can join the table. The table is I don't even know what it's called. It's called Umpire of the Reds. Server password is 1805.
I think I like Marshall's stream. It looks higher quality.
Probably is. Marsh has all the special streaming things.
Oh, everybody's in red, so I don't know who's who.
That was a recurring thing. There were a few points where there was a conversation between commanders about, hang on, I know there's a red cavalry there. They seem to have won the fight against the other red cavalry, and they're standing there. I don't know who won. I assume they're our friends, but I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know who these guys are over here.
Where's over here? Sorry, who's talking?
He just ended the stream, so now I can't see it at all. Let me go to...
I have an issue.
What was the table name again?
Umpire of the Reds.
Yeah.
Yeah, who are these guys with the blue bases over here?
Over here, these are people who have surrendered.
Oh, okay.
They've been overrun. They've been overrun by
The
government,
Lancers. Yeah.
which cut off their retreat across that ford.
Okay, somebody tell me what the hell happened to Sam.
Many Sam is worthy of an epic ballad. Who was umpiring him? Golden Light, can you please tell the story of Sam before we get on with the battle in general?
Okay, so Sam. Okay, so the first thing he did was he was at this position. Okay, he saw the enemy fortified over here. He said, "Okay, I want to move all the way across the ford and go all the way back and try and ambush them there." So he did that. He found that it was uncrossable. Okay, so he went back here, and then he went back here, and then he decided to go.
He went over the wager homestead, yes. Yep.
And then he's like, "Okay, so I want to cross over here." So the men told him, "No, we can't do that." And then he says, "No, you guys are pussies." So he decides to cross over himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he manages to do so, but then his horse gets swept across.
He succeeded with complications. His horse drowned, and he managed to get the other side sucking
Oh my god! Of course.
So the Crusader should have been clued in by that horse that something was going on in Wager. And then he spent the next few turns shouting at his men to cross and don't be pussies.
Like 2 hours.
Oh, I could have used you, man.
And then when his men went away, he went up the heights, intercepted the young guard heading west, and wanted to turn himself in so he would be arrested and brought to Yarn so he could try and assassinate him with a concealed weapon.
Jesus Christ. Alright, I mean, that's badass.
He rolled for it, he failed, and he's now he's holding out in the woods with Crusader, Heinemann, Sam the captive, and the young guard.
Failed, we mean that was a failed miserably failed.
Yes, yes.
Like he never even got the knife out.
He failed crossing cover and he failed the assassinations.
You're that's a hero.
Like he dropped the knife when he pulled it out of his cloak.
Maybe
I think it would be more epic to say he pulled out a flintlock pistol and forgot that water.
Yeah, he was wet.
Yeah, just the scene in Pirates of the Caribbean where it just everyone has like empty muskets.
Tell me Jan had almost Andrew Jacksoned him, took out his cane and nearly beat him half to death.
So who was commanding the People's Army here? Why did you order them to charge from your defensive position?
But let me give a brief overview of the battle, and then we'll get on to nitty-gritty, because we have a lot of players with lots of opinions. So with the initial movement, Jan had the choice, but he was started off deployed over here near Norman's Ford, and he had a pontoon bridge across. It just wasn't sturdy enough to cross en masse, so he had to beat off the government forces to buy time to either cross here or to just disengage and march south on this side of the river. He found the best ground for him to defend. He decided was up here, which Damon noted was actually a bit, with the scale we're talking, was a bit like a fishhook, a bit like a Gettysburg position. And so he set up fortification
in front of cemetery
ridge, and he had fortifications down here with his dismounted cavalry, which wasn't didn't want them to be dismounted, just he only had horses enough to mount one division or the other, and he made, I think, the right choice in mounting 1st Division, who kicked ass this battle.
Holy shit, yeah.
The 1st Division was actually formed over here between Brixeyville and Matthews at the start of play. And sorry, not 1st Division, 1st Division was on this side, sorry. They're on this side of the trees, and Achilles had a division of cavalry out here between Brixeyville and Matthews, his 1st Division. So, the 1st Division of Red Cavalry, as opposed to the 1st Division of Red
Can we
Cavalry.
zoom out a little, Marshall? I'm sorry.
Zoom. Oh, that's not what you meant.
So
let me
the original
actually
was
let me get a colour
this,
so I can draw.
this.
Yes, please draw on it. This is really hard to tell where anybody is.
Okay, no problem. Let me do it just while I'm narrating.
That was just the start information.
Okay, well, I'm going to overrule you anyway. Yeah, so they were here initially. There were some chasseurs, the chasseurs guard division hiding in the trees here. There was cavalry.
There you go.
Cavalry formed here. There was the main battle line here, which was moderates, which were not great troop quality, but you know, they had troops. They were willing to fight. They'd been picked up by a very good speech by Jan on his march towards the capital, and the guard artillery. And then the moderate light troops were here. And then the grenadiers were back here in reserve, and the young guard were, I think they started over here in reserve. And then
At the Wager farm. At the Wager farm.
At the Wager farm, yes, you're right. Sorry. There were Achilles had cavalry here. He had a 2nd Cavalry, which was dragoons, formed over here. He had elements of his 5th Division coming out of the trees here. He had elements of the 1st Division coming into line here. He had his Marines, and then his Imperial Guard, and then his actually I might be going the wrong way here. Marines, and then the Imperial Guard, and then artillery on one of these roads. I think down past Bots actually. But yeah, they're coming up this road, and they were still a fair way from the battlefield at the start of play. But they were spent the first half of the battle marching up along this line and then heading through the trees. And there was Sam's 3rd Cavalry, which was up here, had his lights, and he had cuirassiers back here, because that's just where they've been ordered to go. They also had hussars over here inspecting there were reports that there had been liberals sighted near the ford, and so they wanted to inspect it to see whether any troops left here. And before the start of play, they went there, found that they'd gone and cut loose the pontoon. And so they were on their way back to rejoin the command. We started at 13:30. One of the Kriegsspiel problems that the government forces had was that their corps commander suffered from a great deal of sickness on the night before battle, or in other words, was caught up with work and was basically unable to participate. So their leading division commander basically commanded the main corps in action for most of the battle, which meant he was commanding forces that were here, and here, and here, and here at the same time. But he managed to do that well, and it was a bit disjointed in getting this cavalry up here in motion. Early on in the action, so as the main forces advancing north, and Sam was doing his riding along the river, the liberal, I keep wanting to say red, the liberal cavalry moved through these trees and found 2 brigades formed up against them, promptly retreated through the trees. This cavalry had just received orders to push east, so they did. They pressed east, pushed through and lined up against them, and they had a brief skirmish. The liberal cavalry fell back and hid in these woods here, and also dragoons around here. And at this point, the leaders up on this ridge seemed to think that the troops here may have been friendly. They weren't sure. But Carter and the chasseurs had been left behind in the woods here. The Carter and the grenadiers formed on the ridge here. And there was an unfortunate incident where Robin was trying to find Jan as his cavalry was engaged. And so he came here to speak to Jan. Jan wasn't here. Then he went to the wager farm where he'd heard Jan had been, and Jan wasn't there anymore. And then he rode back over here as Jan returned to the wager farm. and eventually they found each other, but there was a bit of confusion. Yeah, ultimately, the attack coming in here was a bit disjointed. They drove back the 6th Brigade very well. They crossed the muddy run in 2 places, and then the cavalry driving up the west managed to get defeated in successive detail, with 1 or 2 of the Liberal brigades managing to beat, in order, 5 brigades of government cavalry. Just
Yeah,
one
they
after
fought-
another,
they
hammering
fought
through.
it 3 times their size. Like,
3
holy shit.
battles in a row. Black was just
They just got exhausted at that point. They fought wave after wave of cavalry. They beat them all, but they were spent. And they just, they were scary, and they'd broken a lot of enemy cavalry, but they didn't have anything left, so they couldn't charge enemy guns. And the last gasp of the government cavalry here was to push up and threaten the chasseurs after they'd been rescued into square. And they did. The chasseurs managed to drive off the hussars. The chasseurs took blasts of cannons at point-blank range. They lost some men, but their guard, their discipline was unshaken, and so they were about to get back into line and attack or pull back, as the case may be. The Grenadiers had also taken heavy losses from their duel here, trying to press into... Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. The Grenadiers were very good. I'll leave it at that. So Jen's main attack here was pushing up multiple brigades, forcing their way across this crossing, and fighting up this very difficult, fortified, obstacle-strewn slope against the breastworks here, taking pounding damage from artillery. The 2 batteries up here of guard artillery had broken the battery firing from here, had disordered 3 batteries firing from here. They lost a section, so half of one of the batteries. They then broke 3 blocks, so broke a brigade advancing from here. They broke half a brigade advancing up here. They broke 3 more units advancing up the slope. But, there were more and more and more troops coming up, and at the high water mark, the attack got up to exchanging volleys with the defenders behind the breastworks, and the defenders, the moderates, with the artillery, threw them back in chaos. At this point, the moderate commander, with Jan, got a little bit ambitious. Rightly so, but they thought, you know what, if we can push them back into that crossing, we can wipe out an entire corps worth of infantry here, and they were right. But unfortunately, it meant his troops then moved out from the breastworks. At the same time, his general was still trying to force troops up the slope at them, and without the protection of the breastworks, the moderates were quickly overrun. And
Yeah, they should have stayed there. Because the artillery couldn't fight because of them.
They were masked. Yeah, they masked their own artillery, unfortunately. There was a bit where the dragoons got around the flank and had to be fought off by a battery and infantry on this flank here, which they did, and perhaps that battery would have helped as well. But at the end, these grenadiers were pushing in and firing volleys across the river to try and support this effort. But at this point, there were just, even with the sheer number of broken troops here, there were still enough units that they could eventually be run down, even as these guys are breaking up the top. In the east, the Young Guard pulled into Erlon. They were at Wager. They marched east to support the troops here, as that seemed to be under threat. Then the cavalry moved away, and they moved back, just as the Imperial Guard formed up into assault columns, and the Marines formed up into assault columns. And they both ordered to push forward, and the first one to get there would be the first wave, and then the Marine commander said, make sure you're not the first one to get there, make sure you follow the guard in. And yeah, there was a blast of fire from the dismounted cavalry and from the horse artillery, and they dealt some losses to the guard, but the guard's discipline was not bothered. They just pushed across, and in the fighting, some got disordered, but the body of them just ran straight through the position. And then there was cavalry position to exploit, which was the Cuirassiers up here. This is the previously from Sam's 3rd Division, which had gone to Achilles for new commands, because their commander had been lost to the river. And the Lancers, which exploited through here. Alright, that's me. Now, firstly, I want to call out particular thanks to all the umpires who helped me with this. I could not have done this without you, and it was wonderful to have you all here. Special thanks to Suta, who had not umpired before, was still willing to step up and take 2 of the larger commands. So, Suta, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So, Yeah, when I joined in, let's see, do I draw? Or...
Yep, I'll raise all the markers. You can draw whatever you like.
Yeah, right. So the 2 columns were over, see here, by just past bots, and they were just following the road over here. Somewhere along here, we realized that the commanders were not entirely didn't know exactly where they were. So I think that Achilles had been wondering where Blazer was, and he was in front of him the whole time. They also realized that the artillery was in the wrong side of the column, but they kept on, and somewhere around here, Blazer broke up and started making his formation. And while Achilles kept moving forward. At this point, Achilles tried to reach up Sam, and he didn't find him. He just found the troops standing around there. And that's the point where he finally got to make the push, and well, it worked. And yeah, there was a lot of marching for them this session.
Yes, yeah. I tried to make sure that we would get most of the early marching done before the battle in the operational phase, but First Corps got there first and promptly attacked, which I think was the right decision. But yes, it meant they had a lot of marching to get to the line of battle.
Yeah.
Alright, Theoil. Any comments, if you're still here in the chat? You've dropped off the chat. No worries. Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Justin. Yeah, first of all, fantastic scenario. Fantastic map for the actual situation, and yeah, great work getting it all together. I think it was kind of perfect, really, because it did seem like Jan was on a bit of a lost cause, and to the situation as it is now looks that way. But Jan can be happy that his force is way above their level and really done a great job. So I think it was good for both commanders. I know Achilles was probably walking a bit too much, but it looks like he's got the victory. I don't know if Justin hasn't quite called it yet, but essentially I think everyone came out very well in this. Even Sam's situation was a different kind of victory in a way, a victory for comedy potentially, but fantastic from everyone, I think.
Yeah, I'll call it. I'll say the bulk of the Liberal Army is doomed here. The corps that was marching south across the river, when they hear about the defeat, they'll simply accept the pardon. They will retain their Liberal sympathies and look for a chance to carry on their lost cause and bring democracy back to the Republic. But while the Guard here, the Grenadiers and the Chasseurs, are not broken, there's only so much they can do. They will try and leave the field, and the government forces don't really have the cavalry to chase them.
Yeah, I would say they would rear guard these guys getting out of there.
Yeah, the cavalry and the Guard will leave and return. They may be a story element in the future, but it's no longer a credible government. So Jan, who is very much the face of this movement, and Crusader and their treacherous prisoner will hold out in the woods for some time and also do their bit to make sure nothing can pursue the army as it leaves, the reins of the army as it leaves. But there's a lot of shattered troops that just aren't going to leave the field.
I would say
Goldeneye?
these hussars right there, they deserve a medal. Like, they fought 3 times their weight.
Yeah, and took I think they took 1 hit. They took 1 damage throughout the entire battle. They kicked ass, and they did very well. There just weren't enough of them to break everything.
Yeah.
Let's go to the side commanders. Jan,
Yeah. I'm a bit shocked by the picture I see here, considering what I knew when the game was called. So you said before we were initially over there at Norman's Ford, and given the fact that I already had to, or dice were rolled for me, when I crossed the pontoon bridge and it was close to breaking already, and it appeared that we would not be able to bring the divisions or even the guard division across in one piece. We decided to look out for some defensive ground, which we found here. I think for most of the battle it played out really well for us. The skirmisher delay actions, they worked out, and this defensive position also. I was a bit baffled when I learned that the cavalry had retired to the north, because I didn't really understand why they didn't just wait until the enemy cavalry came out of this defile here and just charge in into disordered cavalry there. But anyway, it appears that they showed great conduct in battle, so that's good to know. Given the situation here in this position, I'm a bit confused, because when we decided to call the charge in, we had breaking units in front of us, and they were pouring down the hill into the fresh units which were coming up, and then if you then got like 2 brigades of screaming men with bayonets rushing down the hill, I don't think you will just turn around and shoot at them. That will just become one big chaotic.
No, absolutely not. The breaking units kept moving. It was just, unfortunately, there were like 5 or 6 brigades on the slope, and only 2 of them were broken.
I see that, but from my judgment, I would have thought that the breaking units had more of a morale effect on the other guys around them. Anyways, considering the situation in the east, I think we realized too late that the enemy was forming here. We didn't know about that at all. We knew that the cavalry was there, and probably the cavalry did screen the deployment. I don't know about that. We knew that an infantry division was moving through the woods to the northeast along the small pass there to the Munford Road, but couldn't spot that later on either. So we were a bit surprised about this situation here, and that's also because why the Young Guard was ordered back and forth. When they were pulled back to the west, they were supposed to sort of reinforce this attack down the slope, and the overall situation which I assumed the cavalry would be able to exploit to fall upon the flank of this division attacking us up the slope there. And so the hope was to maybe capture this whole division there and just block the east. But turns out
and if you managed to do that, you would have won the battle decisively.
So, but well played to all my commanders. Thanks.
Thank you. Achilles for the government.
Well, this was quite interesting. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that played and to all the umpires. I want to give a special thank you to Jen, because he ended up fighting the bulk of this battle, and he did a really good job. The plan itself, actually, the first corps, which Jen was running, because Kuntz couldn't show up, was intended to be a demonstration force. I didn't anticipate them assaulting that hill until the assault on the right had started. But it took a very long time for my guys to get over to the right. Time and distance is probably one of the hardest things to get used to in this. And of course my artillery was in the wrong place, so it never got it into action over there. Where Jan's forces were essentially exactly where I anticipated that he would be. Looking at the map, this just really good defensive terrain. I mean, excellent defensive terrain. And so the plan essentially was to demonstrate around Brown and that hill there and hit it with artillery and bring up the Guard and the Marine divisions along with the cavalry with the Lancers and the Cuirassiers on the right. Park the artillery over here on this far eastern end of this plateau to pound that position at the ford across from them, and then assault that position. And once we had cleared that position, we could let the cavalry come up that road to exploit, which is essentially what happened. The Lancers ran down these guys up here. The Cuirassiers were going to push forward towards the road and be heading towards the backside of Brown. And the Guard was following them. Guard infantry was following them. The Marine infantry was following that. So the idea was the heavy right punch there, which would roll up his line from what would be our right to the left. And once that assault had gone in on the right, that was when I anticipated First Corps attacking on their side to pin his forces on that end. But Jen went in earlier, and in quite reasonably. I think he did an excellent job there. He basically took the brunt of the battle, but he also got the enemy forces to concentrate on him, which made my job on the right-hand side quite easy. And that was where the breakthrough point was going to be, was on that right side. So looks pretty successful to me. And with the Cuirassiers and the Lancers, they're pretty fresh, so they should be able to ride down a good portion of his forces along the way. So we'll see. It looked pretty good to me, and went pretty much according to the original plan, which is really surprising, except for a couple of hitches here and there. So I like that.
Fantastic. Robin, the hero of the cavalry.
Yeah, to explain myself why my cavalry made the dubious choice of retreating north, my initial reports made it sound like the enemy cavalry was backed by infantry, and I didn't want my cavalry to fight along the wood line with the possibility of flanking infantry. And that's why I retreated north and prepared my ambush. And yeah, from my perspective, the game went really well for us. A bit sad to see that it didn't went as well for the others. Yeah, next time I need more troops and more stamina, and then we'll win.
Don't we all want more troops and more stamina?
I'll take the latter at least.
I'll go with Carter of the Guard.
Yeah, so pretty much everything's been explained. I was just happy to take part in the one bright spot of the day for our army, it seems. I was in charge of the skirmishers initially, so I was part of that kind of delaying action at the fords there along Muddy Run. And then I left the chasseurs behind the enemy line on purpose with instructions to exploit any situations they found. And I kept subtly reminding the umpires of this every round. Just to make sure that they knew the last instructions of this unit. And everything developed as has already been explained. I put the grenadiers up on top of that hill to try and deny it to the enemy cavalry. It looked like they were going to try and make it to the top, which in fact, it seems that they advanced, started going up the hill, saw my men in squares up there, blasting their trumpets and rolling their drums, and they decided, maybe not. And so then I saw the enemy hussars moving north, and at the moment that I was going to send a letter to Robin to launch his attack to try and drive the cavalry off, he actually did it without me needing to tell him anything. So then his cavalry started swinging around the big hill in a kind of counterclockwise motion. I decided to move my grenadiers down off the hill to support. And at the moment that the enemy dragoons came up to try and throw back our cavalry, my chasseurs emerged from the woods behind them. And I'll put in general, I put a reaction in chat. I didn't really, I couldn't take credit for it because, it was obviously the colonel in charge of the chasseurs. But, I was just looking down on the scene of our cavalry crushing them and my chasseurs partaking in it, and then my grenadiers moving down off the hill. And I was like, Rommel, you son of a... And then we're streaming, so I can't... I read your book! So it was a good time. And then tried to exploit it, but the cavalry was winded. So I moved up the guards, chasseurs, and grenadiers to try and keep the momentum going. And at one point, I was like, all right, we can charge, try and get to that crossing, see if we can cut it off. And it looked like the fight was still winning at the hilltop. And I presume that's when our forces charged and then got beaten back. And so by the time I was nearing the crossing or the exit point, I had just realized that it was no longer going well for us. And so...
You arrived one update too late to tip that balance.
Yeah. So at that point, it probably would have been me organizing a withdrawal. So...
Yeah, that would be the aftermath of the battle. Carter, or whatever your name is in this continuity, organizing organizing retreat of the guard, of the grenadiers, chasseurs, and cavalry with Robin, as Jan, this whole right hook gets held up in the battle of the woods here, finally capturing Jan and Crusader and the young guard.
Presumably finding Sam's corpse.
Depending on exactly how annoyed Jan is at his treachery, yes.
Well, if Jan doesn't kill Sam, I am going to.
I might kill him too.
Crusader, the noble commander of the dismounted cavalry on the right, or left, whichever side it is.
Yep, so I was positioned on our very far left flank, which we didn't expect to be engaged. We even had a contingency of if I didn't get engaged in 1 hour, I'd leave. Sadly, that didn't happen. So when I saw the core command token, I was like, okay, this is going to get bad very quickly, and it did. I was in a bit of a pickle because I couldn't retreat because they had... I knew they had 6 squadrons of cavalry ready to ride down my retreating troops. And if I stayed, I will get overrun by the guards, so I decided to stay and at least delay them. And I think there was only one possible way that I thought of just recently that I could have stopped this. And I'm going to ask if it would have been possible to burn the bridge.
No, not in this case. No, you couldn't have burnt that one. That was a ford.
Oh, it was... Oh, yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
It's okay. People in my previous Brandy Station game, there were people trying to burn the ford then too. I had to explain what a ford was.
Throw a torch into the ford.
I have a little visitor who's just come to say hello. You want to say hello? She says hello. Okay. So done. Okay. Blazer Trail. Can we get your update? I know it's been a bit of a marching simulator, but can we get your 2 cents? Are you still here? Have we lost you? We've lost you. Okay, Sam. Can we get your view of the battle?
Well, I had orders to screen the advance of the infantry because we wanted to attack in the east. But at the beginning of the battle, I was searching crossing along to Hazel River. But unfortunately, I couldn't cross it. But if I could have crossed it, I think I would have come from behind. But yeah, that didn't happen. So I did return, and I did my duty to screen. But then eventually, I decided to try to cross the muddy run near Vega. But yeah, as you know, I was the only one that got across, and the thing was, exactly at the moment where my men were convinced to cross the river, I got a message from Achilles that I am to return, and then they decided to leave me. I think if that message never arrived, I would have successfully crossed the river with my men, but yeah, that didn't happen. Yeah, so I decided to go and switch sides to try to assassinate Jan, to be somewhat useful. But yeah, my attempt failed miserably. But I think
Let me tell you, Sam.
Sam,
Let me tell you, Sam. Jan is almost impossible to assassinate, as I discovered.
But I think if I would have succeeded, the battle would probably have been finished, because like the morale of the men would be low after hearing that. But yeah, he survived.
Agreed. I mean, I'm not saying Jan is impossible to kill, but given Achilles is bringing the entire Imperial Guard division and the entire Marine division, that's probably about enough men.
But another question, like, has Jan the decision to run away, or is he like
He's
captured?
standing with his young guard here in the woods. So they go into the woods, and they'll
Custer.
Yeah, I mean, it's good men in good ground, very good men in very good ground, but eventually he'll get reduced because he's facing, I think, 3-1 or 4-1 odds.
Well, Achilles, do you give him the option to surrender? Do you tell him, hey, you're surrounded? Do you surrender, or what? I mean, I'm really curious how this plays out, and it's crucial for Jan's character.
The message would be that if he surrenders, there's no guarantees for his safety because he's already been sentenced to death. But if he surrenders, I'll spare his men. If not, if he just says merde, we're gonna kill them all.
You're only killing a man.
That's right.
I'm killing.
Well, then, Jan, what's your reaction to that, and what are your last words going to be? Or do we have to read the book to hear the last words?
Yeah, probably. Something about like Vive la République, probably.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I don't know. My character has gone so far.
Oh, hang on. No, Sam's hang on. Of course, Sam, we have to mute. All right.
I'm muted.
All right, go ahead, Jan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think my character went so far. There's no turning back. So he will probably just stand and fight to the death at this point. But
right.
We still got 6 divisions in the field, so 2 marching on the capital, force marching right now. So
I hate to tell you, Jan, but I have another corps in the capital.
Yeah, those magic numbers popping up everywhere.
No, actually, I dispatched them to the capital long before I started chasing you from Romigny.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
So now I'd love to hear from Gen TJ9, the man who agreed to lead a division and then ended up fighting half the battle by himself.
I gotta say, my testimony is a little long because at the start of the game, I was like, I was informed you might be running the core, which I'm fine with, and then I was informed that I was running the core as like a work thing popped up. So like there was somebody who was touring a space that I had to take a call from and inform them of like company information. So I was coordinating that initial crossing was like one of the most hectic experiences because I was like literally juggling 3 things at the same time. And I was just like, oh God. But that initial crossing too, there was like 2, I'll point out 2 instances where how my whole attack was entirely just like a fucky-wucky. Oh, I'm sorry, you're streaming. I apologize. I'm from New Jersey, so I curse. But yeah, so there was a whole brigade that was defending the crossing, and I had it completely outflanked. But one commander, the commander of the 9th Brigade, who I'm going to bring up on court-martial charges after this, I ordered him to hold and continue to pin the enemy, and the commander took it as, I'm going to let the enemy escape. And that was a whole brigade that I think I could have prevented going on to Brown Hill, but if not for that commander.
I mean,
So
that was at the same point where your 10th was trying to flank and the entire front rank was broken by artillery from the hill.
That was the same point. So the flanking move never happened, but if the infantry had been able to hold that brigade in place, I think I still could have destroyed them. And then there was a whole bunch of traffic jams and stuff because I was ordering things and it wasn't going exactly as I had intended. And then the second huge mistake that I made was that little creek at the bottom of Brown Hill. I thought that I could cross that at any point. So when I ordered my initial assault, I thought that I had like 2 whole divisions pretty much there. I thought those 2 divisions were going to be able to spread out and attack the line on its breadth. And what ended up happening was like a brigade at a time crossed that bridge. So that whole like hill was like a brilliant defensive position because I had to send in my men piecemeal, and I made this attack because of that brigade that got broken from the enemy artillery fire. I was like, when that happened, I was like, oh, I'm gonna get completely shellacked if I just stand here and take this fire. I need to advance. And at this point, I didn't know what the status was of our other hook. My assumption at the time was that they were already like in engagement. And I had been informed by the army commander to destroy the enemy. The objective is to destroy the enemy army. So
absolutely.
Instead of taking artillery fire and shooting at him from long distance with artillery, I decided to try and destroy the enemy. And God, the forces that was hidden in the forest, that was brilliant. I was taken completely by surprise by that. I had those hussars move through that forest, so I felt like we were safe. But those just like, and that whole flank just became a mess because I kept sending cavalry up there to like try and get around the enemy, and I kept hearing about how they kept dying. And I was like, I don't know what's going on, but keep sending stuff up there and make sure that they don't attack us in the flank, because we're committed now. We need to beat them on this hill or else we're done. Like, and when they came out of those trenches, I just was like, it's a simple amount of math. I knew we outnumbered them significantly. I could see that our men were breaking, but I was personally up in the mix, just yelling at my men to keep going up. And I knew that...
I will note you survived 3 separate casualty rolls there, Jen.
I'm sure I did. I was like... I felt like the math was on my side. I was like, they can't I can't be facing the whole enemy army. They have to have forces at the other side. But I ended up fighting pretty much like the entire thing, which I didn't know. I only thought, because I never got a good look on what was on top of that hill. I thought it was like maybe 2 brigades. But it was a crazy fight.
Jen, you became Marshal Davout at Jena Arstadt there.
Yeah, it was crazy. I just, there was a couple of moments, and the moment that I knew that I had a chance was when one of the umpires, it was either Golden or I'm sorry, I don't remember who else was umpiring for me, but they told me that they saw one of the enemy regiments broke, and I was like, okay, well, I'm not just getting massacred. I'm trading with them, and I have the money to trade with them, so I'm gonna keep trading as long as I can, because otherwise we're gonna lose the battle. The best part of this battle for me was when I kept telling the umpires that I wanted to go up the hill, and they kept talking to me like I was an insane person. Like I could increasingly hear it. I'm just like, I can't pull back. That artillery is going to tear me to shreds. So,
yeah.
It was that was my experience. It was incredibly stressful.
Well, you did an amazing job, and now I'd love to hear from the other side of that. Lou, you were at the other end of that, on the top of that hill, watching wave after wave after wave of red troops coming at you. How was your battle?
Well, it was very intense in the latter stages, and the charge might seem ridiculous now when you look at the map, but if you had the information I had on the hill, me and Jan both agreed that the charge was probably a good idea. So what happened early on was that Carter was at the crossing, before the crossing directly in front of Brown, and I basically sat idle on the hill waiting for Carter to give me back my lights. The plan was for him to withdraw with the lights and then take over the guard division. The lights came back, 2 of them were broken, 1 came back in good order. Then an enemy infantry brigade moved on Brown up the road. That brigade was broken and turned around. Then a second one came, and I believe that one was broken and turned around as well. Then the large enemy offensive began, and I noticed that there was like an endless sea of people trying to get up this road, and I realized that they couldn't cross the river. I thought as well that they could have crossed the river, as Jen did earlier. But when I realized, based on all of them coming up the road, that they couldn't, I thought that watching the first ranks of his men break as they came closer and closer to the crest of the hill, top of the hill, I figured that if I could push those shattered men down towards the creek or river before the reinforcements managed to get off the road, they would just clash into each other and there would be too little space for them to actually fight. I also did this charge based on information that I knew there was a division heading for Wager. I had seen 2 divisions, one south of me and one heading towards Wager. And when I heard that Wager wasn't crossable, that the enemy couldn't cross there, I figured that there was at least one entire division I didn't know where it was on the map. And I figured if they attacked Crusader, then Crusader wouldn't be able to hold with a regiment or 2 of dismounted cavalry. And then me and Jan figured that the only way we could win if Crusaders' ford was lost and the enemy crossed there was if we managed to push the enemy back on our side, on Brown Hill. So also, when I ordered the charge, I thought our cavalry was nearby Kuhn, or near Kuhn. I knew the guard was coming down from the hill, and I knew the guard and cavalry had been working together, so I thought the cavalry was combat effective and nearby, and that if I did a charge, they could maybe, hopefully, come down behind the infantry and force the commander to either, retreat or surrender when he was surrounded.
Yeah, that was our plan.
It made a lot of sense. I agree. I mean, at the same time, on the one hand, yes, it was what eventually meant the hill defense cracked. On the other hand, from your standpoint, yes, if you managed to break them, and you were very close to breaking them, they couldn't have all formed back across the river. You would have bagged literal divisions and basically just completely broken the last of the left flank, which would have freed up the forces to face east when they cracked Crusaders' line.
I know exactly about the moment that you're talking about when you advanced out of the trenches. I was like, I think there was a couple of things that just you couldn't have known about that kept me in the fight. I managed to prevent the front line from running. They were broken, but they were still standing where they were. And this allowed me to bring up more of my brigades. And then you advanced towards me, and I was able to fight with you in close combat. And then the next round, I bayonet charged you, and that's when the guard showed up. So it was like a matter of like those 3 rounds, like what happened, and I kind of could do the math in my head where I was like, if I beat them on this hill, I still have a chance to. You very nearly destroyed my whole command. I mean, there's significant portions of my command that are mangled because of what you guys did. So I think you guys played incredibly well. I did not play amazingly.
No, but you did the right thing. You won the engagement. So GG to that.
I think the most decisive thing was the guards not being in any one position. They kept just getting shuffled around. If they had been at either of those points, they would have done a difference.
You mean the young guard?
Yeah, the young guard. If they were either at the hill or at the other position, then it probably would have changed the battle.
Yeah, that was the early bit I mentioned. Yeah, and I understand the mentality where both sides are under threat. You're trying to rotate them to where you need them most. But in the end, that meant they spent most of the time on the road between the 2 points, and they weren't at either critical point. And that's, yes, it's unfortunate, but I completely understand the reasoning. The commentary. I've got a lap goblin at the moment.
That was a rough fight. I mean, when I heard there was a force hidden in the woods attacking me on the flank, I was just like, oh boy, I've got a couple of rounds before I'm completely surrounded. I've really got to win this hill.
Actually, something I tried telling Justin on my last turn before I realized the game was over. I saw like my division had been shattered, and then I thought I would ride around the east and tell your troops that they were getting flanked and that they had to retreat because we all have the same uniform.
That would have been funny.
Oh, it happened. If you look at the map, that's where they are at the moment. You're in there trying to tell them to go elsewhere. They're also getting orders from their known general to charge up the hill in advance. But in the last update, you were ordering some of the formations to fall back because there were more enemies coming from the flank, and they knew enemies were coming from the flank, so you may have gone away with it.
I was going to start redirecting forces to the flank anyways, because I think my artillery was about to get massacred. But yeah, that was fun. The I wish if I had played it better, I think I would have not done as poorly as I did, but I would have tried to attack along a wider front instead of getting packed in there. But I don't know, it kind of worked out where I just kept sending waves of troops, and maybe that was what won it was because I just kept sending more waves up that hill, and I just kept throwing up my divisions at you guys.
I was kind of hoping that you would.
It's better to be.
You would tell them to retreat when you saw that the Grenadiers came.
Better to be lucky than good.
I got lucky.
Yeah,
I got real lucky.
I mean, you sent enough troops so that my cavalry was ineffective, even though they won. Because they were just too tired to move in the end.
I heard, I was informed of that, and I was like, okay, because I remember I sent the guards, I'm like, okay, well, it sounds like I heard the dragoons had got completely surrounded and killed, And I was like, okay, that's really bad. I thought their cavalry was spent. And then I was like, okay, well, I have the guard hussars. I'll just have them screen and hold them off and delay them while I try and punch this hill. And then I heard the guard hussars also died. And I was like, I remember asking one of the umpires, and I was like, okay, what's left of the guard? What's their cavalry doing? And the umpire said, that enemy cavalry is like spent. They need at least an hour to recover, is what your hussars tell you. They're like completely exhausted. The horses are like dead. And I'm like, great, send the hussars in, whatever's left of the hussars, to attack the chasseurs, defend the artillery.
Man, I'm glad I dispatched those hussars then.
Yeah, I was like, that was crucial.
Yeah, I kept sending reinforcements to you. I sent the hussars when they came up behind me. I sent them over to you because I realized at that point that you were in the thick of a fight. And my artillery, which never came into action for me on the east side, I told them to go to the west end of that plateau and support you at Brown Hill as well. So they were on their way too.
Yeah, I could have used them. I needed to. I just knew that they were. I thought that I was up against like all of their artillery, and I pretty much was, because every time they shot at something, it like nearly destroyed it, and I was like, I just can't sit here and take this. I need to beat these guys. Yeah, at the end of it, I felt like a heavyweight boxer that had gone for 10 rounds, like just completely destroyed and just swinging wildly and completely gassed. Like,
well, I think ultimately you made the right decision. It wasn't the original part of the plan, but your initiative was right, and you made the right decision, and you made a decision, which is the critical thing. And by doing so, essentially, you tied up almost his entire army, which made, like I said before, made my job easy on the right. That it was the intent that you would tie up as much of his forces as possible. I just didn't realize that you would be assaulting that hill so early. But it worked out, and yeah, I think you did a brilliant job over there. At least from my perspective. So. Yeah, I can't complain.
Well, I nearly lost it all, so...
Yeah, but like I said, like I compared it before, you were essentially Davout at Jena Auerstadt. You were taking on the entire army, while Napoleon is winning his battle over on the other side, and it worked. It worked.
The anvil became the hammer.
Mm-hmm. It was a close call, and good on. I mean, how many players did I end up fighting? Was it like 4?
I think 3.
3.
Yeah, 3.
I mean, Jan sometimes, but 3 commanders.
Well, 4
That's
if
crazy.
you count yourself.
Yeah. I was also losing to myself. That was a fun battle. And then there was one moment where it was like, oh, because you ordered this brigade not to let the guards forward, your artillery didn't support the assault on the hill, and I was just like, come on, like. Anyways, that was a fun time. Thank you for running it, and sorry if I got intense, but I didn't realize I was fighting everything.
What was the order of battle, by the way, for both sides? Like, and what was the casualties of him?
Oh god, you're gonna make me calculate, aren't you? There are a few complete blocks of the government cavalry that were erased in the fighting. I kept one off the bat. I'm not even sure. I had the order of battle going into it. I'm just going to say heavy casualties. I don't know, and I'm not going to spend the next hour calculating. But
my corps must have taken at least half casualties. Like, it was like everything was broken at one point, and I was just yelling at it to get back in line.
that division that Lou saw heading to the northeast with Wagga actually did come back and was in that mess on the slopes of the hill. The other two divisions, so the Guard division and the Marine division that showed up, they just spent the whole time marching up the road. They weren't visible earlier on. So fairly light casualties on the right. They took a few losses. One of my worries was that with the abalone system, which I was using, instead of it being a steady gradation of things take losses, things take disorder down the track, it's either they get disordered or they don't. And that is, they are resilient to that based on their discipline. So usually when I'm designing a scenario, there aren't a lot of elites or guard or super shiny people or space marines, as Marshall would say. In this case, I had orders of battle that were from a previous campaign, so there were quite a lot of guard on the field, which meant we had times where, we had both Achilles' guard on the right and the guard here on the left, in the west, that just took hits, winced, shrugged, kept going. They weren't going to disorder just because they were getting shot, just because they were taking canister to their face. But I think they worked pretty well. Sorry, I am going to have to give control of this meeting to someone else for a sec. For any last remarks, I'll be back in a sec. I just have to help someone take a wee-wee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll speak up and just let everyone know we'll probably discuss this tomorrow during our podcast, Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegsspiel. I would like to invite both Jan and Achilles to attend and be on the podcast in particular, but anybody who participated would certainly be invited. I don't know if either of those two guests of honor can make it. Justin will also be invited. He might be able to make it. But it would be great to kind of just talk about this after everyone's had some time to think and ponder over it. Personally, I thought Jan was going to win. Originally, I thought that his chances were 1 in 3. Then up until really the last round of battle, those chances were 2 in 3. I really thought his genius was going to pay off. But then it's not over until it's over. And at the very end, that attack up the center smashed Brown Ridge, combined with the attack on the right, and well, that was that. You can actually hear me talk about this on the live stream. We have a number of very interesting moments on the live stream. It's worth watching because there are times when the people I'm interviewing are talking about kind of what's going on through their head and what they hope is happening. And while they're talking about that, you actually see what is or has happened as they're talking about it without knowing about it. So it's kind of cool to see that, you know. It should be a worthwhile episode tomorrow. It's only a 30-minute show, so I'd encourage folks to tune in, watch, show up, or at least participate on the live stream by commenting on YouTube. I was really impressed. This was a really, really good battle. Good job to everyone.
Yeah,
I can be there.
Thank you, Achilles.
Yeah, I would try as well.
I'm
Outstanding.
definitely going to watch the live stream and maybe listen to the thing tomorrow or afterwards after it's recorded.
Yeah, worth it. I mean, these things are long. I mean, we're at 6 hours exactly as of right now. So I'm probably going to end it here in a few minutes. And then, you know, you watch it in episodes. You know, you watch an hour or 30 minutes, or you just fast forward through it.
No, man, I just binge watch it.
Yeah. No, you can. I mean, this is like, I don't know, what do people binge watch these days? You know, it's like Friends, but for warfare. You know? It's like The Sopranos, except in fictional Napoleonic times.
And with a better ending.
Yeah, with a better ending, I suppose. I don't know how Jan feels about the ending. My heart does go out to Jan. It really does. But now he can perhaps come back as another character and be a pain in everyone's
umpire.
Or as an umpire. You know, I keep telling him I would love to team up with him and run a campaign with him. We have so many good umpires now. We really do. We have kind of a dream team of umpires, I feel. Just really good, knowledgeable people, and we have enough fresh people coming into the org that it's time to kind of step up to that next level. On the other hand, we have a few people who always umpire. It's time for them to play a little, I think, and see things from the other perspective. So the entire purpose behind this organization was I got sick and tired of umpiring. I wanted to play.
Well, I think you're right. It is time that Peter gets to play because he's umpired everything.
I know, right? Absolutely. Although Peter has played a few times, and when he plays against me, everyone beats me. Even Peter beats me. Everyone beats me. I don't know why I always lose.
Well, I'm glad that's not just in the ones I'm umpiring.
Yeah, no, I like it's the most consistent thing ever. I could play against like a 9-year-old and I'm still gonna lose. I don't know why, but I thought
Ironically,
Marshall, you created an entire campaign where Marshall was Napoleon and it lasted a month.
Yeah.
Ironically, Marshall set this up so that he didn't have to umpire all the time and he could play, and today he's doing neither.
Yeah, I'm the announcer.
I do enjoy the Marshall commentary, though.
As a person who has an admitted investment, both emotional and I'm too invested to be involved in either way. So the neutral thing was to be an announcer and cheer for the winner. Oh boy!
What a great fight! What a great fight!
I'm recovering from a cold, and I have a kidney stone bothering me right now. But yeah, this was a great fight. Yeah, I agree.
I will say
great fight.
For this battle,
Love to be in the next campaign.
Special thanks for this battle to my bout of unidentified chest infection. If I hadn't been sleeping 20 hours a day all week, I probably wouldn't have had the energy to go through tonight.
Cool.
Yeah. There were a lot of odds stacked against today, but folks overcame them. Good job.
Thanks for having me. I'd love to play in the next campaign.
We'll love to have you.
Fantastic.
Well, you can always. I'll always have. I would always like to have you on my team, Jen.
Hell yeah, I'm down.
You did a hell of a job.
I appreciate that. That's good to hear, and I will definitely be around. So if you ever want me to play in a game, just message me. I'll talk to you all later.
All right, thanks, Jen.
Thanks.
Bye bye.
Bye, everyone.
See ya.
Thanks for the game. See you.
Bye.
Holy shit, that was crazy. I won. I broke the hill, and that's what proved decisive. Selena, I was fighting the whole army.
Hey, Jan.
Yeah, what's
it was
up?
fun. It feels good now. It was really stressful during it.
Great fight, Jan. Great fight. By the way, you fighting against you or playing against you was like scary as hell for me from day one. So I really thought you were going to clean my clock today. So I was pretty anxious about it.
From the umpire table, for about half the battle, we thought Jan was winning too.
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
what is it Napoleon said at Marengo? At Marengo, I lost battle by noon and I won it back by 5 o'clock.
Yeah,
Something like that.
Absolutely. No, I mean, that is why I was so surprised to see the end state, because when I left the West, we were winning there, and the reports I had from the East became increasingly worse. But I didn't expect your progress to be that far already. So no, I mean, you had about double the size of our forces. So all we could have done here is to use the terrain as best as we could. I think we tried that.
It's interesting because originally the force that I had when I went into winter quarters over at Jouet, or whatever the name of that town is, was 3 corps. I had 2 regular corps plus the guard corps, and I had 2 unattached cavalry divisions.
Yeah.
So with that force, when I was told that you were at Remig, I don't know how to say it, Remigny. Yeah, I'd sent cavalry.
It'll be Rimini, right?
Rumini, yeah. I sent cavalry over there to see what was going on, and they had reported to me that your force was about half the size of mine. And then you started once I started my guys in motion heading towards the town, you took off and started heading north. It was at that point that I dispatched one of my corps to the capital.
Yeah.
Because I anticipated that was where you were trying to get to.
Yep.
And so I sent them to the capital. So the force that I had fighting with you today was short one corps. I would have actually had another corps with me. That corps, by the way, went to the capital, and then I sent them north to the crossing points. So they're right now. They're about a day outside
That's funny.
of
So
the
we can have
crossing point.
another battle tomorrow, because Robin has actually two divisions there, right at the crossing point by now. So
excellent. Yeah, they can fight it out. I have a corps has 3 divisions, and it's headed up there. It was my heavy corps. So yeah, but I was really worried because I'm thinking, okay, I sent away my heavy corps. I only have 2 left to fight with. They told me you were about half my size, but I just dispatched like a third of my force.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking we're about even, and you're going to be in good, solid defensive ground. This is going to be ugly. So yeah, but it was a great fight. I had a great time, and now I can breathe again. I can finally breathe again.
Yeah,
and I'm going to go take my wife to get something to eat.
Yeah.
She's been incredibly patient with me all day.
In 3 days, Jan comes back as Jan the White.
No, the whole campaign. I mean, we probably wouldn't have started this had we known that. So I mean, we were back in time when the St. Praha Treaty was signed. I was like 2 weeks when this one was signed for everybody else. I was 2 weeks back in time, ordering my divisions around, writing letters to Tarkina, to Altmark, and those forces who had promised to support us. And so we launched our assault, and then learned that nobody of them was allowed to travel back in time to meet us and help us out. So yeah, we were sort of stuck, but we committed, and there was no way back. So that is where we ended here.
I will say the outcomes we discussed beforehand, if you'd won on the field, which was more possible, like it was more probable than I expected for a lot of the battle. I always knew it was possible, but for quite a lot of the battle, it looked like it was likely. Then instead of it being your corps off in the east that didn't fight, the government would have been overwhelmed and gone, okay, you discredited the Praha Treaty, and so we would have still had a separate Vermont going into 1806. You would have had a liberal state restored around the capital areas and in the east, while St. Praha is discredited, and there would have been a rump restoration state in the west. So it was very much a battle of prestige.
Yeah, my plan going into 1806, though, would have been ultimately to make it very easy for whoever ruled to just unite Vermilion, I think, rather than complicate things by adding yet another state to 1806. So it would have just been Jan all the way, because I was tired of this.
Marshall had set it up so that it was either going to be a right-wing or a left-wing dictatorship, one way or the other.
Yeah. Well, now it's going to be a right-wing dictatorship under Colonel Martel.
So it appears.
Played by Achilles, no less. So.
No less.
Yeah.
I'm just glad.
No more civil war. No more civil war.
No more civil war.
Terrible. It's terrible.
So
no more.
The whole Vermilion Civil War thing, it felt like the entire campaign was just revolving around that, and everything else is just a sideshow.
Yeah, what we should have done was give everybody a role in the Civil War and only played that.
Yeah, pause the main campaign, play that out to its conclusion, then the rest of Europe is quiet while that happened. Then we get back to what happened to the rest of Europe after it's done.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
I was kind of surprised that didn't happen, just because I felt like we did the October War, and then we're like, let's do some politics a little bit until we get to the next war, and then we can have another war campaign. And then we got to the war, and it's like, no, but then we're still just doing the political campaign, and now the war is just abstracted on the side. I was like, wait a minute, that's
Where's the war?
backwards to me.
I want the war in my war game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I probably had more fun with the role playing than with the Kriegsspiel, simply because I always lose at Kriegsspiel, or I have to umpire it. So the only place I've been successful is the politics.
You do do very well the politics, particularly when you're umpire half the time.
Yeah, but the dogs are okay.
Yeah, the dogs are okay.
Well, that's what really matters.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I gotta go. Thank you so much for today. Appreciate it, and appreciate everybody's efforts.
And I'm going to go feed the lap goblin some breakfast.
Achilles, let us know what you're going to do with Jan's body, because...
Oh, that's simple. I'm decapitating him, sending the head to the capital, and I'm burning the body.
The wooden stake through the heart.
So what I hear you saying is to get rid of the evidence that he's dead.
No, it's not to get rid of the evidence. It's because I don't want anybody telling me that he's still alive later on. If you can bring him back to life after I burned his body and cut off his head, then I'm joining another group.
There's no surgeon that can do that.
Not even Billy Crystal in Princess Bride, huh?
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
Is Jan?
And then Achilles is going to retire and ride off into the sunset. He's going back to Tramcor.
Well, the Emperor will break down in tears when he hears what has happened.
Wherever he might be.
Wherever he might be.
And by the way, just to let you know, as Colonel Martell, if anybody even looks at me sideways, I'm just going to kill them. So we're not having any more civil wars.
Watch what is it? The Dictator by Sacha Cohen.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Yeah. Watch that. That'll be your character if you want.
Story of economic recovery.
All right. See you guys.
See you.
Bye, Achilles.
Bye.
I think
So is 1805 officially over?
Yes.
Well,
there will be a couple economic turns, but I got to talk to Justin so that we agree on the economic model, and then I'll give some general choices to people to make.
Which means I get bullied into finishing the map because it's kind of key to the economic model.
Yeah. It's not going to be as quick as I had hoped, but yeah, we're going to move that direction directly and start setting it up.
I'll definitely start to give people some October/November reports now that the battle is over. Because that's pretty much what I was waiting for. Because I was just like, well, it could go either way. And,
I'm semi-healthy. We'll get Avalonia moving again too.
Yeah, and the economic model will put players on a bit of a budget, so they won't be able to send, troops clear across the continent on adventure.
Alright, I think that's the point to bail out here with the stream, everybody. Vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen, auch wenn es sehr lange war. Ich weiß nicht, ob überhaupt noch irgendjemand mit dabei ist. 7 Stunden 20 Minuten jetzt live gewesen. Vielen Dank für alle, die so lange dabei waren oder zwischendurch dabei waren. Ich hoffe, es hat euch Spaß gemacht, auch wenn wir hier verloren haben. Ich muss mal das Ganze ein bisschen sacken lassen. Wie gesagt, ich habe da sehr viel Arbeit reingesteckt in diesen Charakter. Nichtsdestotrotz hat es sehr viel Spaß gemacht. Hoffe euch auch. Wir sehen uns beim nächsten Mal. Bis dann. Macht's gut, euer Jan.